Then I saw what was wrong with the world. I saw what destroyed men and nations, and where the battle for life had to be fought. I saw that the enemy was an inverted morality, and that my sanction was its only power. I saw that evil was impotent, that evil was the irrational, the blind, the anti-real, and that the only weapon of its triumph was the willingness of the good to serve it. Just as the parasites around me were proclaiming their helpless dependence on my mind, and were expecting me voluntarily to accept a slavery they had no power to enforce, just as they were counting on my self-immolation to provide them with the means of their plan, so throughout the world and throughout men's history, in every version and form, from the extortions of loathing relatives to the atrocities of collectivized countries, it is the good, the able, the men of reason, who act as their own destroyers, who transfuse to evil the blood of their virtue, and to let evil transmit to them the poison of destruction, thus gaining for evil the power of survival, and, for their own values, the impotence of death. I saw that there comes a point in the defeat of any man of virtue when his own consent is needed for evil to win, and that no manner of injury done to him by others can succeed if he chooses to withhold his consent. I saw that I could put an end to your outrages by pronouncing a single word in my mind. I pronounced it. The word was no. Okay, so this post, I've changed my mind, I think, my intentions have probably changed in the years since writing this. I've just learned a lot since then about the dynamics of what I'm trying to talk about here, which is pretty much the technologies of control. I titled it Enemy Number 1. Is this what you wanted? This is what you'll get. And that's taken from King Kill 33, the song from Hollywood. And which is pretty much taken from the title of this sort of like essay in Apocalypse Culture by James Shelby Downard. And I don't know, before I get into the post, I kind of want to quote some things or go into some things. And recently there were these articles about engineers translating brain signals directly to speech, and they're acting like it's a scientific first. But I mean, I think that they're sort of slowly leaking some of this stuff out to the public, when really I think a lot of it's been being researched, at least for decades. And you can tell that by just the there's tons of documents and books, so clear back to the 50s, really, the 40s, 50s, 60s. It's just funny how much the occult ties into the slow advent of various technologies and even political revolutions. And a lot of people like to keep, occultism or at least the spiritual aspects, the more beneficial, positive sides of religion and the esoteric, at least, I guess. They like to keep that separate from the sort of like mundane politics and even media and all that. But really, the subject of mind control and politics and propaganda, it really all does connect. And it's just ironic how obvious now all these things are really coming up in the sort of like public sphere. And when really it's been around for a long time. I've already mentioned this, how NASA has been working to computerize basically the muscular movements of the vocal muscles to read what the astronauts would be saying without actually having to speak. And when you put together all these different systems and devices and compound devices, basically, and convergent electronics. This book, The Coming Convergence, which isn't even, I think, an apt title anymore because it's not coming, it's already happening. It's more like the happening convergence. Going back to Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, which is a debatable topic, or a debatable document, but it does go to show that these ideas were prevalent in the 70s, or, they're pretty much going on, the whole subject of mind control for political aims and for profit. Here it says, this astonishing document was discovered in a surplus copier purchased from Boeing Aircraft in 1986. Reveals details of a plan hatched in the embryonic days of the Cold War, which called for the control of the masses through manipulation of industry, people's pastimes, education, and political leanings. It called for a quiet revolution, pitting brother against brother, and diverting the public's attention from what is really going on. And hasn't that happened pretty, easily? For all intents and purposes, this document has come to pass, reprinted in its original form, and includes diagrams. So here's the index. It is patently impossible to discuss social engineering or the automation of a society, i.e. the engineering of social automation systems, silent weapons, on a national or worldwide scale without implying extensive objectives of social control and destruction of human life, i.e. slavery and genocide. And again, this whole blog, in sort of going over it and preparing to read it, and pulling out some books I sort of associate with all of these ideas, I sort of recognize there's a dark side to all of this. And the funny thing is that it is the dark side of 666, but being the number of man, it's the dark side of man, and individually, collectively, historically, presently. And so all of this sort of, again, it all ties together, but to blame it on any one person or group is to miss the point entirely, I think. And that's kind of what I've learned about all this is, that's why I quoted The Sanction of the Victim by Ayn Rand from Atlas Shrugged, because, again, actually Sanction of the Victim happens to be 666, and that is the sort of mark of Cain, or the mark of the beast, in one of its more negative senses. Obviously, 666 is that electric power of the soul within, etc., the science of the soul, the science of spirituality, like all these complex sort of ideas, yet they're perfectly aligned. It is sort of, I don't know, there is a sort of like technology to this, and it's almost like it's just all unsaid, unrealized, unknown, and yet it's there. It's the more I've looked, the more obvious it's become. And so, yeah, this is going to be some reading, some listening, but a lot of these things have yet to be integrated to the public knowledge, and yet it's very important that it is. And so hopefully by reading this, bringing this back up, tying this all together, some progress will be made regarding it. This manual is in itself an analog declaration of intent. Such a writing must be secured from public scrutiny. Otherwise, it might be recognized as a technically formal declaration of domestic war. Furthermore, whenever any person or group of persons in a position of great power, and without the full knowledge and consent of the public, uses such knowledge and methodology for economic conquest, it must be understood that a state of domestic warfare exists between said person or group of persons and the public. The solution of today's problems requires an approach which is ruthlessly candid, with no agonizing over religious, moral, or cultural values. You have qualified for this project because of your ability to look at human society with cold objectivity. God damn it. And yet analyze and discuss your observations and conclusions with others of similar intellectual capacity without a loss of discretion or humility. Such virtues are exercised in your own best interest. Do not deviate from them. So obviously this has like a sort of, I don't know, weird, almost like misanthropist, anti-human intent behind it, it seems like. This publication marks the 25th anniversary to the Third World War, called the Quiet War, being conducted using subjective biological warfare fought with silent weapons. This book contains an introductory description of this war, its strategies, and its weaponry. And that's why we're going to read it. Historical Introduction. Silent weapon technology has evolved from operations research, OR, a strategic and tactical methodology developed under the military management in England during World War II. The original purpose of operations research was to study the strategic and tactical problems of air and land defense with the objective of effective use of limited military resources against foreign enemies, i.e. logistics. It was soon recognized by those in positions of power that the same methods might be useful for totally controlling a society, but better tools were necessary. Social engineering, the analysis and automation of a society, requires the correlation of great amounts of constantly changing economic information, or data. So, a high-speed computerized data processing system was necessary which could race ahead of the society and predict when society would arrive for capitulation. So it makes me think of, obviously, the internet, but also all this news and fake news and the fact that people are highly suggestible by it, and almost, a lot of people are affected by it. Obviously, we're all affected by it, but some people are more skillful and some people are more affected. Relay computers were too slow, but the electronic computer, invented in 1946 by J. Presper Eckert and John W. Moshley, filled the bill. The next breakthrough was the development of the simplex method of linear programming in 1947 by the mathematician George B. Dantzig. Then, in 1948, the transistor, invented by J. Bardeen, W. H. Brattain, and W. Shockley, promised a great expansion of the computer field by reducing space and power requirements. With these three inventions under their direction, those in positions of power strongly suspected that it was possible for them to control the whole world with the push of a button. Immediately, the Rockefeller Foundation got in on the ground floor by making a 4-year grant to Harvard College, funding the Harvard Economic Research Project for the study of the structure of the American economy. 1 year later, in 1949, the United States Air Force joined in. In 1952, the original grant period terminated, and a high-level meeting of the elite was held to determine the next phase of social operations research. The Harvard Project had been fruitful, as is borne out by the publication of some of its results in 1953, suggesting the feasibility of economic or social engineering. Studies in the Structure of the American Economy, copyright 1953, by Wassily Leontief, International Sciences Press, Inc., White Plains, New York. Engineered in the last half-decade of the 1940s, the new Quiet War machine stood, so to speak, in sparkling gold-plated hardware on the showroom floor by 1954. With the creation of the maser in 1954, the promise of unlocking unlimited sources of fusion atomic energy from the heavy hydrogen in seawater, and the consequent availability of unlimited social power, became a possibility only decades away. The combination was irresistible. The Quiet War was quietly declared by the international elite at a meeting held in 1954. Although the silent weapons system was nearly exposed 13 years later, The evolution of the new weapon system has never suffered any major setbacks. This volume marks the 25th anniversary of the beginning of the Quiet War. Already this domestic war has many victories on many fronts throughout the world. Political introduction. In 1954, it was well recognized by those in positions of authority that it was only a matter of time, only a few decades, before the general public would be able to grasp and upset the cradle of power. For the very elements of the new silent weapon technology were as accessible for a public utopia as they were for providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern, that of dominance, revolved around the subject of the energy sciences. Energy. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the source and control of natural energy. And social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. And it's funny that Crowley really actually had already identified how money really is a sort of social currency. Social currency, which is it's the magnetic energy center. Also the whole parasites as well. The outside, that would be sucking that sort of energy, which is also the global electricity grid. The global electricity grid. Therefore, mathematics is the primary energy science, and the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. Which is funny because it makes me think of the time binding or the transference of knowledge, which pretty much brings that spiral or the actual progress of knowledge. And I think a great deal of context is lost. And it's funny because general semantics is 777, but knowledge, the whole concept of knowledge is, or being, lost over time. And is and being are both 70. So knowledge being lost over time. I didn't even think of that till now. But all science is merely a means to an end. The means is knowledge. The end is control. Beyond this remains only one issue. Who will be the beneficiary? In 1954, this was the issue of primary concern. Although the so-called moral issues were raised, in view of the law of natural selection, it was agreed that a nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such a people are beasts of burden and states on the table by choice and consent. And that's what William Cooper says when he quotes this, which this was in his book too, Behold a Pale Horse. Consequently, in the interest of future world order, peace, and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a quiet... So he could actually be the author of this, anyway. Consequently, in the interest of future world order, peace, and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a quiet war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy or wealth of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined, responsible, and worthy few. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principle of operation and public appearance as to earn for themselves the name silent weapons. In conclusion, the objective of economic research, as conducted by the magnates of capital, banking, and the industries of commodities, goods, and services, is the establishment of an economy which is totally predictable and manipulable. In order to achieve a totally predictable economy, the low-class elements of the society must be brought under total control, i.e. must be housebroken, trained, and assigned a yoke and long-term social duties from a very early age, before they have an opportunity to question the propriety of the matter. And what really this whole sentence here makes me wonder if Bill Cooper really wrote this, but in order to achieve such conformity, the lower-class family unit must be disintegrated by a process of increasing preoccupation of the parents and the establishment of government-operated daycare centers for the occupationally orphaned children. The quality of education given to the lower class must be of the poorest sort, so that the meat of ignorance isolating the inferior class from the superior class is and remains incomprehensible to the inferior class. With such an initial handicap, even bright lower-class individuals have little, if any, hope of extricating themselves from their assigned lot in life. This form of slavery is essential to maintaining some measure of social order, peace, and tranquility for the ruling upper class. Descriptive introduction of the silent weapon. Everything that is expected from an ordinary weapon is expected from a silent weapon by its creators, but only in its own manner of functioning. It shoots situations instead of bullets, propelled by data processing instead of chemical reaction or explosion, originating from bits of data instead of grains of gunpowder, from a computer instead of a gun, operated by a computer programmer instead of a marksman, under the orders of a banking magnate instead of a military general. It's funny, the whole symbolic firearms Marilyn Manson talks about. It makes no obvious explosive noises, causes no obvious physical or mental injuries, and does not obviously interfere with anyone's daily social life. Yet it makes an unmistakable noise, causes unmistakable physical and mental damage, and unmistakably interferes with daily social life, i.e. unmistakable to a trained observer, one who knows what to look for. And also what comes to mind is David Bowie and the whole black noise. The public cannot comprehend this weapon, and therefore cannot believe that they are being attacked and subdued by a weapon. The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but because of the technical nature of the silent weapon, they cannot express their feeling in a rational way, or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, they do not know how to cry for help, and do not know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. When a silent weapon is applied gradually to the public adjusts and adapts to its presence and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, psychological via economic, becomes too great and they crack up. Therefore, the silent weapon is a type of biological warfare. It attacks the vitality, options, and mobility of the individuals of a society by knowing, understanding, manipulating, and attacking their sources of natural and social energy, and their physical, mental, and emotional strengths and weaknesses. Theoretical introduction. Give me control over a nation's currency and I care not who makes its laws. Mayor Amschel Rothschild. Today's silent weapons technology is an outgrowth of a simple idea discovered, succinctly expressed, and effectively applied by the quoted Mr. Mayor Amschel Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild discovered the missing passive component of economic theory known as economic inductance. He, of course, did not think of his discovery in these 20th century terms, and to be sure, mathematical analysis had to wait for the Second Industrial Revolution, the rise of the theory of mechanics and electronics, and finally, the invention of the electronic computer before it could be effectively applied in the control of the world economy. General energy concepts. In the study of energy systems, there always appear three elementary concepts. These are potential energy, kinetic energy, and energy dissipation. And corresponding to these concepts, there are three idealized, essentially pure physical counterparts, called passive components. 1. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of potential energy is associated with a physical property called elasticity or stiffness, and can be represented by a stretched spring. In electronic science, potential energy is stored in a capacitor instead of a spring. This property is called capacitance instead of elasticity or stiffness. 2. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of kinetic energy is associated with a physical property called inertia or mass, and can be represented by a mass or a flywheel in motion. In electronic science, kinetic energy is stored by an inductor in a magnetic field, instead of a mass. This property is called inductance instead of inertia. 3. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of energy dissipation is associated with a physical property called friction or resistance, and can be represented by a dashpot or other device which converts system energy into heat. In electronic science, dissipation of energy is performed by an element called either a resistor or a conductor, the term resistor being one generally used to express the concept of friction, and the term conductor being generally used to describe a more ideal device, such as a wire, employed to convey electric energy efficiently from one location to another. The property of a resistance or conductor is measured as either resistance or conductance reciprocals. In economics, these three energy concepts are associated with 1. Economic capacitance, capital, money, stock, inventory, investments in buildings and durables, etc. 2. Economic conductance, goods, production flow coefficients. 3. Economic inductance, services, the influence of the population of industry on output. All of the mathematical theory developed in the study of one energy system, e.g. mechanics, electronics, etc., can be immediately applied in the study of any other energy system, e.g. economics. Mr. Rothschild's energy discovery. What Mr. Rothschild had discovered was the basic principle of power, influence, and control over people as applied to economics. That principle is, when you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you. Mr. Rothschild had discovered that currency or deposit loan accounts had the required appearance of power that could be used to induce people, induction with people corresponding to a magnetic field, into surrounding their real wealth in exchange for a promise of greater wealth, intent of real compensation. They would put up real collateral in exchange for a loan of promissory notes. Mr. Rothschild found that he could issue more notes than he had backing for, so long as he had someone's stock of gold as a persuader to show to his customers. Mr. Rothschild loaned his promissory notes to individuals and to governments. These would create overconfidence. Then he would make money scarce, tighten control of the system, and collect the collateral through the obligation of contracts. The cycle was then repeated. These pressures could be used to ignite a war. Then he would control the availability of currency to determine who would win the war. The government, which agreed to give him control of its economic system, got his support. Collection of debts was guaranteed by economic aid to the enemy of the debtor. The profit derived from this economic methodology made Mr. Rothschild all the more wealthy and all the more able to extend his wealth. He found that the public greed would allow currency to be printed by government order beyond the limits, inflation, of backing in precious metal or the production of goods and services, or gross national product. Apparent capital as paper inductor. In this structure, credit, presented as a pure circuit element called currency, has the appearance of capital, but is, in fact, negative capital. Hence, it has the appearance of service, but is, in fact, indebtedness or debt. It is therefore an economic inductance instead of an economic capacitance, and if balanced in no other way, will be balanced by the negation of population, war, and genocide. The total goods and services represents real capital called the gross national product, and currency may be printed up to this level and still represent economic capacitance. But currency printed beyond this level is subtractive represents the introduction of economic inductance and constitutes notes of indebtedness. War is therefore the balancing of the system by killing the true creditors, the public, which we have taught to exchange true value for inflated currency, and falling back on whatever is left of the resources of nature in the regeneration of those resources. Mr. Rothschild has discovered that currency gave him the power to rearrange the economic structure to his own advantage, to shift economic inductance to those economic positions which would encourage the greatest economic instability and oscillation. The final key to economic control had to wait until there was sufficient data and high-speed computing equipment to keep close watch on the economic oscillation created by price shocking and excess paper energy credits, paper inductance, or inflation. All the easier when it's all just digital, right? Breakthrough. The aviation field provided the greatest evolution in economic engineering by way of the mathematical theory of shock testing. In this process, a projectile is fired from an airplane on the ground, and the impulse of the recoil is monitored by vibration transducers connected to the airframe and wired to chart recorders. By studying the echoes or reflections of the recoil impulse in the airframe, it is possible to discover critical vibrations in the structure of the airframe, which either vibrations of the engine or aeolian vibrations of the wings, or a combination of the two, might reinforce, resulting in a resonant self-destruction of the airframe in flight as an aircraft. From the standpoint of engineering, this means that the strengths and weaknesses of the structure of the airframe in terms of vibrational energy can be discovered and manipulated. Application in economics. To use this method of airframe shock testing in economic engineering, the prices of commodities are shocked and the public consumer reaction is monitored. The resulting echoes of the economic shock are interpreted theoretically by computers, and the psychoeconomic structure of the economy is thus discovered. It is by this process that partial differential and difference matrices are discovered that define the family household and make possible its evaluation as an economic industry. Dissipative consumer structure. Then, the response of the household to future shocks can be predicted and manipulated, and society becomes a well-regulated animal with its reins under the control of a sophisticated computer-regulated social energy bookkeeping system. Eventually, every individual element of the structure comes under computer control through a knowledge of personal preferences. Such knowledge, guaranteed by computer association of consumer preferences, Universal Product Code or UPC, stripe pricing codes on packages with identified consumers, identified via association with the use of a credit card, and later, a permanent tattooed body number invisible under normal ambient illumination. Remember, this was from like 1979. Summary. Economics is only a social extension of a natural energy system. It also has its three passive components. Because of the distribution of wealth and the lack of communication and consequent lack of data, this field has been the last energy field for which a knowledge of the three passive components has been developed. Since energy is the key to all activity on the face of the earth, it follows that in order to attain a monopoly of energy, raw materials, goods, and services, and to establish a world system of slave labor, it is necessary to have a first strike capability in the field of economics. In order to maintain our position, it is necessary that we have absolute first knowledge of the science of control over all economic factors and the first experience at engineering the world economy. In order to achieve such sovereignty, we must at least achieve this one end, that the public will not make either the logical or mathematical connection between economics and other energy sciences, or learn to apply such knowledge. This is becoming increasingly difficult to control because more and more businesses are making demands upon their computer programmers to create and apply mathematical models for the management of those businesses. It is only a matter of time before the new breed of private programmer or economists will catch on to the far-reaching implications of the work begun at Harvard in 1948. The speed with which they can communicate their warning to the public will largely depend on how effective we have been at controlling the media, subverting education, and keeping the public distracted with matters of no real importance. The economic model. Economics, as a social energy science, has as a first objective the description of the complex way in which any given unit of resources is used to satisfy some economic want. Leontief matrix. This first objective, when it is extended to get the most product from the least or limited resources, comprises that objective of general military industrial logistics known as operations research. See Simplett's method of linear programming. The Harvard Economic Research Project, 1948, was an extension of World War II operations research. Its purpose was to discover the science of controlling an economy. At first, the American economy and then the world economy. It was felt that with sufficient mathematical foundation and data, it would be nearly as easy to predict and control the trend of an economy as to predict and control the trajectory of a projectile. Such has proven to be the case. Moreover, the economy has been transformed into a guided missile on target. Hey, so that picture is kind of fitting. The immediate aim of the Harvard project was to discover the economic structure, what forces change that structure, how the behavior of the structure can be predicted, and how it can be manipulated. What was needed was a well-organized knowledge of the mathematical structures and interrelationships of investment, production, distribution, and consumption. To make a short story of it all, it was discovered that an economy obeyed the same laws as electricity, and that all of the mathematical theory and practical and computer know-how developed for the electronic field could be directly applied in the study of economics. And so that's why it's funny that the microchip and cities look similar, but they actually act similar too. This discovery was not openly declared, and its more subtle implications were and are kept a closely guarded secret. For example, that in an economic model, human life is measured in dollars, and that the electric spark, remember electric 666, spark generated when opening a switch connected to an active inductor is mathematically analogous to the initiation of a war. The greatest hurdle which theoretical economists faced was the accurate description of the household as an industry. This is a challenge because consumer purchases are a matter of choice, which in turn is influenced by income, price, and other economic factors. This hurdle was cleared in an indirect and statistically approximate way by an application of shock testing to determine the current characteristics, called current technical coefficients, of a household industry. Finally, because problems in theoretical economics can be translated very easily into problems in theoretical electronics, and the solution translated back again, it follows that only a book of language translation and concept definition needed to be written for economics. The remainder could be gotten from standard works on mathematics and electronics. This makes the publication of books on advanced economics unnecessary and greatly simplifies project security. So yeah, there's a lot said right there. Operations, it's got a double meaning. Industrial diagrams. An ideal industry is defined as a device which receives value from other industries in several forms and converts it into one specific product for sales and distribution to other industries. It has several inputs and one output. What the public normally thinks of as one industry is really an industrial complex where several industries under one roof produce one or more products. A pure, single-output industry can be represented over simply by a circuit block as follows. The flow of product from industry number 1, supply, to industry number 2, demand, is denoted by 1, 1, 2, and then point. The total flow of the industry K is denoted by 1K point. scales, etc. A three-industry network can be diagrammed as follows. A node is a symbol of collection and distribution of flow. Node 3 receives from Industry 3 and distributes to Industries 1 through 3. If Industry 3 manufactures chairs, then a flow from Industry 3 back to Industry 3 simply indicates that Industry 3 is using part of its own output product, for example, as office furniture. Therefore, the flow may be summarized by the equations. I'm not going to say that, but I kind of get what it's saying. Three industrial classes. Industries fall into three categories or classes by type of output. Class 1, capital, resources. Class 2, goods, commodities or use, dissipative. Class 3, services, action of population. Class 1, industries exist at three levels. Nature, sources of energy and raw materials. 2, government, printing of currency equal to gross national product and extension of currency in excess of GNP. 3, banking, loaning of money for interest and extension, counterfeiting of economic value through deposit loan accounts, inflation. Class 2 industries exist as producers of tangible or consumer dissipated products. This sort of activity is usually recognized and labeled by the public as an industry. Class 3 industries are those which have service rather than a tangible product as their output. These industries are called households and governments. Their output is human activity of a mechanical sort, and their basis is population. Aggregation. The whole economic system can be represented by a three-industry model if one allows the names of the outputs to be 1, capital, 2, goods, and 3, services. The problem with this representation is that it would not show the influence of, say, the textile industry on the ferrous metal industry. This is because both the textile industry and the ferrous metal industry would be contained within a single classification called the goods industry, and by the process of combining or aggregating these two industries under one system block, they would lose their economic individuality. It's kind of simplistic, but the E model. A national economy consists of simultaneous flows of production, distribution, consumption, and investment. If all of these elements, including labor and human functions, are assigned a numerical value in like units of measure, say $1,939, then this flow can be further represented by a current flow in an electronic circuit, and its behavior can be predicted and manipulated with useful precision. The three ideal passive energy components of electronics, the capacitor, the resistor, and the inductor, correspond to the three ideal passive energy components of economics called the pure industries of capital, goods, and services, respectively. Economic capacitance represents the storage of capital in one form or another. Economic conductance represents the level of conductance of materials for the production of goods. Economic inductance represents the inertia of economic value in motion. This is a population phenomena known as services. Economic inductance. An electrical inductor, e.g. a coil or wire, has an electrical current as its primary phenomena and a magnetic field as its secondary phenomena with inertia. Corresponding to this, an economic inductor has a flow of economic value as its primary phenomena and a population field as its secondary phenomena of inertia. When the flow of economic value, e.g. money, diminishes, the human population field collapses in order to keep the economic value, money, flowing, extreme case being war. This public inertia is a result of consumer buying habits, expected standard of living, etc., and is generally a phenomenon of self-preservation. Inductive factors to consider. 1. Population. 2. Magnitude of the economic activities of the government. 3. The method of financing these government activities. See Peter Paul Principle, inflation of the currency. Translation. A few examples will be given. Charge, coulombs, dollars, 1939. Flow, current, amperes, coulombs per second, dollars of flow per year, motivating force, volts or dollars, output demand, conductance, amperes per volt, dollars of flow per year per dollar, demand, capacitance, coulombs per volt, dollars of production, inventory stock, per dollar demand, time flow relationships and self-destructive oscillations. An ideal industry may be symbolized electronically in various ways. The simplest way is to represent a demand by a voltage and a supply by a current. When this is done, the relationship between the two becomes what is called an admittance, which can result from three economic factors: 1. Hindsight flow, 2. Present flow, and 3. Foresight flow. Foresight flow is the result of that property of living entities to cause energy or food to be stored for a period of low energy, e.g. a winter season. It consists of demands upon an economic system for that period of low energy, winter season. In a production industry, it takes several forms, one of which is known as production stock or inventory. In electronic symbology, this specific industry demand, a pure capital industry, is represented by capacitance, and the stock or resource is represented by a stored charge. Satisfaction of an industry demand suffers a lag because of the loading effect of inventory priorities. Present flow ideally involves no delays. It is, so to speak, input today for output today, a hand-to-mouth flow. In electronic symbology, this specific industry demand, a pure use industry, is represented by a conductance, which is then a simple economic valve, a dissipative element. Hindsight flow is known as habit or inertia. In electronics, this phenomenon is the characteristic of an inductor, economic analog, a pure service industry, in which a current flow, economic analog, or flow of money, creates a magnetic field, economic analog, active human population, which, if the current money flow begins to diminish, collapse, such as through war, to maintain the current flow of money or energy. Other large alternatives to war as economic inductors or economic flywheels are an open-ended social welfare program or enormous but fruitful open-ended space program. The problem with stabilizing the economic system is that there is too much demand on account of 1. Too much greed, and 2. Too much population. This creates excessive economic inductance, which can only be balanced with economic capacitance, true resources or value, e.g. in goods or services. The social welfare program is nothing more than an open-ended credit balance system which creates a false capital industry to give non-productive people a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs. This can be useful, however, because those recipients become state property in return for their gifts, a standing army for the elite. For he who pays the piper picks the tune. Those who got hooked on the economic drug must go to the elite for a fix. In this, but it's true, isn't that dystopian? But it's so true. In this, the method of introducing large amounts of stabilizing capacitance is by borrowing on the future credit of the world. This is a fourth law of motion, onset, and consists of performing an action and leaving the system before the reflected reaction returns to the point of action, a delayed reaction. The means of surviving the reaction is by changing the system before the reaction can return. By this means, politicians become popular in their own time and their public pays for it later. In fact, the measure of such a politician is the delay time. The same thing is achieved by a government by printing money beyond the limit of the gross national product, an economic process called inflation. This puts a large quantity of money into the hands of the public and maintains a balance against their greed, creates a false self-confidence in them, and, for a while, stays the wolf from the door. They must eventually resort to war to balance the account, because war ultimately is merely the act of destroying the creditor, and politicians are the publicly hired hitmen that justify the act to keep the responsibility and blood off the public conscience. See section on constant factors and social economic structuring. If the people really cared about their fellow men, they would control their appetites, greed, procreation, etc., so that they would not have to operate on a credit or welfare social system which steals from the worker to satisfy the bum. Since most of the general public will not exercise restraint, there are only two alternatives to reduce the economic inductance of the system. 1. Let the populace bludgeon each other to death in war, which will only result in a total destruction of the living earth. Or 2. Take control of the world by use of economic silent weapons in the form of quiet warfare, and reduce the economic inductance of the world to a safe level by a process of benevolent slavery and genocide. I mean, I can't say I agree with that at all, but it's like, which one? The latter option has been taken as the obviously better option. At this point, it should be crystal clear to the reader why absolute secrecy about the silent weapons is necessary. The general public refuses to improve its own mentality and its faith in its fellow men. It has become a herd of proliferating barbarians, and so to speak, a blight upon the face of the earth. They do not care enough about economic science to learn why they have not been able to avoid war despite religious morality, and their religious and self-gratifying refusal to deal with earthly problems renders the solution of the earthly problems unreachable by them. It is left to those few who are truly willing to think, survive as the fittest to survive, to solve the problem for themselves as the few who really care. Otherwise, exposure of the silent weapon would destroy our only hope of preserving the seed of future true humanity. Industry equivalent circuits. The industry Q can be given a block symbol as follows. Block diagram of industry Q. The industries of finance, banking, manufacturing, and government, real counterparts of the pure industries of capital goods and services, are easily defined because they are generally logically structured. Because of this, their processes can be described mathematically and their technical coefficients can be easily deduced. This, however, is not the case with the service industry known as the household industry, household models. When the industry flow diagram is represented by a two-block system of households on the right and all other industries on the left, the following results. The arrows from left to right, labeled A, B, C, etc., denote flow of economic value from the industries in the left-hand block to the industry in the right-hand block called households. These may be thought of as the monthly consumer flows of the following commodities: A. Alcoholic beverages, B. Beef, C. Coffee, U. Unknown, etc. The problem which a theoretical economist faces is that the consumer preferences of any household is not easily predictable, and the technical coefficients of any one household tend to be a nonlinear, very complex, and variable function of income, prices, etc. Computer information derived from the use of universal product code in conjunction with credit card purchase as an individual household identifier could change this state of affairs. But the UPC method is not yet available on a national or even significant regional scale, and this was, again, back in the 70s, but now it is. To compensate for this data deficiency, an alternate indirect approach of analysis has been adopted known as economic shock testing. This method, widely used in the aircraft manufacturing industry, develops an aggregate statistical sort of data. Applied to economics, this means that all of the households in one region or in the whole nation are studied as a group or class rather than individually, and the mass behavior rather than individual behavior is used to discover useful estimates of the technical coefficients governing the economic structure of the hypothetical single household industry. Notice in the industry flow diagram that the values for the flow A, B, C, etc. are accessible to measurement in terms of selling prices and total sales of commodities. One method of evaluating the technical coefficients of the household industry depends upon shocking the prices of a commodity and noting the changes in the sales of all of the commodities. Economic shock testing. In recent times, the application of operations research to the study of the public economy has been obvious for anyone who understands the principles of shock testing. In the shock testing of an aircraft airframe, the recoil impulse of firing a gun mounted on the airframe causes shock waves in that structure which tell aviation engineers the conditions under which parts of the plane or the whole of the airplane tell aviation engineers the conditions under which parts of the airplane or the whole airplane or its wings will start to vibrate or flutter like a guitar string, a flute reed, or a tuning fork, and disintegrate or fall apart in flight. Economic engineers achieve the same result in studying the behavior of the economy and the consumer public by carefully selecting a staple commodity such as beef, coffee, gasoline, or sugar, and then causing a sudden change or shock in its price or availability, thus kicking everybody's budget and buying habits out of shape. They then observe the shock waves which result by monitoring these changes in advertising, prices, and sales of that and other commodities. The objective of such studies is to acquire the know-how to set the public economy into a predictable state of motion or change, even a controlled, self-destructive state of motion which will convince the public that certain expert people should take control of the money system and re-establish security, rather than liberty and justice for all. When the subject citizens are rendered unable to control their financial affairs, they of course become totally enslaved, a source of cheap labor. Not only the prices of commodities, but also the availability of labor can be used as the means of shock testing. Labor strikes deliver excellent test shocks to an economy, especially in the critical service areas of trucking, transportation, communication, public utilities, energy, water, garbage collection, etc. And by shock testing, it is found that there is a direct relationship between the availability of money flowing in an economy and the psychological outlook and response of masses of people dependent upon that availability. For example, there is a measurable quantitative relationship between the price of gasoline and the probability that a person would experience a headache, feel a need to watch a violent movie, smoke a cigarette, or go to a tavern for a mug of beer. It is interesting that by observing and measuring the economic modes by which the public tries to run from their problems and escape from reality, and by applying the mathematical theory of operations research, it is possible to program computers to predict the most probable combination of created events, shocks, which will bring about a complete control and subjugation of the public, through a subversion of the public economy by shaking the plum tree. Introduction to the theory of economic shock testing. Let the prices and total sales of commodities be given and symbolized as follows. Commodities: alcoholic beverages A, beef B, coffee C, gasoline G, sugar S, tobacco T, unknown balance U. Let us assume a simple economic model in which the total number of important or staple commodities are represented as beef, gasoline, and an aggregate of all other staple commodities, which we will call the hypothetical miscellaneous staple commodity M, e.g. M is an aggregate of C, S, T, U, etc. Assume that the total sales, P, of petroleum products can be described by the linear function of the quantities B, G, and M, which are functions of the prices of those respective commodities. Then P equals APB, B plus APG, G plus APM, M, where B, G, and M are functions of the prices of beef, gasoline, and miscellaneous respectively, and APB, APG, and APM are constant coefficients defining the amount by which each of the functions B, G, and M affect the sales, P, of petroleum products. We are assuming that B, G, and M are variables independent of each other. If the availability or price of gasoline is suddenly changed, then G must be replaced by... This causes a change in the... So rather than reading all of this, I'm just going to jump so that the main point isn't lost. You can go read all this more technical application. Introduction to economic amplifiers. Economic amplifiers are the active components of economic engineering. The basic characteristic of any amplifier, mechanical, electrical, or economic, is that it receives an input control signal and delivers energy from an independent energy source to a specific output terminal in a predictable relationship to that input control signal. The simplest form of economic amplifier is a device called advertising. If a person is spoken to by a TV advertiser as if he were a 12-year-old, then due to suggestibility, he will, with a certain probability, respond or react to that suggestion with the uncritical response of a 12-year-old, and will reach into his economic reservoir and deliver its energy to buy that product on impulse when he passes it in the store. An economic amplifier may have several inputs and outputs. Its response might be instantaneous or delayed. Its circuit symbol might be a rotary switch if its options are exclusive, qualitative, go or no-go, or it might have its parametric input and output relationships specified by a matrix with internal energy sources represented. Whatever its forms might be, its purpose is to govern the flow of energy from a source to an output sink in direct relationship to an input control signal. For this reason, it is called an active circuit element or component. Economic amplifiers fall into classes called strategies, and, in comparison with electronic amplifiers, the specific internal functions of an economic amplifier are called logistical instead of electrical. Therefore, economic amplifiers not only deliver power gain, but also, in effect, are used to cause changes in the economic circuitry. In the design of an economic amplifier, we must have some idea of at least 5 functions, which are 1. The available input signals, 2. The desired output control objectives, 3. The strategic objective, 4. The available economic power sources, and 5. The logistical options. The process of defining and evaluating these factors and incorporating the economic amplifier into an economic system has been popularly called game theory. The design of an economic amplifier begins with the specification of the power level of the output, which can range from personal to national. The second condition is accuracy and response, i.e., how accurately the output action is a function of the input commands. High gain combined with strong feedback helps to deliver the required precision. Most of the error will be in the input data signal. Personal input data tends to be specific, while national input data tends to be statistical. Short list of inputs. Questions to be answered. What, when, where, how, why, who. General sources of information. Telephone taps, surveillance, analysis of garbage. 4. Behavior of children in school. Standard of living by 1. Food, 2. Clothing, 3. Shelter, 4. Transportation. Social contacts. 1. Telephone, itemized record of calls. 2. Family, marriage certificates, birth certificates, etc. 3. Friends, associates, etc. 4. Memberships in organizations. 5. Political affiliation. Personal buying habits, i.e. personal consumer preferences. 1. Checking accounts. 2. Credit card purchases. 3. Tagged credit card purchases. The credit card purchase of products bearing the UPC or Universal Product Code. Assets. 1. Checking accounts. 2. Savings accounts. Real estate, business, automobile, etc. Safety deposit at bank, stock market. Liabilities. Creditors, enemies, see legal. Loans, and consumer credit. Government sources, employees, welfare, Social Security, USDA surplus food, doles, grants, subsidies. Government sources via intimidation, Internal Revenue Service, OSHA, census, etc. Principle of this ploy, the government sources. The citizen will almost always make the collection of information easy if he can operate on the free sandwich principle of eat now and pay later. Other government sources, surveillance of U.S. mail. Habit patterns and programming, strengths and weaknesses. 1. Activities, sports, hobbies, etc. 2. See legal, fear, anger, etc. Crime record. 3. Hospital records, drug sensitivities, reaction to pain, etc. 4. Psychiatric records, fears, angers, disgusts, adaptability, reactions to stimuli, violence, suggestibility or hypnosis, pain, pleasure, love, and sex. Methods of coping, of adaptability, behavior, 1. Consumption of alcohol. 2. Consumption of drugs. 3. Entertainment. 4. Religious factors influencing behavior. 5. Other methods of escaping from reality. Payment, modus operandi, MO, pay on time, etc. 1. Payment of telephone bills. 2. Energy purchases, electric, gas. 3. Water purchases. 4. Repayment of loans. 5. House payments. 6. Automobile payments. 7. Payments on credit cards. Political sensitivity. 1. Beliefs. 2. Contacts. 3. Position. 4. Strengths, weaknesses, activities. 5. Projects. Legal inputs. Behavior control. Excuses for investigation, search, arrest, or employment of force to modify behavior. 1. Court records. 2. Police records. 3. Driving records. 4. Reports made to police. 5. Insurance information. 6. Anti-establishment acquaintances. Business sources. Because who wouldn't want to support enslavement? 1. Prices of commodities. 2. Sales. 3. Investments. A. Stocks, inventory. B. Production tools and machinery. C. Buildings and improvements. D. The stock market. Banks and credit bureaus. 1. Credit information. 2. Payment information. Miscellaneous sources. Polls and surveys. Publications. Telephone records. Energy and utility purchases. Short list of outputs. Outputs. Created, controlled situations. Manipulation of the economy, hence society. Control by control of compensation and income. Sequence. 1. Allocates opportunities. 2. Destroys opportunities. 3. Controls the economic environment. 4. Controls the availability of raw materials. 5. Controls capital. 6. Controls bank rates. 7. Controls the inflation of the currency. 8. Controls the possession of property. 9. Controls industrial capacity. 10. Controls manufacturing. 11. Controls the availability of goods. 12. Controls the prices of commodities. 13. Controls services, the labor force, etc. 14. Controls payment to government officials. 15. Controls the legal function. 16. Controls the personal data files, uncorrectable by the party slandered. 17. Controls advertising. 18. Controls media content. 19. Controls material available for TV viewing. 20. Disengages attention from real issues. 21. Engages emotions. 22. Creates disorder, chaos, and insanity. 23. Controls design of more probing tax forms. 24. Controls surveillance. 25. Controls the storage of information. 26. Develops psychological analyses and profiles of individuals. 27. Controls legal functions. Repeat of 15. 28. Controls sociological factors. 29. Controls health options. 30. Preys on weaknesses. 31. Cripples strengths. 32. Leeches wealth and substance. Table of strategies. Do. Keep public ignorant. 2. Or to get less public organization. Do. Access to control points, prices, sales. 2. Or to get required reaction to outputs for feedback. Do. Create preoccupation. 2. Lower defenses. Do. Attack the family unit. 2. Control of the education of the young. Do. Give them less cash and more credit and doles. To get more self-indulgence and more data. Do. Attack the privacy of the church. 2. Destroy faith in this sort of government. Do. Social conformity. 2. Get computer programming simplicity. Do. Minimize tax protest. To get maximum economic data and to get minimum enforcement problems. Do. Stabilize the consent coefficients to get simplicity. Do. Tighten control of variables to get simpler computer input data and greater predictability. Do. Establish boundary conditions to get problem simplicity and solution of differential and difference equations. Do. Proper timing to get less data shift and blurring. Do. Minimum resistance to control to get maximum control. Do. Maximize control to get the ultimate objective. Do. Collapse the currency to destroy the faith of the American people in each other. And voila! Diversion, the primary strategy. Experience has proven that the simplest method of securing a silent weapon and gaining control of the public is to keep the public undisciplined and ignorant of basic systems principles on the one hand, while keeping them confused, disorganized, and distracted with matters of no real importance on the other hand. This is achieved by 1. Disengaging their minds, sabotaging their mental activities, by providing a low-quality program of public education in mathematics, logic, systems design, and economics, and by discouraging technical creativity. 2. Engaging their emotions, increasing their self-indulgence and their indulgence in emotional and physical activities by A. Unrelenting emotional affrontations and attacks, mental and emotional rape, by way of constant barrage of sex, violence, and wars in the media, especially the TV and the newspapers. B. Giving them what they desire, in excess, junk food for thought, and depriving them of what they really need. Just makes me think of all those. It makes me think of all those cereal commercials. 3. Rewriting history and law and subjecting the public to the deviant creation, thus being able to shift their thinking from personal needs to highly fabricated outside priorities. These preclude their interest in and discovery of the silent weapons of social automation technology. The general rule is that there is profit in confusion. The more confusion, the more profit. Therefore, the best approach is to create problems and then offer the solutions. Media. Keep the adult public attention diverted away from real social issues and captivated by matters of no real importance. Schools. Keep the young public ignorant of real mathematics, real economics, real law, and real history. Entertainment. Keep the public entertainment below a 6th grade level. Work. Keep the public busy, busy, busy with no time to think, back on the farm with the other animals. Consent. The primary victory. A silent weapon system operates upon data obtained from a docile public by legal, but not always lawful, force. Much information is made available to silent weapon systems programmers through the Internal Revenue Service. See Studies in the Structure of the American Economy for an IRS source list. This information consists of the enforced delivery of well-organized data contained in federal and state tax forms collected, assembled, and submitted by slave labor provided by taxpayers and employers. Furthermore, the number of such forms submitted to the IRS is a useful indicator of public consent, an important factor in strategic decision-making. Other data sources are given in the short list of inputs. Consent coefficients, numerical feedback indicating victory status, psychological basis. When the government is able to collect tax and seize private property without just compensation, it is an indication that the public is ripe for surrender and is consenting to enslavement and legal encroachment. A good and easily quantified indicator of harvest time is the number of public citizens who pay income tax despite an obvious lack of reciprocal or honest service from the IRS. Amplification energy sources. The next step in the process of designing an economic amplifier is discovering the energy sources. The energy sources which support any primitive economic system are, of course, a supply of raw materials, and the consent of the people to labor and consequently assume a certain rank, position, level, or class in the social structure, i.e., to provide labor at various levels in the pecking order. Each class, in guaranteeing its own level of income, controls the class immediately below it, hence preserves the class structure. This provides stability and security, but also government from the top. As time goes on and communication and education improve, the lower class elements of the social labor structure become knowledgeable and envious of the good things that the upper class members have. They also begin to attain a knowledge of energy systems and the ability to enforce their rise through the class structure. This threatens the sovereignty of the elite. If this rise of the lower classes can be postponed long enough, the elite can achieve energy dominance, and labor by consent no longer will hold a position of an essential economic energy source. Until such energy dominance is absolutely established, the consent of people to labor and let others handle their affairs must be taken into consideration, since failure to do so could cause the people to interfere in the final transfer of energy sources to the control of the elite. It is essential to recognize that at this time, public consent is still an essential key to the release of energy in the process of economic amplification. Therefore, consent as an energy release mechanism will now be considered. Logistics. The successful application of a strategy requires a careful study of inputs, outputs, the strategy connecting the inputs and the outputs, and the available energy sources to fuel the strategy. This study is called logistics. A logistical problem is studied at the elementary level first, and then levels of greater complexity are studied as a synthesis of elementary factors. This means that a given system is analyzed, i.e. broken down into subsystems, and then in turn are analyzed until, by this process, one arrives at the logistical atom, the individual. This is where the process of synthesis properly begins, and at the time of the birth of the individual. The artificial womb. From the time a person leaves its mother's womb, its every effort is directed toward building, maintaining, and withdrawing into artificial wombs, various sorts of substitute protective devices or shells. The objective of these this whole thing makes me think of the Matrix right here. The objective of these artificial wombs is to provide a stable environment for both stable and unstable activity, to provide a shelter for the evolutionary processes of growth and maturity, i.e. survival, to provide security for freedom, and to provide defensive protection for offensive activity. This is equally true of both the general public and the elite. However, there is a definite difference in the way each of these classes go about the solution of problems. The political structure of a nation. Dependency. The primary reason why the individual citizens of a country create a political structure is a subconscious wish or desire to perpetuate their own dependency relationship of childhood. Simply put, they want a human god to eliminate all risk from their life, pat them on the head, kiss their bruises, put a chicken on every dinner table, clothe their bodies, tuck them into bed at night, and tell them that everything will be all right when they wake up in the morning. This public demand is incredible, so the human god, the politician, meets incredibility with incredibility by promising the world and delivering nothing. So who is the bigger liar, the public or the Godfather? And again, this makes me think of the attribution of 666 to Nero Caesar, just simply as the leader, and state being also in Greek 666, and just the whole idea of that fear of this like bigger monster, Titan, 2 Megatherion, the great beast, when really it's like it's yourself, or it largely is within yourself. This public behavior is surrender born of fear, laziness, and expediency. It is the basis of the welfare state as a strategic weapon, useful against a disgusting public. Action and offense. Most people want to be able to subdue and or kill other human beings which disturb their daily lives, but they do not want to have to cope with the moral and religious issues with which such an overt act on their part might raise. And isn't it funny how quickly certain people who claim to be righteous suddenly like to revert to these sort of barbaric things. But anyway, therefore they assign the dirty work to others, including their own children, so as to keep the blood off their own hands. They rave about the human treatment of animals and then sit down to a delicious hamburger from a whitewashed slaughterhouse down the street and out of sight. But even more hypocritical, they pay taxes to finance a professional association of hitmen collectively called politicians and then complain about corruption in government. Responsibility. Again, most people want to be free to do things, to explore, etc., but they are afraid to fail. The fear of failure is manifested in irresponsibility, and especially in delegating those personal responsibilities to others where success is uncertain, or carries possible or created liabilities, which the person is not prepared to accept. They want authority, root word author, but they will not accept responsibility or liability. So they hire politicians to face reality for them, or create reality. And again, back to the sanction of the victim, that's where politicians and other things get their power, is because people give it to them, essentially. Summary: the people hire the politicians so that the people can 1. Obtain security without managing it, 2. Obtain action without thinking about it, 3. Inflict theft, injury, and death upon others without having to contemplate either life or death, 4. Avoid responsibility for their own intentions, 5. Obtain the benefits of reality and science without exerting themselves in the discipline or facing or learning either of these things. They give the politicians the power to create and manage a war machine to 1. Provide for the survival of the nation or womb, 2. Prevent encroachment of anything upon the nation or womb or matrix or the simulation, 3. Destroy the enemy who threatens the nation or womb, and 4. Destroy those citizens of their own country who do not conform for the sake of stability of the nation or womb. Politicians hold many quasi-military jobs, the lowest being the police, which are soldiers, the attorneys, and the CPAs next, who are spies and saboteurs licensed, and the judges, who shout the orders and run the closed union military shop for whatever the market will bear. The generals are industrialists. The presidential level of commander-in-chief is shared by the international bankers. The people know that they have created this farce and financed it with their own taxes or consent, but they would rather knuckle under than be the hypocrite. Thus, a nation becomes divided into very distinct parts, a docile subnation and a political subnation. The political subnation remains attached to the docile subnation, tolerates it, and leeches its substance until it grows strong enough to detach itself and devour its parent. System analysis. In order to make meaningful computerized economic decisions about war, the primary economic flywheel, it is necessary to assign concrete logistical values to each element of the war structure, personnel and material alike. This process begins with a clear and candid description of the subsystems of such a structure. The draft as military service. Few efforts of human behavior modification are more remarkable and more effective than that of the socio-military institution known as the draft. A primary purpose of a draft or other such institution is to instill, by intimidation, in the young males of a society the uncritical conviction that the government is omnipotent. He is soon taught that a prayer is slow to reverse what a bullet can do in an instant. Thus, a man trained in a religious environment for 18 years of his life can, by this instrument of the government, be broken down and be purged of his fantasies and delusions in a matter of mere months. Once that conviction is instilled, all else becomes easy to instill. Even more interesting is the process by which a young man's parents, who purportedly love him, can be induced to send him off to war to his death. Although the scope of this work will not allow this matter to be expanded in full detail, nevertheless, a coarse overview will be possible and can serve to reveal those factors which must be included in some numerical form in a computer analysis of social and war systems. We begin with a tentative definition of the draft. The draft, selective service, etc., is an institution of compulsory collective sacrifice and slavery devised by the middle-aged and the elderly for the purpose of pressing the young into doing the public dirty work. Which, they say, oh, they'll never have it again, but you still have to enlist, which is retarded. It further serves to make the youth as guilty as the elders, thus making criticism of the elders by the youth less likely, a generational stabilizer. It is marketed and sold to the public under the label of patriotic and national service. Once a candid economic definition of the draft is achieved, that definition is used to outline the boundaries of a structure called a human value system, which in turn is translated into the terms of game theory. The value of such a slave laborer is given in a table of human values, a table broken down into categories by intellect, experience, post-service job demand, etc. Some of these categories are ordinary and can be tentatively evaluated in terms of the value of certain jobs for which a known fee exists. Some jobs are harder to value because they are unique to the demands of social subversion. For an extreme example, the value of a mother's instruction to her daughter causing that daughter to put certain behavioral demands upon a future husband 10 or 15 years hence, thus by suppressing his resistance to a perversion of a government, making it easier for a banking cartel to buy the state of New York in, say, 20 years. Such a problem leans heavily upon the observations and data of wartime espionage and many types of psychological testing. But crude mathematical models, algorithms, etc. can be devised, if not to predict, at least to predetermine these events with maximum certainty. What does not exist by natural cooperation is thus enhanced by calculated compulsion. Human beings are machines, levers which may be grasped and turned, and there is little real difference between automating a society and automating a shoe factory. These derived values are variable. It is necessary to use a current table of human values for computer analysis. These values are given in true measure rather than US dollars, since the latter is unstable, being presently inflated beyond the production of national goods and services, so as to give the economy a false kinetic energy paper inductance. The silver value is stable, it being possible to buy the same amount with a gram of silver today as could be bought in 1920. Human values measured in silver units changed slightly due to changes in production technology. Enforcement. Factor 1. As in every social system approach, stability is achieved only by understanding and accounting for human nature, action-reaction patterns. A failure to do so can be, and usually is, disastrous. As in other human social schemes, one form or another of intimidation or incentive is essential to the success or the draft. Physical principles of action and reaction must be applied to born internal and external subsystems. To secure the draft, individual brainwashing programming in both the family unit and the peer group must be engaged and brought under control. Factor 2. Father. The man of the household must be housebroken to ensure that Junior will grow up with the right social training and attitudes. The advertising media, etc., are engaged to see to it that father-to-be is pussy-whipped before or by the time he is married. He is taught that he either conforms to the social notch cut out for him, or his sex life will be hobbled and his tender companionship will be zero. He is made to see that women demand accuracy more than logical, principled, or honorable behavior. By the time his son must go to war, father, with jelly for a backbone, will slam a gun into Junior's hand before father will risk the censure of his peers, or make a hypocrite of himself by crossing the investment he has in his own personal opinion or self-esteem. Junior will go to war, or father will be embarrassed. So Junior will go to war, the true purpose of the war notwithstanding. Factor 3. Mother. The female element of human society is ruled by emotion first and logic second. In the battle between logic and imagination always wins. Fantasy prevails, maternal instinct dominates, so that the child comes first and the future comes second. A woman with a newborn baby is too starry-eyed to see a wealthy man's cannon fodder or a cheap source of slave labor. A woman must, however, be conditioned to accept the transition to reality when it comes, or sooner. As the transition becomes more difficult to manage, the family unit must be carefully disintegrated, and state-controlled public education and state-operated child care centers must become more common and legally enforced so as to begin the detachment of the child from the mother and father at an earlier age. Inoculation of behavioral drugs can speed the transition for the child. Mandatory. Caution: a woman's impulsive anger can override her fear. An irate woman's power must never be underestimated, and her power over a pussy-whipped husband must likewise never be underestimated. It got women the vote in 1920. Factor 4. Junior. The emotional pressure for self-preservation during time of war and the self-serving attitude of the common herd that have an option to avoid the battlefield, if Junior can be persuaded to go, is all of the pressure finally necessary to propel Johnny off to war. Their quiet blackmailings of him are the threats. No sacrifice, no friends, no glory, no girlfriends. Factor 5, sister. And what about Junior's sister? She is given all the good things of life by her father and taught to expect the same from her future husband regardless of the price. Factor 6, cattle. Those who will not use their brains are no better off than those who have no brains, and so this mindless school of jellyfish, father, mother, son, and daughter, become useful beasts of burden or trainers of the same. And so again, the father, mother, son, daughter is the Hebrew name of God, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. And it's funny, this whole destruction of the family idea is kind of like reaching a crescendo. And I do think that this was probably written by Bill Cooper, and that whole draft part and the IRS part are kind of like his jabs. They seem very Bill Cooper-esque. And that's a kind of long article, but I think it's very useful and like insightful. And it kind of illustrates that whole thing about the sanction of the victim that I was trying to point out, which is that a lot of the people, at least I see on YouTube, talking about just being attacked and whatnot in whatever way, whether it's verbally or in, elaborate sort of things. A lot of times, I mean, I just see that basically what people want, and, I say people, but enemy type people who want you to be their enemy, they want you to overstep your boundaries or their boundaries or just any legal boundaries or whatever. And so it's just funny. You have to be cognizant of the fact that even though they may, not be using lawful means themselves, like, you still have to maintain your boundaries and try to hold them accountable legally when necessary. The problem is, like, the whole, like they were saying, with computerization and all that, things are being developed right now, like systems and whatnot, using the algorithms from generated social bullshit, and it's only going to get worse. Like, it's just they're using these to understand how people react, and when everything is like a smart home, smart society, smart everything, it's not going to be smart. It's going to be stupid. And that's the paradox, I think, that I'm just trying to point out with transhumanism and science. And, like, I'm not anti-science at all, but there is a sort of, like, destructive blindness that I think needs to be, like, considered. The fact that even pointing that out has hatred, like, has hostility about it, only verifies it. And what was that other thing I wanted to read? I can't read this whole thing right here because it's 110 pages, but I would recommend to get another I guess a deeper idea of the types of psychology that would support, an increase in sort of like control and just all this shit. This whole article or document, an appraisal of the technology of political control. This was from, I think, 2013, using brainwaves to control computers and machines. So again, with technology is just getting more simple, like for them to be able to shrink it all down and have, a cell phone basically, which does more than what the early computers did. That's just what Buckminster Fuller called an ephemeralization or a folding in of complexity back into simplicity. And eventually, I think what they're trying, at least what they're aiming at, just for the fuck of it, I guess, like, because we can, is to eventually have computers, and I mean, not just computer, like everyone knows they've wanted to put microchips in people, but it's going to be a little more than that. It's going to be what they call already wetware, bio nanotechnology, basically. And I actually found the book version, like I've had the PDF, but I found the book version of Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance, Nanotechnology, Biotechnology, Information Technology, and Cognitive Science, which is kind of what the coming convergence is all about as well, but this goes into the actual studies and plans, the whole pretty much agenda of eventually completely like giving cybernetic upgrades to humans, or at least a select few, or possibly the next phase, the next human life wave. You know, the term brain-computer interface is common, but broadly, brain-machine interface happens to be sits at 6. So again, it's just that mind and external connection, and eventually, basically, we'll be able to control things with our minds. Like, you think, oh, the lights go on. You think to call someone. Oh, you can communicate telepathically, and it's not that far off. It's like it's simply a matter of weighing out the pros and cons of such a system, and especially a society with that sort of system, because we can't even deal with the hacking and the problems and the confusion and the lag again of just intelligence and moral compasses and whatnot. It's not even worked out yet, so we should probably not be introducing it into our brain and bodies. That's just my opinion at this point. But luckily we have involuntary medical test subjects to do that on, I guess. So I did want to read, there's this article and there's this publication, Non-Lethal Weapons and Capabilities, I think of 2004. It just talks about all the different spending and what they're looking for in the non-lethal weapons program, directed energy, robust S&T program, human effects characterization. Oh, we want to know what it'll do to people. But no, they wouldn't ever be testing it on people, That's never going to happen. That never has. Operational development and improvement of existing non-lethal weapons, and establishing dedicated test facilities or cells to support S&T, as well as R&D, research and development. Sure and rapid progress requires that the staff be augmented by skilled engineers and scientists with expert knowledge in areas including directed energy, electromagnetic coupling, modeling, and physiology. So, of course, on the body. Of course, most of the funds will be spent on contracts to industry, including research institutes and universities. Anyway, this is not an old document, but it's not new. And it, ironically, the request was received September 11th, 5 years later, of 2001. One of the more common documents that come up when you research these sort of things. This addendum to the Non-Lethal Technologies Worldwide study addresses, in summary, some of the most often asked questions of non-lethal weapons technology. The physiological responses observed in clinical settings of the biophysical coupling and susceptibility of personnel to non-lethal effects weapons. These results identify and validate some aspects of maturing non-lethal technologies that may likely be encountered or used as non-lethal effectors in the future, including laser and other light phenomena, radio frequency directed energy, oral bioeffects. The study of electromagnetic fields and their influence on biological systems is increasing rapidly. Much of this work is taking place because of health concerns. For example, increased concern has arisen regarding the effects of operator exposure to the electromagnetic fields associated with shortwave diathermy devices, high-powered microwave ovens, radar systems, magnetic resonance imaging units, etc. In addition, much concern has arisen about extremely low frequency, around 60 Hz power frequency, electric and magnetic fields that originate from high voltage transmission lines, industrial equipment, and residential appliances. Both occupational and residential long-term exposure has been the focus of epidemiological studies. The studies have suggested possible adverse effects on human health. Oh, but let's just roll it all out, don't question. If you do, you're a paranoid conspiracy theorist and automatically should have your rights revoked, e.g. cancer, reproduction, etc. Laboratory research is still being pursued to identify possible mechanisms of interaction. However, other than thermal heating for microwave frequencies, there is no yet agreed upon mechanism of action. As a consequence, our knowledge base is developed entirely with phenomenological observations. Because of this fact, it is not possible to predict how non-thermal biological effects may differ from one exposure modality to another. It is especially difficult because of the small data base for fast pulses to predict biological effects that might be associated with high-power pulses of extremely short duration. There is, however, a growing perception that microwave irradiation and exposure to low-frequency fields can be involved in a wide range of biological interactions. Some investigators are even beginning to describe similarities between microwave irradiation and drugs regarding their effects on biological systems. For example, some suggest that power density and specific absorption rate of microwave irradiation may be thought of as analogous to the concentration of the injection solution and the dosage of drug administration, respectively. Clearly, the effects of microwaves on brain tissue, chemistry, and functions are complex and selective. Observations of body weight and behavior revealed that rats exposed under certain conditions to microwaves eat and drink less, have smaller body weight as a result of nonspecific stress mediated through the central nervous system, and have decreased motor activity. It has been found that exposure of the animals to one modality of radiofrequency electromagnetic energy substantially decreases aggressive behavior during exposure. However, the opposite effects of microwaves in increasing the mobility and aggression of animals has also been shown for a different exposure modality. Recent published data implicates microwaves as a factor related to a deficit in spatial memory function. A similar type of effect was observed with exposure to a resonance-tuned, extremely low-frequency magnetic field. Thus, the database is replete with phenomenological observations of biological systems affected by exposure to electromagnetic energy. The fact that a biological system responds to an external influence does not automatically nor easily translate to the suggestion of adverse influence on health. The objective of the present study was to identify information from this developing understanding of electromagnetic effects on animal systems that could be coupled with human biological susceptibilities. Situations where the intersection of these two domains coexist provide possibilities for use in non-lethal applications. And sure, yeah, I'm sure they've mainly tested on animals. To think that they haven't or wouldn't test on humans is kind of just, based on all the books that I have showing what people have done up until now, I'm just not buying that they're not at least testing it on prisoners. Incapacitating effect, microwave heating. Body heating to mimic a fever is the nature of the RF incapacitation. The objective is to provide heating in a very controlled way so that the body receives nearly uniform heating and no organs are damaged. Core temperatures approximately 41 degrees Celsius are considered to be adequate. At such temperature, a considerable changed demeanor will take place with the individual. Most people under fever conditions become much less aggressive. Some people may become more irritable. And again, they do have actually those little laser systems in jails or prisons that can incapacitate people from a distance. The subjective sensations produced by this buildup of heat are far more unpleasant than those accompanying fever. In hyperthermia, all the effector processes are strained to the utmost, whereas in fever they are not. It is also possible that microwave hyperthermia, even with only a 1 degree Celsius increase in brain temperature, may disrupt working memory, thus resulting in disorientation. Biological target, normal functions, disease state. The temperature of warm-blooded, homeothermic animals like the human remains practically unchanged, although the surrounding temperature may vary considerably. The normal human body temperature recorded from the mouth is usually given as 37 degrees Celsius, with the rectal temperature 1 degree higher. Variation between individuals is typically between 35.8 degrees Celsius and 37.8 degrees orally. Variations also occur in any one individual throughout the day, a difference of 1 degree Celsius or even 2 degrees Celsius occurring between the maximum in the late afternoon or early evening and the minimum between 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning. Strenuous muscular exercise causes a temporary rise in body temperature that is proportional to the severity of the exercise. The level may go as high as 40 degrees Celsius. Extreme heat stress, such as the body's capacity for heat loss is exceeded, causes a pathological increase in the temperature of the body. The subjective sensations produced by this buildup of heat are far more unpleasant than those accompanying fever. In hyperthermia, all the effector processes are strained to the utmost, whereas in fevers they are not. The limiting temperature for survival, however, is the same in both cases, a body temperature of 42 degrees Celsius. For brief periods, people have been known to survive temperatures as high as 43 degrees Celsius. In prolonged hyperthermia with temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius to 41 degrees Celsius, the brain suffers severe damage that usually leads to death. Periods of hyperthermia are accompanied by cerebral edema that damage neurons, and the victim exhibits disorientation, delirium, and convulsions. This system is properly referred to as sunstroke or heat stroke, depending on the circumstances. When the hyperthermia is prolonged, brain damage interferes with the central thermoregulatory mechanisms. In particular, sweat secretion ceases so that the condition is further exacerbated. Mechanism to produce the desired effects. This concept builds on about 40 years of experience with the heating effects of microwaves. Numerous studies have been performed on animals to identify characteristics of importance to the understanding of energy deposition in animals. As a result of the physics, the relationship between the size of the animal and the wavelength of the radio frequency energy is most important. In fact, the human exposure guidelines to radio frequency radiation are designed around knowledge of the differential absorption as a function of frequency and body size. The challenge is to minimize the time to effect while causing no permanent injury to any organ or the total body, and to optimize the equipment function. So if you're not trying to damage the body, but optimize the function, what's the function? The orientation of the incident energy with respect to the orientation of the animal is also important. In a study of the effect of RF radiation on body temperature in the rhesus monkey, a frequency, 225 MHz, is purposely chosen that deposits energy deep within the body of the animal. A dose rate of 10 watts per kilogram causes the body temperature to increase to 42 degrees Celsius in a short time, 10 to 15 minutes. To avoid irreversible adverse effects, the exposure was terminated when a temperature of 42 degrees Celsius was reached. At a lower dose rate of 5 watts per kilogram caused the temperature to increase to 41.5 degrees Celsius in less than 2 hours. The reversible nature of this response was demonstrated by the rapid drop in body temperature when RF exposure was terminated before a critical temperature of 42 degrees Celsius was reached. It is estimated for rats that the absorbed threshold convulsive dose lies between 22 and 35 joules per gram. I think joules, is that it? For exposure durations from less than a second to 15 minutes. For 30-minute exposure, the absorbed threshold dose for decrease in endurance is near 20 joules per gram. Yeah, it must be. And the threshold for work perturbation ranges from 5 to 7 joules a gram. All of the above measures, except convulsions, are types of non-lethal incapacitation. A rough estimate of the power required to heat a human for this technology is on the order of 10 watts per kilogram, given about 15 to 30 minutes of target activation. Actual power levels depend on climatic factors, clothing, and other considerations that affect the heat loss from the individual concerned. A method for expressing dose rate in terms of body surface area, i.e. watts per square meter, rather than body mass, i.e. watts per kilogram, would permit a more reliable prediction of thermal effects across species. However, there are large uncertainties in the ability to extrapolate thermoregulatory effects in laboratory animals to those in human beings. So we got to test it on human beings, right? This technology is an adaptation of technology which has been around for many years. It is well known that microwaves can be used to heat objects. Not only is microwave technology used to cook foods, but it is also used as a directed source of heating in many industrial applications. It was even the subject of the Pound proposal a few years ago, in which the idea was to provide residential heating to people, not living space. That's funny. Because of the apparent safe nature of body heating using microwave techniques, a variety of innovative uses of EM energy for human applications are being explored. Yeah, and so one day they'll just have microwaves installed in like your wall, and there won't be any escape. The non-lethal application would embody a highly sophisticated microwave assembly that can be used to project microwaves in order to provide a controlled heating of persons. This controlled heating will raise the core temperature of the individuals to a predetermined level to mimic a high fever with the intent of gaining a psychological capability edge on the enemy, while not inflicting deadly force. The concept of heating is straightforward. The challenge is to identify and produce the correct mix of frequencies and power levels needed to do the remote heating while not injuring specific organs in the individuals illuminated by the beam. The onset can be slow enough and or of such frequency to be unrecognized by the persons being irradiated. Safety to innocence could be enhanced by the application and additional development of advanced sensor technologies. Incapacitation time could be extended to almost any desired period consistent with safety. Given suitable research and development, temperature or other vital signs could be monitored remotely, and temperature could be maintained at a minimum effective point. Time to onset. The time to onset is a function of the power level being used. Carefully monitored uniform heating could probably take place in between 15 and 30 minutes. Time to onset could be reduced, but with increased risk of adverse effects. Minimum time is dependent on the power level of the equipment and the efficiency of the aiming device. Duration of effect. Assuming that the heating is done carefully, reversal of elevated body temperature would begin as soon as the source of heat is removed. Tunability. This concept is tunable in that any rate of heating up to the maximum capacity of the source may be obtained. Thus, it is suitable for use in a gradual force or rheostatic approach. If the situation allows and the source is sufficiently powerful, there is the possibility to use this technology in a lethal mode as well. Prolonged body temperature above 43 degrees Celsius is almost certain to result in permanent damage to the brain and death. Distribution of human sensitivities to desired effects. No reason has been identified to suggest that anyone would be immune to this technology. Individuals with compromised thermoregulatory mechanisms would be susceptible with a lower incident energy density. This would include people with organic damage to the hypothalamus, the part of the brain that integrates the autonomic mechanisms which control heat loss, as well as people with compromised somatic features of heat loss, respiration, water balance, etc. And the technologies needed for the thermal technology concept are relatively well developed because of the known biophysical mechanism, the universal susceptibility of humans to the mechanism of heating, and because of a well-developed technology base for the production of radio frequency radiation. Because the human body is inhomogeneous, certain organs are, by virtue of their size and geometry and composition, more easily coupled with one radio frequency wavelength than another. Therefore, to avoid permanent damage to the suspect or to innocent bystanders, it may be necessary to vary the frequency to avoid localized heating and consequent damage to any organ. Additionally, it will be necessary to avoid the conditions thought to be associated with the induction of cataracts. Thus, while the technology of microwave heating in general is mature, adaptation as a non-lethal technology will require sophisticated biophysical calculations, testing, to identify the proper regimen of microwave frequencies and intensities. It will also be necessary to optimize existing hardware to meet the biophysical requirements. Possible influence on subjects. If the technology functions approximately as envisioned, the targeted individual could be incapacitated within 15 to 30 minutes. Because this technology is focused on a relatively slow onset, it should only be used in situations where speed is not important. The very uncomfortable nature of a high body temperature may be useful in negotiations or possibly for controlling crowds. It would be equally useful on single persons or crowds. Evidence also indicates a disruption of working memory. Thus, disorientation may occur because of an inability to consolidate memory of the recent minutes past. Technological status of generator aiming device. Equipment needed to explore this concept in the laboratory is available today. Design and construction of the RF microwave generator will depend on the constraints posed by the calculations, potential generation devices, and energy directing structures. A variety of options exist for both of these equipment needs. The use of advanced frequency and modulation agile RF generation and amplification circuitry will be required to assess fully the frequency, power, and time envelope of RF heating profiles required. Although much equipment is commercially available, it is likely that custom hardware and software will be necessary because available equipment has not been designed with the need for frequency and intensity variability, which will probably be needed for safety purposes. So again, this is why you won't find much of this stuff on the market. You may find little things, but you'd have to compound devices and have probably communication towers and obviously GSM access, or GMS access to certain information, and then being able to tap into certain fields, obviously, channel 37. In addition, the design of antennas and other energy directing structures will almost certainly involve unique configurations. Since this technology utilizes radio frequency energy, it can be defeated by the use of shielding provided by conductive barriers like metal or metal screen. Incapacitating effect, microwave hearing. Oh yeah, and it's not going to be tinfoil. You're going to have to get the metal from like inside of a microwave. Incapacitating effect, microwave hearing. Microwave hearing is a phenomenon described by human observers as the sensation of buzzing, ticking, hissing, or knocking sounds that originate within or immediately behind the head, kind of like in your ear, supposedly, your inner ear. There is no sound. I've never heard it. I've never had this effect, so I don't know. I've just read about it and studied it. There is no sound propagating through the air like normal sound. This technology in its crudest form could be used to distract individuals. If refined, it could also be used to communicate with hostages or hostage takers directly by Morse code or other message systems, possibly even by voice communication. And there are patents for exactly that, which I'll show later on. Biological target, normal functions, disease state. This technology makes use of a phenomenon first described in the literature over 30 years ago. Different types of sound were heard depending on the particulars of the pulse characteristics. Oh yeah, and this microwave hearing effect was discovered on accident just by military people being next to radar equipment. And then they realized, holy shit, we could engineer this to actually, be useful. Make the clicks mean something. This technology makes use of a phenomenon first described in the literature over 30 years ago. Different types of sound were heard depending on the particulars of the pulse characteristics. Various experiments were performed on humans and laboratory animals exploring the origin of this phenomenon. At this time, virtually all investigators who have studied the phenomenon now accept thermoelastic expansion of the brain, the pressure wave of which is received and processed by the cochlear microphonic system, to be the mechanism of acoustic perception of short pulses of RF energy. One study in 1975 using human volunteers identified the threshold energy of microwave auditory responses in humans as a function of pulse width for 2,450 MHz radio frequency energy. It is also found that about 40 joules per centimeter squared incident energy density per pulse was required. Mechanism to produce the desired effects. After the phenomenon was discovered, several mechanisms were suggested to explain the hearing of pulsed RF fields. Thermoelastic expansion within the brain in response to RF pulses was first studied and demonstrated in inert materials and was proposed as the mechanism of hearing of pulsed RF fields. A pressure wave is generated in most solid and liquid materials by a pulse of RF or radio frequency energy. A pressure wave is that of several orders of magnitude larger in amplitude than that resulting from radiation pressure or from electrostrictive forces. The characteristics of the field-induced cochlear microphonic in guinea pigs and cats, the relationship of pulse duration and threshold, physical measurements in water and in tissue-simulating materials, as well as numerous theoretical calculations, all point to thermoelastic expansion as the mechanism of the hearing phenomenon. Scientists have determined the threshold energy level for human observers exposed to pulsed 2,450 MHz fields at 0.5 to 32 micron pulse widths. They found that, regardless of the peak of the power density and pulse width, the per-pulse threshold for a normal subject is near 20 microjoules per kilogram. The average elevation of brain temperature associated with a just perceptible pulse was estimated to be at about 5 by 10 to negative 6 degrees Celsius. So, tiny bit. Time to onset. The physical nature of this thermoelastic expansion dictates that the sounds are heard as individual pulses are absorbed. Thus, the effect is immediate within milliseconds. Humans have been exposed to RF energy that resulted in the production of sounds. Duration of effect. Microwave hearing lasts only as long as the exposure. There is no residual effect after cessation of RF energy. Tunability. The phenomenon is tunable in that the characteristic sounds and intensities of those sounds depend on the characteristics of the RF energy as delivered. Because the frequency of the sound heard is dependent on the pulse characteristics of the RF energy, it seems possible that this technology could be developed to a point where words could be transmitted to be heard like the spoken word, except that it could only be heard within a person's head. In one experiment, communication of the words from 1 to 10 using speech-modulated microwave energy was successfully demonstrated. Microphones next to the person experiencing the voice could not pick up the sound. Additional development of this would open up a wide range of possibilities. Distribution of human sensitivities to desired effect. Because the phenomenon acts directly on cochlear processes, the thermoelastic pressure waves produce sound of varying frequency. Many of the tests run to evaluate the phenomenon produced sounds in the 5 kHz range and higher. Because humans are known to experience a wide range of hearing loss due to cochlear damage, it is possible that some people can hear RF-induced sounds that others with high-frequency hearing loss cannot. Thus, there is a likely range of sensitivity primarily based on the type of pulse and the condition of the cochlea. Bilateral destruction of the cochlea has been demonstrated to abolish all RF-induced auditory stimuli. Oh, so just bash your ears in. Recovery and safety. Humans have been subjected to this phenomenon for many years. The energy deposition required to produce this effect is so small that it is not considered hazardous experimentation when investigating responses at the just perceptible levels. Possible influence on subjects. Application of the microwave hearing technology could facilitate a private message transmission. It may be useful to provide a disruptive condition to a person not aware of the technology. Not only might it be disruptive to the sense of hearing, it could be psychologically devastating if one suddenly hears voices within one's head. Yeah, it's, very useful. Technological status of generator and aiming device. This technology requires no extrapolation to estimate its usefulness. Yeah, it should be obvious. Microwave energy can be applied at a distance, and the appropriate technology can be adapted from existing radar units. Aiming devices likewise are available, but for special circumstances which require extreme specificity, there may be a need for additional development. Extreme directional specificity would be required to transmit a message to a single hostage surrounded by his captors. Signals can be transmitted long distances, hundreds of meters, using current technology. Longer distances and more sophisticated signal types will require more bulky equipment, but it seems possible to transmit some types of signals at closer ranges using man-portable equipment. Oh, like the cell phone. Range. The effective range could be hundreds of meters. Incapacitating effect. Disruption of neural control. The nature of the incapacitation is a rhythmic activity synchronization of brain neurons that disrupts normal cortical control of the cortical spinal and cortical bulbar pathways. This disrupts normal functioning of the spinal motor neurons which control muscle contraction and body movements. Persons suffering from this condition lose voluntary control of their body. This synchronization may be accompanied by a sudden loss of consciousness and intense muscle spasms. Biological target, normal functions, disease state. The normal function of the brain is to control all forms of behavior, voluntary control of body, and the homeostatic parameters of the organism. In normal conditions, all the brain structures, neuron populations, networks, and single units function with specific rhythmic activity depending on the incoming sensory information, information from mnemonic structures, and signals from visceral organs. Each single neuron provides specific processing of information it receives and forms a special pattern of impulse firing as outgoing information. Synchronization of neuron activity is a natural mechanism of the brain function that uses such controlling processes as motivation, attention, and memory or experience in order to organize behavior. For example, motivational processes are considered as activating ascending signals that synchronize the neuron activity of specific brain structures and neuron networks. This activation and synchronization in turn activates specific forms of behavior, such as sexual, aggressive, and ingestive activities. In normal functioning, the degree of neuronal synchronization is highly controlled. From experiments that record the neuronal activity in different brain areas simultaneously in animals, it is known that correlation of spike activity between neurons, measured by the correlation level of synchronization, changes depending on the stage of behavior, motivation, attention, or activation of the memory processes. However, under some conditions, such as physical stress, heat shock, or strong emotional stress, the level of synchronization may become higher, involving nonspecific large populations of brain neurons, and the synchronization may become uncontrollable. Depending on at which frequency the synchronization rhythm occurs and how many neurons are involved, it may produce different physical effects: muscle weakness, involuntary muscle contractions, loss of consciousness, or intense tonic muscle spasms. The higher level of synchronization takes place in persons affected with epilepsy when they experience periodic seizures, since they have a pathologic source, e.g. from injury to the brain or rhythmic synchronization. Because the neurophysiological mechanisms of epileptiform synchronization are better documented, this incapacitating technology is described in terms of epileptogenesis. The neurophysiological mechanisms active in epileptogenesis involve changes in membrane conductances and neurotransmitter alterations as they affect neuronal interaction. In the process of epileptogenesis, either some neurons are discharging too easily because of alterations in membrane conductances, or there is a failure of inhibitory neurotransmission. The actual discharges have been recognized to result from a neuronal depolarization shift with electrical synchrony in cell populations related in part to changes in membrane conductances. The ionic basins and biochemical substrate of this activation have been areas of considerable study but still leave many questions unanswered. What are the basic cellular properties present in normal cells and tissue that could contribute to the generation of abnormal activity? What parts of the system are low threshold and function as trigger elements? One of the current hypotheses is involved in microcircuitry, particularly local synaptic interactions in neocortical and limbic system structures. In the hippocampus, the role of the trigger element has been long attributed to the CA3 pyramidal cells. A hypothesis based on the fact that spontaneous synchronous burst discharge can be established in CA3 neurons. Some studies describe an intrinsically bursting cell type in the neocortex that plays a role similar to that of CA3 cells in the hippocampus and that of deep cells in the piriform cortex. The intrinsic nature of these cells appears to be an important contributor to the establishment of synchronized bursting in these regions. Another apparent requirement in such a population is for a certain degree of synaptic interaction among neurons, such that discharge of even one cell enlists the activity of its neighbors. Given the presence of these bursting cells and the occurrence of excitatory interactions among them in normal tissue, it may actually be morphologic substrate for epileptiform discharges. Another hypothesis has focused primarily on the role of N-methyl D-aspartate, NMDA receptors. Various factors regulate the efficacy of NMDA receptors. Their voltage-dependent blockade by magnesium and modulation by glycine and polyamines. For example, in the low magnesium model, spontaneous synchronous burst discharge in hippocampal pyramidal cell populations is sensitive to NMDA antagonists. That finding suggests that it is the opening of NMDA channels by relieving the magnesium blockade that facilitates epileptiform activity. Significant attention in the literature is also being given to gamma-aminobutyric acid, or GABA receptors, for the potential role in control of excitability. Changes in GABA inhibitory efficacy can lead to important effects on the excitability of the system. GABAergic inhibitory postsynaptic potentials, or IPSPs, have been shown to be quite labile in response to repetitive activation of cortical cell populations as may occur during epileptiform discharge. Scientists have shown that even a small percentage change in GABA inhibition can have profound effects on neocortical epileptogenesis. These changes in GABAergic inhibition may be the key to an explanation of how repetitive discharge patterns give rise to ictal discharge. Further, there appears to be a significant increase in excitatory postsynaptic potential, or EPSP, frequency prior to seizure initiation, an observation that is consistent with loss of IPSP efficacy prior to ictal onset. The above hypotheses describe different mechanisms of epileptogenesis, but it is quite possible that all these mechanisms take place, and they reflect large variety of types of epileptic seizures. The common principle of the mechanism proposed is the change of membrane properties, i.e. conductance, permeability, etc., of certain neurons, which results in depolarization and burst discharging. Some factors, e.g. trauma, can affect these specific neurons and initiate synchrony for neurons that control internal communication and communication with various muscle systems not associated with vital functions, e.g. heart beating, breathing. High-strength pulsed electric fields could also be such a factor. Mechanism to reproduce the desired effects. Application of electromagnetic pulses is also a conceptual non-lethal technology that uses electromagnetic energy to induce neural synchrony and disruption of voluntary muscle control. The effectiveness of this concept has not been demonstrated. However, from past work in evaluating the potential for electromagnetic pulse generators to affect humans, it is estimated that sufficiently strong internal fields can be generated within the brain to trigger neurons. Estimates are that 50 to 100 kilovolts per, free field meter, free field of very sharp pulses. I'm not a scientist, so I'm just trying to keep up, but are required to produce a cell membranic potential of approximately 2 volts. This would probably be sufficient to trigger neurons to make them more susceptible to firing. The electromagnetic pulse concept is one in which a very fast, nanosecond time frame, high voltage, approximately 100 kilovolts per... what is the M? I know it's a, size, but I don't know what size. Electromagnetic pulse is repeated at the alpha brain wave frequency, about 15 hertz. It is known that a similar frequency of pulsing light can trigger sensitive individuals, those with some degree of light sensitivity, epilepsy, into a seizure, and it is thought that by using a method that could actually trigger nerve synapses directly with an electrical field, essentially 100% of individuals would be susceptible to seizure induction. The photic-induced seizure phenomenon was borne out demonstrably on December 16, 1997 on Japanese television when hundreds of viewers of a popular cartoon show were treated inadvertently to photic seizure induction. And that's Pokemon, the episode with Porygon. The photic-induced seizure is indirect in that the eye must receive and transmit the impulses which initially activate a portion of the brain associated with the optic nerve. From that point, the excitability spreads to other portions of the brain. With the electromagnetic concept, excitation is directly on the brain and all regions are excited concurrently. The onset of synchrony and disruption of muscular control is anticipated to be nearly instantaneous. Recovery times are expected to be consistent with, or more rapid than, that which is observed in epileptic seizures. Time to onset. No experimental evidence is available for this concept. However, light-induced seizures, latency onset in photosensitive epileptics varies from 0.1 to about 10 seconds. Because of the fact that the electrical impulses triggered by light must spread to other parts of the brain, photic-induced seizures are expected to have a generally slower onset than neural synchrony induced by high-strength pulsed electric fields. Duration of effect. For epileptic individuals, the typical duration of a petit mal event or a psychomotor event is 1 minute or 2, possibly longer, while the duration of a grand mal seizure is 1 to 5 minutes. In a non-epileptic individual who is induced by electromagnetic means, the duration of the different events are expected to be roughly the same as the epileptic individual's events after the external excitation is removed. Tunability. There are many degrees of epileptic seizure in diseased persons, and it seems reasonable that electromagnetic stimulation of neural synchrony might be tunable with regard to type and degree of body influence, depending on the parameters associated with the chosen stimulus. Because there are no actual data to build on, or because it's classified, these statements must be considered tentative. It is known that in the study of photic-induced seizures, parameters can be varied so that the individual under study does not actually undergo a grand mal seizure. This knowledge gives confidence that the proposed technology would be tunable. Distribution of human sensitivities to desired effects. It is anticipated that 100% of the population would be susceptible to our evil plans. The mechanism is one that could act on many individual neuronal cells concurrently and hence does not depend on spreading regions of electrical activity in the disease state. Possible influence on subjects. If the technology functions approximately as envisioned, the targeted individual could be incapacitated very quickly. Because there have been no reported studies using the conditions specified, experimental work is required to characterize onset time. Different types of technologies could be employed to influence wide areas or single individuals. Because this technology is considered to be tunable, the influence on subjects could vary from mild disruption of concentration to muscle spasms and loss of consciousness. The subjects would have varying degrees of voluntary control, depending on the chosen degree of incapacitation. Well, isn't that just wonderful? Technological status of generator aiming device. An electric field strength of roughly 100 kV or kilovolts per M over a time period of 1 nanosecond is approximately the condition thought to be necessary to produce the desired effect when provided to an overall repetition rate of 15 Hz. Such a field may be developed using a radar-like high-peak power pulsed source or an electromagnetic pulse generator operated at 15 Hz. These technologies exist today sufficient to evaluate the disabling concept. Power requirements are not high because the duty factor is so low. Aiming devices are currently available, but a high degree of directionality at long distances will require development. It may be necessary to provide bursts of these nanosecond pulses in order to stimulate the desired effect. As the duty time increases, so does the average power requirement for power source. Because there were no open literature reports from which to make inferences, there is some uncertainty about the power levels required. Range. The effective range could be hundreds of meters. That's been established. Okay. Defeat capabilities limitations. Shielding can be provided by conductive barriers. Shielding can be provided by conductive barriers like metal or metal screen. There are a number of drugs that are capable of inducing convulsive seizures and others like phenobarbital, diphenylhydantoin, trimethadione, 2,4-dinitrophenol, and acetazolamide, which are anticonvulsive. What the hell, he can't cause convulsions just in the title. Anticonvulsive drugs are known to be helpful in reducing the effects of seizures in epileptic patients. And no, I'm not having a seizure, I'm just stretching, sitting here. But their ability to reduce the effect of the proposed technology is unknown, possibly no effect, but expected to be less than for photic-induced seizures. Incapacitating effect, acoustic energy. The nature of the incapacitation consists of severe pressure sensations, nystagmus, a spasmodic involuntary motion of the eyes, and nausea caused by high intensities of N9140155 decibels. Nystagmus occurs when convection currents are produced, cupula movement, in the lateral ear canal. This cupula movement causes the eyes to move involuntarily, hence the external world is interpreted as moving. The subject sees his surroundings turning round him and at the same time experiences a sensation of turning. Persons exposed to these levels of sound experience nausea. I'm tired of saying this, but biological target, normal functions, disease state. The two lateral semicircular canals, one located in each inner ear, alert a person to the fact that his upright head is experiencing angular acceleration. Within the ampulla of the canal are several so-called hair cells. The cilia of these cells protrude into the lumen of the ampulla where they are encased in a mass of jelly-like material, the cupula, which is attached to the opposite wall of the canal. As the head accelerates, the cilia are bent by an inertial force of the cupula and the viscous liquid in the canal lumen. The bending of the cilia excites hair cells, which in turn excite afferent neurons. These then alert the brain that a change of position of the head has occurred. Similar events occur when the head stops moving. The result of a strong hair cell stimulus to the brain is a rapid eye movement, called nystagmus, a feeling of dizziness and disorientation, and a possibility of nausea and vomiting. Normal hearing is in the range between the frequencies of 20,000 to 16 Hz, with the optimal sensitivity for most people between the frequencies of 500 to 6,000 Hz. Mechanism to produce desired effects. Because the end organs for acoustic and vestibular perception are so closely related, intense acoustic stimulation can result in vestibular effects. The hypothesis is that the sound of normal intensity produces oscillations of the endolymph and perilymph, compensated for by oscillations of the round window. High-intensity sound produces eddy currents, which are localized rotational fluid displacements. High-intensity sound can also produce nonlinear displacements of the stapes, causing a volume displacement, the result of which can be a fluid void in the labyrinth. To fill the void, fluid may be displaced along the endolymphatic duct and or block capillary pathways, which in turn could stimulate vestibular receptors. Stimulation of the vestibular receptors may lead to nausea and vomiting if the sound pressure level is high enough. Conclude that both eddy currents and volume displacement serve to stimulate vestibular receptors in humans when exposed to high levels of noise. One study found nystagmum in guinea pigs exposed to high levels of infrasound via stimulation of the vestibular receptors. However, the same lab was unable to produce nystagmus in human subjects at 5 and 10-second exposures to a pure tone at 135 decibels, broadband engine noise, or 100 Hz tone at 120 decibels, pulsed 3 times for 2 minutes. The same research was unable to elicit nystagmus at levels up to 155 decibels and equally unable to produce nystagmus using infrasound levels of 112 to 150 decibels in guinea pigs, monkeys, and humans. However, research with audible components in the sound spectrum with guinea pigs and monkeys produced nystagmus. Other researchers report other vestibular effects in addition to nystagmus at the following thresholds: 125 decibels from 200 to 500 Hz, 140 decibels at 1000 Hz, and 155 decibels at 200 Hz. Decrements in vestibular function occur consistently for broadband noise levels of 140 decibels with hearing protection. Human subjects listen to very high levels of low-frequency noise and infrasound in the protected or unprotected modes. 2-minute duration as high as 140 to 155 decibels produced a range of effects from mild discomfort to severe pressure sensations, nausea, gagging, and giddiness. Effects also include blurred vision and visual field distortions in some exposure conditions. The nature and degree of all effects was dependent on both sound level and frequency, with the most severe effects occurring in the audible frequency range as opposed to infrasound at levels above about 145 decibels. The investigators found no temporary threshold shift, or TTS, among their subjects, and the use of hearing protectors greatly alleviated the adverse effects. Since the early days of jet engine testing and maintenance, anecdotal evidence has appeared linking exposure to intense noise with such complaints as dizziness, vertigo, nausea, and vomiting. As a result of siren noise at 140 decibels, subjects consistently reported a feeling of being pushed sideways, usually away from the exposed ear, and one subject reporting difficulty standing on one foot. These effects were not as dramatic as from the jet engine broadband noise at 140 decibels. This research concludes that the threshold of labyrinthine dysfunction is about 135 to 140 decibels, and that these effects occur during but not after exposure. Times to onset. No times to onset of nausea or nystagmus were identified in the literature, but is presumed to be relatively immediate based on the effects to the labyrinth system occurring during but not after exposure to sound pressure levels of 135 to 140 decibels. The incapacitation lasts only as long as the incapacitating sound is present, and based on the data presented above, it is clear whether the degree of nausea or nystagmus is tunable, but similar symptoms caused by other stimuli are variable in degree. It is most probable that all individuals will be susceptible to this stimulus, with the exception of those with a disease or defect, i.e. deaf mutes, or some part or parts of the vestibular system. Data showed no consistent decrease in vestibulo-ocular reflex with increased age. Recovery safety. Normal subjects are likely to recur immediately and experience no or unmeasurable changes in hearing unless well-known frequency, intensity, time factors are exceeded. This is based on studies which found no temporary threshold shifting in hearing of subjects tested at low frequency. Occupational safety personnel generally recognize that 115 decibels or above is to be avoided and that 70 decibels is assumed safe, and is believed that the noise energy with predominating frequencies above 500 Hz have a greater potential for hearing loss than noise energy at lower frequencies. Occupational standards for noise state that a person may be exposed continuously for 8 hours to 90 decibels or 15 minutes to 115 decibels. Possible influence on subjects. Induction of nystagmus and nausea will have various effects on individuals. Effects may be sufficiently incapacitating to allow offensive advantage. The perception of sickness may be a subject susceptible to persuasion. It would be difficult to target single individuals at the present level of sound directing technology. This technology may be better suited for groups of people. Sound generating technology is well developed but not highly portable. Aiming devices are poorly developed. Under normal circumstances, the sound pressure level decreases 6 decibels when the distance from the source is doubled. For example, if the sound is 100 decibels at 100 feet, at 200 feet the sound would be 94 decibels. At very high sound levels, certain conditions may lead to non-linear effects in propagation and greatly increase range accuracy. Negative effects of audible sound are greatly increased if hearing protection is worn. High-frequency sound is more easily blocked than low-frequency sound due to wavelength effects. Laser-induced biological effects. There are 3 basic damage mechanisms associated with exposure to laser radiation: chemical, thermal, and mechanical or acoustic mechanical. The laser-induced chemical alterations in irradiated tissue are referred to as photochemical damage. The likelihood of laser radiation in the blue light portion of electromagnetic spectrum, which is 0.380 to 0.550 microns, inducing photochemical reactions progressively decreases with increasing wavelength. Photochemical effects are not observed upon exposure to radiation with wavelengths exceeding 0.550 to 0.650 microns because the kinetic energy associated with these photons is insufficient to initiate a photochemical change. On the other hand, the thermal effect is a primary mechanism for laser-induced injury. The extent of the injuries induced depends upon the wavelength and the energy of the incident radiation, duration of exposure, and the nature of the exposed tissue and its absorption characteristics. Generally, this mechanism predominates in the visible and near-infrared 0.760 and 1.4 microns portions of the electromagnetic spectrum, and for almost all CW and pulsed exposures between 0.1 milliseconds and to 1 to 5 seconds. The third injury mechanism associated with exposure to laser radiation is the mechanical or acoustical mechanical effect. The radiant energy is absorbed into the tissue, and as a result of rapid thermal expansion following a short 1 nanosecond to 0.1 millisecond laser radiation pulse, a pressure wave is generated that may result in explosive tissue injury. Generally, all 3 mechanisms operate concurrently in an irradiated animal. Thermal effects currently predominate for continuous wave or CW lasers, while mechanical effects are of increased significance for pulsed mode lasers. With even higher power, one must also consider nonlinear phenomena such as multi-photon absorption and electromagnetic field effects. The organs most susceptible to external laser radiation are the skin and eyes. The severity of injury is affected by the nature of the target, the energy density delivered to the target, the frequency and the power of the laser, atmospheric attenuation of the beam, and the use of filtering or amplifying optics by the target, etc. The primary effect on the skin is thermal damage or burns. The severity varies from slight erythema or reddening to severe blistering or charring depending on such factors as total energy deposition, skin pigmentation, and the tissue's ability to dissipate heat. The eye is particularly susceptible to intense pulse of laser radiation because of its unique sensitivity to light. The focusing effect is similar to that of a magnifying lens, which focuses the energy on a particular spot. Since the cornea and lens of the eye amplify the intensity of the light incident upon the retina is extremely sensitive to visible and near-infrared light, and damage to the retina may result in temporary or permanent loss of visual acuity. Laser eye injuries vary according to incident power, spot size, beam angle, temporal mode, and pulsed repetition frequency. Reported effects include corneal lesions, burns, cataracts, and retinal lesions. Some high-power lasers can cause anti-personnel effects by the deposition of thermal energy. These lasers must operate at a wavelength that is readily absorbed by the skin or the cornea. These generally include the far and mid-IR regions, 10 to 12 microns and 3 to 5 microns, as well as the ultraviolet region. However, ultraviolet wavelengths generally do not propagate well in the atmosphere, so the primary threat wavelengths to be considered are between 3 and 12 microns. Although relatively modest amounts of far IR laser power are required to produce superficial burns on the skin at short ranges, and efforts to design rheostatically lethal laser weapons are ongoing. Non-lethal blinding laser weapons generally use collimated beams with very low beam divergence, and the energy contained in the beam diminishes relatively slowly over great distances. Imaging systems, such as eyes and EO vision systems, have focusing optics that bring the incident plane wave of light to focus at the sensor plane. This results in a high optical gain, greater than 100,000 for eyes, which makes the associated sensor vulnerable to relatively low fluences of laser energy. The effects of lasers on eyes are threefold: dazzling or induced glare, flash blinding or loss of night adaptation, permanent or semi-permanent blinding. The severity of laser eye injuries varies according to the incident power, spot size, beam angle, pupil diameter, ambient light conditions, temporal mode, CW continuous wave or pulsed, and PRF of the laser. Reported effects include corneal burns, cataracts as permanent cloudiness of the eye, and retinal burns and perforations. Low-energy laser weapons are capable of causing the latter. Exposure to relatively low laser energies can produce temporary changes in the ability to see without producing permanent injury. Exposure to laser light can produce an effect called glare or dazzle, which is similar to the temporary loss of vision experienced when viewing the headlights of an oncoming car. The visual effects last only as long as the light is present in the field of view. At slightly higher energy exposures, the same laser radiation can saturate or flash blind the photoreceptor cells, resulting in afterimages that fade with time after exposure. Only visible radiation will induce veiling glare or afterimages. Near IR radiation will not produce these effects, even though the radiant energy reaches the photoreceptor cells. Flash blindness and dazzle, while not permanent injuries, can cause discomfort and temporary loss of vision. Some studies have shown that dazzle and flash blindness can seriously impact mission performance, especially in highly visual tasks such as piloting an aircraft or aiming. Blinding is the permanent or semi-permanent loss of visual acuity. The effect can last from several hours onward and generally is evidenced by a dark spot in the field of vision. The spot is called a scotoma. This spot is called a scotoma. The impact of the scotoma on visual acuity will vary with the size and position of the injury. Human vision is greatly affected when the laser damage is to the central vision area of the retina called the fovea. Non-foveal laser damage may be less severe or even go unnoticed because it affects only the peripheral vision. The most serious retinal injuries occur when the incident light is so intense that a perforation of the retina is formed, resulting in a hemorrhage either into the subretinal layer or, in the most severe cases, the vitreous humor of the eye. Less severe exposures result in lesions of the retina. So yeah, this was from 1998 or so. How far have they gotten since then? This is just a basic article. Alright, so in the weeks it's taken me to make and edit this video, I finally got this book in the mail, Human Guinea Pigs, Experimentation on Man by Maurice Papworth, and I found it on eBay for like $7 plus like $12 shipping because it was from the UK, and normally it's pretty expensive, so I'm really glad to find it. And this is like my passion, so I mean, just collecting and reading all these different books. So I'm unashamed to just like show and recommend these books to anyone who is interested in these subjects, because there's just like obviously a lot of material. This isn't even all that I know about. It's just what I've been able to find. And like this gigantic book, it's that one that I referenced. But also I wanted to point out how it's just funny, like this book is kind of old, and yet he even says, the degree to which anti-humanism dominates modern medicine can be judged by the significant fact that in most medical reports of patients having been submitted to experimentation, the patients themselves are collectively described as the material. And again, you've got Plutonium Files by Eileen Wellsome, America's Secret Medical Experiments in the Cold War, Undue Risk, Secret States
Secret State Experiments on Humans by Jonathan Moreno. Sheldon Harris's Factories of Death, but obviously that's Japanese, but still. We made a deal with, I believe, General Ishii Shiro, and pretty crazy stuff. Obviously, during World War II, we had these internment camps, and yeah, I mean, these books I've slowly come by with that. I mean, they're kind of rare, I guess, like this one, but if you just watch out for them over time, they come up. This is like one of the first books on the NSA by James Bamford. And then obviously his more recent book, Body of Secrets. I also have The Shadow Factory, and I know he has probably a couple others. The Zapping of America, Microwaves, Their Deadly Risk, and the Cover-Up by Paul Brodeur. It's just one of the studies. Journey into Madness, The True Story of Secret CIA Mind Control and Medical Abuse. This talks a lot about like Dr. Ewan Cameron, and it's kind of dated too, but it's interesting. This book I thought was really cool. I actually got it from the same guy I got Mein Kampf from, and he sold it to me for like $20 because I was really interested, and just told him. Well, I actually had a long talk with him on the phone. He was a Vietnam vet, and he sold me this book too for like $10, and it goes into the deep history of obviously the whole origin. Books on all these different subjects, but they come together. Obviously, the military has a history of testing on its own people, and once you sign up, you're pretty much like their property for at least the time being, or obviously however long the effects may last. I found this book. It's pretty extensive for how small it is. And then George Estabrooks. I found this on clearance at Half Price Books for like $3, and apparently it's pretty rare. But I mean, it even talks about Hitler being kind of hypnotic, and obviously in the military, he was a military person. I mean, it's just crazy how much all this stuff ties together. The impact of science on society is pretty crazy in its outlook. I'd recommend the quotation page of the wiki quote or whatever. But the whole book is, I mean, it's kind of okay, but I don't agree with this sentiment. And then same with Between Two Ages by Zbigniew Brzezinski. It's kind of telling for its age, 1970, and yet it's still like playing out. The Growth of Physical Science by Sir James Jeans. It's pretty cool. It gets up into where we're at now. Obviously, the occult and like alchemy connects with all that communication through the ages. This even ends up getting into telepathy, or the potentials for it. Let's see, communication without words. And I'd almost also forgot this book, which features Arthur Kessler, among other people, because it was a symposium, I think in the 70s. Control of the Mind, a symposium, part of the Man in Civilization, which I thought that's what this was, but I guess this is just the World Perspective series. But this also goes into the sort of like ethics and various aspects of mind control, but it's also available like on archive.org among most of these. Some of them aren't, but yeah, it's just a lot of material to go over. Still not even all of it, but just collecting it while I can.
All right, so continuing on, which that's a lot to take in and read, and obviously there's even more documentation I wish I could go through, but I know that the main problem is time, but at the same time, this has taken decades and years, decades, centuries to develop, and even for myself to get some of this material in like physical copies and then actually read, because it's a lot easier than reading on a PDF or whatever. And I mean, it suffices for the time being usually, but like this book, this is from 1972 or 3, and I'm waiting for Human Guinea Pigs because I finally found that for literally like $7, and it's normally quite a bit, by Maurice Papworth. And this was an interesting book. It's like all this documentation on the value, like the justification and various other aspects of human experimentation. It actually has some chapters from Physical Control of the Mind Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society by Jose Delgado, which the first half of this is actually kind of interesting because it's all interesting. And the version I had bought has this card in it for National Association for Retarded Children at 420 Lexington Avenue, New York. And it says, "Retarded children can be helped." And it has a triangle. And it's just, I thought it was odd. I mentioned that to a friend, and they said, yeah, that's actually, they did tests on, obviously, people like that, and the mentally ill, and prisoners, and even just other random people. So that's why I'm mentioning this book, because it's kind of like, it's like one of the, there's like I said, there's Human Guinea Pigs by Maurice Papworth, but there's not too many books that you could say are like academic, scholarly. There's the Plutonium Files, Undue Risk. I found those. And what else? There's a lot of other books, but what to me this all shows, like if you really look, even the whole spirit, that dark spirit of World War II and the Nazis and Hitler, there's something like, that's why people have associated him with the Antichrist and all this negative 666, like in the terms of the death current. There is something to be said for that, and the nuclear sciences and quantum science, computer science, all of that is, increasingly not only becoming more relevant, but showing itself to be related to the Kabbalah and like the numbers, because the number field has all these geometrical properties of data, magnetism, the magnetic storage of data, and just like the natural sciences, which our sciences are a natural development of, the whole mythological story of fire and its development into electricity and the pervasion of it, or the pervasiveness of it across the planet. It's just, we take that all for granted. And the whole thing is it's like, where does this all connect? How does technology, especially the technologies of political control, as they call them, and it's not that's just funny. The way it connects is the fact that, obviously, going all the way back to, well, they're like, whether you're Christian or atheist or an occultist or whatever, all these things kind of come together. It makes me think of even the divine victim, or the divine king, who is ritually sacrificed, basically, and the god of the witches. When you go back to authors like Margaret Murray, who, in a way, I mean, well, she's been shunned and kind of scoffed at and stuff, but that always makes me want to go read their books more. But like in the God of the Witches and the Divine King of England, she talks about the sort of ritual sacrifice of the divine king, or also the divine victim, and again the symbolism of the goat, and just the ritual sort of societal blame, not just societal blame. Obviously, that is one of the ways in which society ended up dealing with problems with the witch hysteria and all that. But at the same time, Margaret Murray goes deeper and shows pretty much the same theory as James George Frazer with the scapegoat and all that. That like for fear of their divine king like dying of old age, and it's sort of like sympathetically bringing about a death of the city or the consciousness of society itself, they would sort of like ritually sacrifice him and then reinstate someone else. And that's what this whole King Kill 33 by James Shelby Downard talks about pretty much with JFK, and Marilyn Manson's whole song King Kill 33 Degrees, in Hollywood in the Shadow of the Valley of Death, or in the Shadow of the Valley of Death, whichever. This whole idea, like, it was kind of complicated at first to me, but now I kind of see that's what this is. It's like a weird irony, though, because the witch, the bad guy, the scapegoat, is often the innovator or the science. Like, that's where this connects. Like the magicians, the Rosicrucians, the witches, the wise men, the witch doctors. Like, they were the scientists, like the prototypes of the scientists. They had the knowledge of the plants and the minerals and all that, and even the animals. And when you see that development, like you see it's just an anthropological, like logical continuum, and yet these sort of demonizations still play out. Which at the same time, that's not to say that anyone who calls themselves a witch doctor or a shaman is like, not probably, it's never black and white. But at the same time, the irony, like if you look at it, there's some connections in all of this. Because basically the witch, if you go read the Malleus Maleficarum, that's basically one of the first, appraisals of political control. And it's not really one of there's tons. I mean, that was relatively, down the line, but it's just funny how the thing is that there's the black and the whiteness, like how it's like a checkerboard, in the sense that it's never, it keeps fucking going back and forth. It's kind of like how so-called Christians, especially on the internet, like freak out about 666 and the beast system and the microchip and all this stuff, and yet a lot of them are funding, not necessarily even just like they're I say funding, but they're working for the beast system. So it's like, okay, well, and then they justify it, and then they like to blame other people to avoid looking at their own sort of, their own problems. So I see that, like, and it's not just them. It's like we all kind of serve our own, like, so-called enemy. And it's just funny, like, the whole enemy number one being 111, and 111 being that sort of, like, locus that acts, or what is it, locus profundi or locus mundi, being Bolt, the white light, where that light descends, especially being Aleph in the first three rays, and being Malkuth itself, like crystallized into that concept. So the whole Kether and Malkuth and Kether relationship is kind of shown right there. And then even love, the formula of love, and will itself kind of like being the fool and just kind of working itself out, being what it is, and that clarity too. So the awakened, there's a lot of things in 111 that I've found, like it's the candidate, and then you've got the ritual as 666, and the master mason, like, or a master mason and master mason degree or something like that. But 777, the key of Freemasonry, like all these things that end up surfacing when you simply like apply that key to these words and then look at it over time, like when they crop up in books or whatever, or in everyday experiences. And the fact that people, like, there's such a denial of it, not just a denial, but like I can understand when people, they didn't know, or and yeah, there's this time lag of the fact that it's a lot of information, but there's such a pushback, like, against people investing any time or energy in something that would otherwise benefit them, for giving them further context and access to information as it comes and as it exists already. This stuff's developing in the background while most people are distracted, including myself. Like, it's hard to get, have responsibilities and shit in life, and it's not easy to always focus on stuff like this. But like, it's interesting. Some of this is like kind of dark and weird, but it's all like, again, even with, what is it, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, that's more of like a theoretical something to take into account along with all this other stuff. It gives you insight into what, even it sounded kind of sarcastic, even though I was kind of saying it sarcastically, it sounds kind of implied sarcasm, especially in the beginning. So that's why I also think William Cooper wrote it, even though in what is it? I pulled this out, Behold a Pale Horse. It's actually chapter 1, and it says, furnished by Mr. Tom Young, a fellow warrior in the cause of freedom. And this actually gives like more emphasis by William Cooper himself. And secret societies in the New World Order is pretty, like, there's a lot of information in there. I need to go back and really look at every little bit. Because I got this book in, like, literally in high school. I started reading this sort of stuff in high school. A friend told me to read the Krill papers, and I knew, like, not to take it too serious, but it was still really interesting. And like, I was like, holy shit, it just gave me like a lot of ideas. And then I found Behold a Pale Horse, and it too, like, it's one of those things where you're skeptical, but at the same time, like, so much of this, like, there's too much. And then you look into some of the people and some of the things, and obviously there's something going on. Now, I don't know about all the alien stuff. I think that might be, like, there is a huge distraction to the alien, like, I say distraction. There's a whole element of subversion with the subject of aliens and UFO or ufology, UFOs, whatnot. In that it, like, is like, what is it? Alex Jones himself is very correct in the sense that, like, the whole topic is used to discredit other actual down-to-earth, like, real things going on. But at the same time, our existence itself is enough to show there's something weirder going on than just like what any of us in our stupid government documents can try to portray. And so that's also the sort of paradox to the whole alien disclosure thing. It's like, what are you waiting for? The government to disclose, like, the proof? Well, the proof is kind of in the pudding, so to speak, if you look at all the, not just the lies, but the conspiracies within conspiracies and the evidence that has come out in the process of that. And I'm not saying that's the proof of aliens. I'm saying that's the proof that you can't trust anyone, thus far. You're going to have to pretty much have your own experiences. And even then, like, it can all be reduced to subjective experience, which what is, it's all this back and forth. Like, well, then what is peer-reviewed documents? It's all subjective. Like, it's all verified through someone else's eyes and interpretation. But at the same time, like, if that's what justifies true, we're in a big loop of speculation, basically. And speculation has it, like, in hypotheses. And there is obviously there is. So what is truth? Like, where are you going to find truth? Well, not really. It's like yes and no. It's kind of like, it makes me think of Mayot, because it's that whole balance. It's what is balanced over time, because everything's always changing. Even the laws themselves, like we know of laws, the laws of nature and physics and whatnot, but that's here within our zone of existence on within the sun and all that. Like on other planets and other galaxies, it's completely different laws, and so it's all relative. But at the same time, we have things that work for the time being. So to such a degree, obviously, that we can develop systems of immense complexity that will work for a long time and can adapt along with those changes, which is obviously what's been happening, even, like naturally, subconsciously, genetically. And it's like our consciousness is just new to the scene. And that's the irony, is we're trying to control it for our base instincts and wants, and not even so much our needs. It's like some needs are met for things to keep rolling. But again, like I keep thinking of 111, how it's literally like embedded in all of this at this base level, even though base reality is 333 and ground, and how that's sort of like a further unfoldment of this into the three-dimensional. But 111 is also cyclic and wheels, lives or veils. And so it's this root subatomic cycle number in a way. It's actually like a nanotechnology, information technology, science number. So that's why, that's again why, I feel the need to go into this so deeply before reading that post, Enemy Number 111, which actually today is 222, or February 22nd, which that's when I pretty much ended the blog last year. There's 111 posts, so it's like me reviewing it, 222. But anyway, yeah, this book, Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance, it's pretty much the agenda plan for what's slowly going to start happening with these converging technologies. So I won't get into that fully. But that's also when you realize, like, this is what this experimentation is for and going towards. And so people who are like, oh, well, what makes you so, like, I've never experienced this to my knowledge, but I hear people say, like, oh, well, why would they do this and that and the other two, whoever, they're not important. Well, that's why, because they're not important. Why wouldn't they? They're, it's fodder. So anyway, we'll read this, and it was posted March 3rd, 2015. And here's a quote from The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. The profoundest instinct in man is to war against the truth, that is, against the real. He shuns facts from his infancy. His life is a perpetual evasion. Miracle, chimera, and tomorrow keep him alive. He lives on fiction and myth. It is the lie that makes him free. Animals alone are given the privilege of lifting the veil of Isis. Men dare not. The animal, awake, has no fictional escape from the real, because he has no imagination. Man, awake, is compelled to seek a perpetual escape into hope, belief, fable, art, God, socialism, immortality, alcohol, love. From Medusa truth, he makes an appeal to Maya lie. And real quick, this is a picture, well, this is a patch or whatever, a seal. I found it interesting, just, again, like, it's a military seal, and yet they're using, like, Antichrist symbology. And, again, it's like this, there's a lot of weirdness in certain things like this, like, there's a lot of Satanism in Christianity. And that's the irony. But the planet Earth and its inhabitants have entered upon a new era of technological advancement, and consequently an inevitable destruction. Well, series of, types. With the advent of certain knowledges and their rapid ability to be disseminated without the necessary time taken that is needed to rightly integrate. Certain socio-political forces have begun to elicit unpredictable tendencies as the ability to contain such swift waves of change in the collective psyche take place. Precautions have been taken by a multitude of more or less hierarchical groups over the course of history that have sought to guide as effectively as possible the course of humanity as a whole along some path to an ever-promised state of prosperity in the grace of brotherhood or community. To a great deal this has been a failure and is still failing, though the illusion of the opposite is spoon-fed daily to the masses who keep the wheels turning. And so again, it makes me think of how, and it's funny, the wheels turn. I drive every day and see how fucking crazy people drive. And it's not just like you would expect like someone in a shitty car on drugs, meth or something who doesn't, keep up with their payments to be like flying down the road to go get their meth or something. No, it is rich people with their nice cars like flying around. And I'm just like, do you not realize no one gives a shit? Like, people in the other people with their shitty cars don't care if you wreck into them. Well, I mean, I'm sure they do actually, but probably especially so. But I don't know. It's just like they're more considerate than the people you would expect to be a little more considerate. Like, it's weird, but at the same time, it makes me think how often these people have like political bumper stickers, and yet you hear every day on the news how much people care about life, and then you see also on the news everyone's ran over, all these wrecks, road rage, everything. And it's just like how quickly people justify or rationalize or ignore life and death, and yet claim and then use it as a sort of like chess piece, people pawns in the game. And so it's like, wow, I see this sort of hypocrisy every day, and I've seen it that's what's made me look into all this and not, and kind of have a resentment, I guess. But at the same time, it's also shown me, like, it's giving me more compassion probably than I probably even should have. But for my own safety, again, with the driving, like, you really, should you stop and help someone? It's risking your own life. Unfortunately, these hierarchies have turned inverted, so that those leaders that were guiding the herd are now being pulled by the herd as their chariots. And consequently, all down the line, there is a struggle between those seeking temporal power and those seeking truth. Those truly seeking to empower with the truth are seen as enemies of those seeking power, and those seeking power try to rule by withholding truth because to them it is a weapon. Yeah, and I mean, we see this happening all the time in every field. Knowledge can be dangerous when it is imbalanced, and imbalance of knowledge can only come through lies, impartiality, or ignorance. And again, it makes me think, what is it? With a gimel, the balance. So again, this whole Mayosh and the scales of justice, the balance right here. Power is fleeting, but truth remains. Therefore, the aim of this message is to set certain knowledge out in a way that shows just how relevant Hermetic wisdom, such as gematria, can be useful in either, deciphering or deciphered occult information. Gematria is one term for a process which is simple and complex at the same time. That is, it is simple in its systematics, like in how it's applied, and not complicated, but vast in its application capacity. And again, the reference, the context, people are like, oh, well, where does this come from? Well, it's actually goes back to, obviously, the 1300s, 1400s, when English was pretty much being developed and perfected, kind of, to what it is now, where, is a little, if you go read even these, like I try to read these old witchcraft manuals and stuff, and you got the Y's for the I's and these S's, S's that look like F's, and I know that's just the font, but the words are completely fucking different. Like, and it's also because they weren't very literate, but obviously English with Shakespeare and other people, it's kind of been more crystallized or perfected. And again, the way in which words can kind of logically suggest themselves shows this whole logical underlying or internal logic, or quantum logic is what I would call it, of language. What I'm attempting to show is that there is a hyperdimensional computer system operating on a fractal, meaning like multi-tiered, multi-level, micro and macrocosmic scales or magnitudes, or like the chain of the absolute, or the chain of being Gurdjieff talks about, or the ladder of being. And the evidence of this is seen not only in natural physics, but also in psychic physics, which basically I'm referring to like Annie Besant and Charles Ledbetter and Arthur Powell's books talking about the different levels of, or the different bodies, which again is just the theosophical sort of interpretation of the ancient Indian and Eastern knowledge of that sort of stuff, and is now sort of demonized or, scoffed at and whatnot. But at the same time, I think science kind of needs to catch up with, or at least look into and widen its scope to understand these things, especially if it really wants to, read our minds and control our electrical fields and whatnot. Like, you're going to have to look into some deeper chambers. That's just my 2 cents anyway. Which gematria is essentially being the geometry of the logos. Again, the language, or the source code. The logic and logistics of the psyche is a network which can be cataloged into a grimoire, or, grammar, or matrix, a computer, a code, and then thereby patched through work, densified and expanded to new paradigms. So, like, again, new systems, applications developed. An application is 999. So computer science is merely an extension and amplification of the sciences of the early magicians, many of whose tools and ideas are the very same ones we use today in augmented form. Computers have changed the entire legal paradigm, as well as the psyche and social operating systems of all humanity, in a way that has changed our self-perception in a major way, or in major ways, obviously, like the ways in which we are motivated, the ways in which we interact rationally and irrationally. That most of those who are uninitiated or misguided cannot appreciate the uniqueness of their present paradigm, which itself is still only in its primitive stage. Yeah, the new American century has only just begun, like KMFDM says. Though there may be certain backdoors, upgrades, extensions, etc., being still fractal, computer science and psychic science are very similar, and navigation may be executed in ways that only those adept at navigating the labyrinthine network of black physics will truly be able to consciously operate. And again, I'm like coining all these terms, or not really coining, but using, throwing out. Psychic science, which, again, the whole term psychic and psychics themselves are so laughable. But at the same time, I mean, that's technically, like, everything is mind and, mind over matter, comes to mind. That's really what a lot of this is all about. Being able to entertain ideas without accepting them, but seeing the fact that they have a sort of property, geometrical vibration, or a certain, I mean, that's inventions themselves. When you look at these sort of patents, which I'm not going to go into, at least till later when they come up, these diagrams and whatnot, like that's a mental, map of something that's naturally expected to be used naturally. And similar systems, when you look at silent weapons for quiet wars, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about developing systems using existing, energies basically, and rerouting them, diverting them, controlling them. And essentially that's, the mind. And black physics, it's like quantum physics in a way. And it's like Kabbalist, or what is it? The Qliphoth. When you think of the dark side, or the so what's the dark side of the Kabbalah? It's the Qliphoth and all that sort of. Basically, black physics would be my term for kind of like the Qliphothic aspect of science, or the use of science for this sort of I don't know, it's hard to explain, just the Qliphothic inversion and the sort of science of dark energy, really, which I think is slowly becoming a little more understandable to people. And for whatever reason, the Qliphoth and Kenneth Grant's works, like the whole Typhonian perspective, has been neglected, which is part of, I guess, its whole, nature. But at the same time, it's kind of important. Like, it's like the backbone to a lot of this stuff. Or at least it's one side of the backbone. Anyway, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. And this was like a sigil I drew, 431 or 134. And I don't even remember what it really had to do with. It was sort of me using black physics in a way. You know that. But black physics is a refinement of black magic, and a modification of regular physics as it is dark, or dealing with the physics of dark matter and energy from a holistic perspective, including primarily Kabbalistic concepts such as the dark or night side of the tree of life, equated with the electromagnetic spectrum. Being as we are, coming out of what in Hindu cosmology is known as the Kali Yuga, or I say coming out of, but we're really entering, which is an eon of vice, ignorance, bloodshed, etc., likened to that of Horus and Aquarius, which is associated with Saturn. We are actually still in a rather dark age until the balancing factor of Mayat arrives in full. And so now is the time and I was actually just thinking, like, Mayat being the daughter aspect, it's like the future, but therefore it's like ever present. It's right there. It's like that door of tomorrow that's always there. So I think it's just the dawning of that awareness of fourth dimensional, a further like understanding of time and quantum mechanics and whatnot. It's really what all this is symbolic of and concomitant with, or the embodiment of, or whatever, arrives in full. And so now is the time we are beginning to learn to see in the dark. So again, when wider spectrums are being more, we're basically attuning to wider aspects of the electromagnetic spectrum with, the radio waves, X-rays, infrared, and the technologies of them. So, in morass of the material, and passing Maya, or illusion of that which matters not, and focus on that which is lasting and affects our future, and the unfoldment of our will. Not our egoic desire, but our will. That which manifests into being, that which goes, the inner over direction of the heart or higher self. So, that's the kind of, I don't know why I trailed off into that, but that's the goal of evolution, but not if you get sidetracked by, again, the entertainment value of, and the sort of addiction of that, I guess. But without the natural and balanced centering in the heart, one will not be able to pass beyond the central degree of all initiation and adepthood, and thus many of the corruptions of certain ideas and knowledges can be attributed to the misunderstanding and missing the mark, and being able to deeply recognize, I don't know why I put recognizes, but recognize and utilize certain keys which open on to ranges of mentation that can only be experienced personally. The more invasive, fast-paced, and hollow our species gets, or, just unsatiated, which you can never, with addiction and all that, whether it be to drugs or entertainment or whatever, you can never get enough. You're just always filling and widening that gap. So gets as it is, as it further gets dehumanized by the unstoppable upswing of technology, the quality of this heart factor will atrophy, and if any humans survive, they will be extremely oppressed in the strictures of the leaden vacuity of the underside of Malkuth, and lost, fallen even further off the crooked spiral wheel. Speaking of a future at most only decades away, in 1970, an experimenter in intelligence control asserted, "I foresee a time when we shall have the means, and therefore inevitably the temptation, to manipulate the behavior and intellectual functioning of all the people through environmental and chemical manipulation of the brain." So like TVs and computers and, again, the statistics and charts and whatnot of what affects what, and therefore the, manipulation of it. Therefore, I know I was looking and I realized under surveillance is close to 666, but which, considering how many significant words and phrases follow this just under, just above X number, known in Hebrew as kolel, or the umbrella effect. And as will be seen, this is a very closely connected concept to what is here being analyzed. Yeah, because it's data technology, and I just typed it in and I was like, holy fuck, it's close. So let's look and see what all actually does equal it. And it's like a snake eating its tail, or a dog chasing its tail, to me. Because in a way, like, the more restricted the society gets and seems, again, it's like parenting, the more fucked up shit is and seems, the more people are going to try to get out, or evade, or, and again, it goes with the 111 and the bars, the BIP, or the Black Iron Prison. People naturally have this need, especially, when they're younger, to sort of not necessarily just defy, but to define the boundaries. And I don't know, it's just when certain people see unjust or malevolence in that itself, in the boundaries, or in the bars, in the Black Iron Prison, they don't respect it. Why would they respect something that doesn't not only respect them, but again, it's just a big dog chasing its tail. And it's important to be neutral. I mean, I'm kind of neutral about it, more so than I was when I wrote this. I was kind of like, God, something needs to be done, but what do you do? Like, you can't do anything, because again, the more you push back, the stronger it gets. The more it's like fighting fire with fire, very much so. So yeah, I've already written a treatise on the governmental plans for continuity of government, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the National Defense Authorization Act in a separate blog entitled denialeffect.blogspot.com, which is still in its opening stages at this point, which I pretty much neglected it, because what's the point? But since that blog isn't specifically designed for analyzing gematria like this one, I will analyze some of the concepts presented in the most recent post about FEMA, NDAA, and continuity of government. Regarding the subject of concentration camps, because again, this was a huge subject back when Obama was president. Before then, obviously, like with Rex 84, and which we'll get into, I thought it was worth covering because, again, there's a sort of I'm not saying this is all encoded consciously at all. I think that it's just something we need to look at because a lot of it is unconscious. And so, especially when you realize like Nazi Schutzstaffel, the actual Nazi, the Nazis basically, is 666, and so is the swastika, which again, the swastika was only perverted and inverted by them, and otherwise it's a symbol of like the elements and the fifth element and that sort of the cycles and the whirling. And again, 666 is not only a bad number. I mean, it houses the knowledge of a lot of this sort of bad stuff. But I think the real key, the fact that it's the number of man, when you think about it, and I've been thinking about it a lot, obviously, the hatred and like the energy, that negative energy people put and direct at 666 is the same hatred of man. Like, it's basically the hatred of man. And so it's this sort of paradox, obviously. Like, it's the soul number and it's that parasite number. So I don't know, it's just this dog chasing its tail in so many ways. And I can't really put it any clearer, but so 666 contains the prison camp file. Oh, wait. Regarding the subject of concentration camps in the United States, otherwise known as FEMA camps, being as they are largely overseen by that agency, which again, if you really think about it, everything is increasingly becoming its own sort of digital black iron prison or FEMA camp or whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing where basically like rights and laws only apply to in certain instances, basically, because that's what, you see a cop throw out a cigarette butt and then they'll arrest someone or fine someone for the same thing, which I've seen. And then the same thing happens up to and including murder. So, I mean, it's like, at what point does it stop and begin? And it's all just, it's a slippery slope. Let's just say that. The point mentioned right above should be read along with the links it contains. It should be known that in the case of a martial law, control of the national FEMA would be given to the National Guard, as per Army Regulation 21035, Civilian Inmate Labor Program, and Army Field Manual 3-39.40, Internment and Resettlement Operations. There are a number of documents that would serve as a concentration camp bill, the two just linked, as well as the National Emergency Centers Establishment Act and the National Defense Authorization Act with its added provisions. This is nothing more than a torture bill, which millions of Americans have signed themselves with their own ignorance. And see, again, that's what a lot of politics, it's like designed to do. It's like working its way slowly back and forth like a serpent, like, inching in the way the news flip-flops. And it's a way in which people, it really is brainwashing. It's a form of conditioning. And I don't know if it's even fully conscious. Like, that's the thing. People want to blame groups or, and nail it down in one document or this and that, but it's not. It's all a lot of things working in tandem and apart, and, it's a big fucking fuzzy situation. And the fact that there's so many arms and legs of it, that's just what further makes it, empowers it and disempowers people. So I say this is nothing more than a torture bill which millions of Americans have signed themselves with their own ignorance. These will be more technologically advanced versions of the internment camp genocide that has been perpetrated by many countries, not only Nazi Germany. So yeah, just wait till, like, the problem with having this sort of technology is, like, wait till the wrong people get a hold of it. And that's also the justification for building it and creating it in a lot of cases. They're like, oh, well, if we don't build it now, then, they might get it. So it's like, well, if you build it now, then they might still get it, especially if you sell it to them. But, that's the dog chasing its tail. Anyway, 666 contains the prison camp files, which is connected to the Facebook database, happens to be 666, and the Echelon databases, which has every human being categorized by threat level. The prison labor camps will house those who are deemed threats to the new order, whatever that may be. Anyway, those that cannot or will not assimilate will be exterminated through the FEMA agenda. The FEMA agenda plus FEMA camps confirmed also aligns to this formula along with many others. FEMA formula, fascism within. This would be using Hebrew English all down here, and these are, I guess, Jewish gematria. FEMA warning, FEMA symbol, FEMA camp grave, FEMA camp coffin, locate plastic coffins. FEMA camp database, Facebook is a US FEMA camp ID. Form a FEMA camp, FEMA camps conspiracies, the hostile FEMA fascism, Operation FEMA fascism, or FEMA fascism operation, FEMA fascism terror. So this is only gonna fucking like, what is it? Make people more paranoid. I mean, I've kind of gotten past all this because I thought, oh, if it's gonna happen, it'll happen. It would have happened by now. But who knows? Maybe that's what they want you to think. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, again, this is all potentially a potential. I'm not going to read it all because it's just too much. But the whole, understand politics, understand Liber L. Just looking over these and seeing the interconnection between formulas, the precision of the concepts, the totality of the message, along with all the other subjects which show the factual basis of the art of geometric analysis. And I say the factual basis, but it's more like the practical basis, I guess, because you can apply it to many things. And it's not necessarily factual. It is through a certain subjective lens. But again, like through the testing and the blueprinting, some things end up surfacing that can be practical and in that way, I guess, develop into factual formations or whatever. But I'm just saying I don't fully agree with the way I wrote that. As I've said in other posts, the phonetics are what matter most. So the interchangeability of samek and shin for soft S and sh sounds, or just generally for the variational, cognition or being aware of, or T, teth for soft T and tau for TH or, whatever, sounds makes not only for one more precision in that way, but also these slight variations allow for the multi-formatted array of possible correlations, which still maintain a distinct and solid formula. The same goes for Gimel 3, Cheth 8 variation for C or CH, or variations such as the circle. Nonetheless, each formula itself is seen as self-contained, though the interconnection between the different formulas serves to further strengthen both of them and the underlying Kabbalistic principles. So yeah, it's important to take into account the variations, and you'll see that when you do consider all those, it's actually deeper. Though stemming from Hebrew primarily, it can still be found to be applicable to other languages and numbering formulas. So like even, again, like I've said, Sanskrit, Tibetan, Spanish, whatever, German. Again, this is presented for people to make their own more informed opinions. So again, it's just like, yeah, go do it yourself and you'll see. So I don't know why I double said that. For seeing this information collectively helps to see the situations for what they are, rather as programs, rather than ignoring them and thus being more easily dictated or influenced by them. It would be much easier to be dealt with by facing these issues head-on rather than letting them fester into even greater problems, because at least at this point in the United States, for now, internment camps are not only openly activated for maximum use, which even then I think I was referring to the immigration centers, but yeah, they have those open. Knowing this all, perhaps people could prevent such a thing from needing to occur by anticipating the potentialities so as to rightly handle them. This is our responsibility. So yeah, it's important. It's the fact that people, also the fact people don't like even give a shit. I thought that was kind of that was the more alarming thing to me when I wrote this, was the fact that it seemed like, holy shit, this isn't that far out of the realm of possibility. And we even have all this documentation, all this history, and no one gives a shit. And it's like, well, yeah, again, what do you do? Well, the solution, I've always said when people are like, oh, well, what do we do about it? What do we do about anything? Well, you don't support the very companies, first of all, that are essentially enslaving you or working towards enslaving you financially, mentally, and effectually in every other way. And you kind of educate yourself so as to further benefit yourself rather than, again, other people who are counting on your ignorance. It is not my job to determine for you whether or not you are being victimized with this technology or any technology and information, or what you should do with it. And again, because I know people, that's the problem with this knowledge, is people like use it to evade their own responsibility or their own problems or justify their own whatevers, but it's also something to take into account. I'm just providing the keys for understanding this situation better for those that would rather avail themselves to having this knowledge rather than just ignoring it and leaving it for less equipped and irresponsible people to gather this information alone and use it themselves. We are in the Aeon of Horus, which is typified by war and bloodshed. And little do people know they are already in a Third World War, which has been termed a silent war, according to Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Therefore, we are all enemies. And again, I said World War III was 333 in a way, like WWW veiled. But 333 is also the Cold War, and it's like the new Cold War. The Cold War. The Killing Joke song. Therefore, we are all enemies. We are all victims. We are all soldiers, whether we like it or even know it or not. These keys are tool, and again, I say we're all victims. We're the biggest victim to ourselves if we allow ourselves to be. These keys are tools for the successful navigation of the current state of wartime. As I said in a recent post, 666 is the number par excellence of the many mental and sociological situational programs that humanity is facing. In fact, using the Hebrew-English gematria formula, which I've set forth extensively in this publication, it is precisely the key of mind control, especially considering many turn a blind eye as soon as they see or hear the number, or even the term. Which I myself, again, I was skeptical of mind control until I looked into it and I saw how pervasive and subtle it can be. In the book of Revelation, it is mentioned in John's vision where it is said that here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, or the number of man, and his number is 666. And again, people have said that because of the Orion-Kairos papyrus, the number is 616. And if you look into that, well, there's a lot of connections between the two numerologically and conceptually, but it could just be a typo or an error, basically, in translation. But either way, 666 has its own solar properties, and it obviously is the number of evolution from beast to man, and thus this number contains the codes in which we can perfect human evolution. The number of the beast plus human being is also 666, and the human anthropos, and etc. Even I think Charles Darwin plus ape. Let me see. Charles Darwin ape. Yeah. So the origin of species, the evolution, Charles Darwin, and ape. It's a little too much, right? Again, I'm not saying. I did say back when I wrote this, like, oh, this is all factual. Obviously, like, I'm a little more, okay, maybe it's not factual, but it's enough to consider. Like, it's worth considering, and maybe they are all statistical anomalies, and it's just all coincidental, and there's absolutely no value whatsoever to be gained at all. And I'm just completely crazy, and they're not going to be increasingly using technology to enslave people for profit. But we'll see how that turns out. However, as can be seen with the information below, we aren't quite doing that. We are doing the opposite. 666 is the number of the human psychological system. Again, haphren in Greek, the mind. And this knowledge will be of great use to the future psychologist that obtains and uses this knowledge justly. Which, how often will they do that? It is also the number of the term trans-psychology, which essentially means across or beyond psychology, referring to a psychology which encompasses many different systems, such as spiritual or transcendent practices or knowledge, including, I should say, gematria and the Kabbalah. Such practical systems may be ancient, but they're still very relevant. Clearly, the the fact no one's applied it to any of this stuff doesn't detract from the fact that there's something to it, clearly. Like, relating to the psychology and psychiatry aspect, I have thus found the following. Inner happiness. Peace, which sits may represent in its positive sense, which, yeah, it is, because it's paradiso from Dante, and then it's also the paradiso, I think, in Greek, too. Not know, side of the mind, which trance states provide access to and from. Human brain X-ray, showing that sits is like a mental or physical X-ray, showing what's inside the thought psyche. And it's also the fMRI, the functional magnetic resonance imaging. Psychology connection. This number provides many links between psychology and other subjects, obviously. Psychiatry drugs. Many psychiatric drugs are foisted on people, some of whom don't even need them, as if, to cure them or to fix them, when really, again, it may even just further cause brain damage. A lot of that is experimental. I mean, there's no way to know the effects of these drugs long term without experimenting on people. This is a form of mind control, and again, I think that the whole subject, I'm not saying, don't take any psychiatric drugs, and I'm against them or anything. I think that you need to read the literature, like the book Toxic Psychiatry, and the work of Thomas Szasz, because it's just funny how quickly, once again, people will claim to be like, we care about your mental health, and we care about your health in general, we care about life in general, but yet then they will essentially try to demean you and drive you to suicide, and have no problem with it. So it just goes to show, like, they don't really give a shit. It's all about profit and self-aggrandizement and whatnot. So it's like, and the fact that it's okay sometimes, it's in some formats, but only when it's, generates tax revenue, only when it's taxable. Cleave the human mind, referring to the dissociation which arises from mind control and psychiatry drugs. Lingual mind control, showing that control of the mind is largely centered in linguistics, which is why it is necessary to analyze such concepts mathematically. It's the key out of a lot of these sort of mental traps. Undue mind control, showing that this knowledge has the potential to undo mind control programming by actually deprogramming one through learning what is occurring and reversing the processes which have been inflicted. These are just some very obvious relevant values of the Hebrew-English gematria formula. Now let us compare them with some relevant values in the Jewish, or sometimes called the Masonic formula. First off, we have a number program, which indeed gematria is, and sits itself, being a sort of like self-contained program. We also have a mathematical number showing 666 embodies some very important mathematical concepts. So again, when you analyze it, it's almost like it begins to teach you its own, programming, again, of the source code, such as the math of a number, because again, every number has its own sort of relation or properties and characteristics. Human AI mathematics, AI being artificial or programmed intelligence, as well as math concept in Hebrew English gematria, as well as the human math language, or the human language math. 666 is also the mental number, showing precisely that it is aligned to the mental, i.e. metaphysical realm of mathematics. The number plus the mind also enumerates to 666, the number to engineer the human mind, the human formula itself. There are, however, such things as, i.e. those that want to pirate or steal and or control the human mind or brain. Again, people like companies that want to get brain fingerprints or EEG scans or whatever, and use databases of them for various reasons. This is the mind control agenda of the CIA, who, again, going back to MKUltra, before and after, who have for decades been studying and experimenting with this knowledge on vast levels throughout the so-called justice, education, like colleges and whatnot, communication and entertainment, and medical systems. CIA is more or less now a collective term referring to not merely the U.S. branch of that name, but also the sub- or unconscious Central Intelligence Agency that is the collective sub or unconscious of, basically what all of us are working for without even knowing it, or whether we like it or not. And that, again, our intelligence that we're generating is going to these databases to be used, which is largely dictated by external programming. So again, it's the creation of feedback loops so that then they can be manipulated. Just like, again, in Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, the whole idea is pretty much demonstrated. But again, it's all theoretical in the sense, like, how can you have to see in various instances where that would apply and in what degree, and to what degree, again, you have facilitated it. And so that's why it's never an easy situation to describe. However, 666 and the codes within it, which I'm unveiling, is a representation, again, a demonstration or a representation of what is really occurring. One person could never approach this topic and cover every aspect, but what is pointed at is also much more than any one person could have ever conceived or arranged on their own. 666 is itself the symbol of the CIA ritual, of ritual human sacrifice, which it accomplishes in many different ways. CIA equates with the, so being 8 plus 10 plus 1, so 666 is the ritual, and the ritual is a form of programming. Again, because it's that magnetic embedding of information. So I've also found the CIA is society, showing even further what I said above about the CIA being more than a singular agency, but a collective agency which acts through whoever may be operating on whichever programs are needing implementation. I don't know if I said it already, but that's what I think a lot of these sort of like problems are. It's like, it's anthropological in the sense that it's very social problems. 666 is like this mark of the beast or mark of Cain number, but in a way it's also the number of money and currency, and in fact, again, it's social currency. And so I don't know, it's like all about this placing in society and man. And I recently got The Meaning of the City by Jacques Ellul, and I found that so fucking just timely. I mean, it talks about Cain and just like what the city represents. And when you think about it with all this other stuff, I mean, I don't know, it just fits in. The situation this presents should then be seen not as merely physical, but also psychical. Yeah, again, it's mental, it's genetic, it's social, it's psychosocial. This is where the subject gets dicey and people begin to infight about the nature of what is occurring, which in most cases seem to be in some way beyond any conceivable personal directives, i.e. there's no physical, there's no evidence, i.e. controlled, which is because much of this is a hyperdimensional situation and is operating from the higher centers, well, lower as well, but I mean, it's up and down. I mean, it's relative, but most humans are not even slightly subconsciously aware of, let alone consciously aware of. Again, it's these internal, it's like when you're in it, it's like, I think of school or in any public place, there's dynamics and there's no physical, things, but it's chemical and it's behavioral and it's all those things. It's a lot of things. It's hard to put into terms, but it's interesting to me. That's why I've looked in, I'm obsessed with psychology and philosophy and science and, even the occult. It all comes together. And I'm baffled as to why people can't see that, but this is the goal of various chemical and ideological suppressions put in place to keep the general public at a low-level state of conscious operation and concern, much of which is done by ourselves to ourselves. And I don't know why I put to, but to ourselves. Though this does not excuse the people who claim to be protectors from taking advantage. Yeah, I mean, I can get into its examples, but The CIA and its declassified attempts at mind control and assassination over the course of its existence, beginning in 1947 officially, have now been largely placed on the back burner as more news about the National Security Agency and other groups who have been increasingly gaining momentum for their own installations and agendas. Edward Snowden had to leave the country after his infamous part in the NSA leak, another 666, though what he said was largely already known to those who have been awake to what has been going on for decades. Again, William Bramford's book, The Puzzle Palace, and Body of Secrets, and all these other books have been around for decades. But again, there's a lag. The general public really only finds out about things once they've been made into entertainment-based media. The NSA mind control is 666 as well, or the 111 mind control. And something a friend of mine showed me is that the National Insecurity Agency is also 666, which is a bit of a joke. Because this is all, it's all a joke. It's a cosmic fucking joke. But also very concerning when considering the biggest insecurity of any of our security is its own lack of accountability and self-observation and honesty, which will eventually cause any such thing to implode by its own insecurity. And so again, that's essentially that's the big fucking pink elephant in the room regarding that sort of stuff. With the whole idea of you being your own enemy, again, coming to mind, NSA itself has a value of 111, 50 plus 60 plus 1. And I also realized that it's like a basic magnetic field, because you've got the 1 as the bar or the line, and then north and south. But, again, it's just speculation. It's just a way to think of things. Which is also that of V2K spelled out, which I never knew what the K stood for. I never got that. The chief means of harassment, allegedly, which is used against targeted individuals to maintain control over them. V2K, or V2K, is short for voice to skull, a term which refers to the sonic or scalar weapons, or microwave, EMF, RF, radio frequency, electromagnetic frequency, devices which range from handheld guns to cell phone tower transponders to satellite arrays. It's not that hard. It's simply you have a field, and then you interpenetrate it with another field called heterodyne. You can pick up what's within those fields. So, it's you add Wi-Fi to Bluetooth, and there you go. I know it's a little more complicated than that, but if you look at Tamograph and there's a lot of technology that shows clearly with what's known and what's out in the open, and then you consider they've always said they're 50 years ahead of what's known, but they've had this shit for 50 years. And so, I don't know, it just doesn't, it's not, all you would have to do is have an fMRI of someone's brain with certain technologies, and some of these technologies could easily have that sort of stuff inbuilt into it, be it a cell phone, a computer, a smart meter or whatever. And I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying we're headed in that direction, and it wouldn't be too far out to suggest or to speculate if it's not already being experimentally worked on. But I know that that's kind of too much for people to, sometimes so much that they end up going crazy because of this, the thought of it. Again, I realize this whole topic is weird and out there and whatnot, but it's a subject worth considering for the future and for the present, I guess. But as far as the present's concerned, it's a little too late. So yeah, to use satellite, which can make use of virtually any household electric device as a receiver or transmitter itself of either low or high frequency pulses. There are many such devices, many of which are declassified and used openly by the military and police. See Appendix 3 below for details. The title of this post as Enemy Number 1 is also valued at 111 or 111, which is symbolic of bars, or again, just the magnetic field underlying things, i.e. restriction or control. It is about to be the 111th anniversary of the Aeon of Horus when I wrote this, and it is now necessary more than ever in this eon for individuals to break through such restrictions, or at least understand them. The military has a weapon which is declassified as to be used during wartime, which they call the voice of God, which makes the target think they hear the voice of God, or whoever the operators program the target to hear, including their own voice, really. The fact they have this as a weaponized system should make it obvious they most likely have a more subtle system. Again, see the appendixes and links below. They just don't openly acknowledge this. There is also a system called Medusa, short for Mob Excess Deterrent using silent audio, which uses subsonic wave to disperse crowds during protests, which of course could be applied in various ways, not only to disperse, but also to trigger and harass in ways the subject may not even be aware of, such as through your cell phone or computer speakers. See The Microwave Scream Inside Your Skull by David Hambling on Wired.com. So this was from 2008. The U.S. military bankrolled early development of a non-lethal microwave weapon that creates sound inside your head. But in the end, the gadget may be just as likely to wind up in shopping malls as on battlefields, as I report in New Scientist. The project is known as Medusa, a contrived acronym for Mob Excess Deterrent using silent audio, and it should not be confused with the long-range acoustic device and similar gadgets which simply project sound. This one uses the so-called microwave auditory effect. A beam of microwaves is turned into sound by the interaction with your head. Nobody else can hear it unless they are in the beam as well. So, research and development, that means experimentation. While many people who are actually mentally disturbed have stumbled onto this knowledge, which has become increasingly available, and misdiagnose themselves as being targeted, when in fact they have an illness, and again, this further exacerbates and reinforces some of their delusions. I'm aware of that, and I mean, people should be aware of that. But at the same time, who would be the best people to experiment on if you didn't want anyone to take them serious? Anyway, are quick to opt for an explanation other than that they may be disturbed. There is still tons of evidence of people who are and have been affected by what I am discussing here, and this will only increase as the opposition is further co-opted or silenced. There are many reasons this technology is being used on select individuals, testing, experimentation being one, and just simple control or manipulation is another. And again, a lot of it, all you have to do is like apply a few little things, like whether it be, I'm not even talking about technologically, aside from speculational technology, all you have to do is induce certain trauma, like systematically, basically, over time, not even continually, just here and there, and it will induce paranoia in somebody to the point where they fill in the gaps, they start doing it to themselves. And so again, it's a simple thing like with witchcraft and the evil eye and voodoo and stuff. Like, you kind of want to give them that idea that you're trying to affect them so that it then works its way into them. It kind of works its way and builds like a seed in their psyche. At least if, that's the theory behind it. I'm not saying I condone it or I do that, but the theory behind, evil or baneful or malefic magic is to sort of like leave something outside their house or to give them the impression, and it sort of, it acts, again, like I said, it acts as a seed and it further springs from there. And that's kind of what I see happens to a lot of people and what they should probably be aware of so that they don't, further feed into something that and empower something that disempowers them. So instead, at this point, a relatively small group of civilians, along with those who are incarcerated or in hospitals, and even select military servicemen themselves, etc., like government people, is or are being targeted, and a great deal of disinformation is being used against them so as to quell dissent and confuse their attempts to make this a more mainstream issue. And again, the more mainstream it gets, the worse it gets. So it's not something you want on the news, really. I mean, it's made headline, or not headlines, but it's been on the news. But that only further detracts from the cause, whatever the cause. The cause would be to help people and to stop having the shit done to them. Well, you're only further drawing, that victim card when you do that. And I think a lot of these people are doing exactly that. They're playing the victim card. You just have to be careful of who you trust or listen to, or, maybe not even listen to everybody, but really listen to the sort of try to see where they're coming from. Because, a lot of it's not really a cry for help so much as it is a sort of manipulation of its own. And again, it's never black and white. As with any group, there is much disinformation implanted so as to start infighting, as well as numerous attempts to discredit actual victims. Many different people have attempted to analyze these subjects, though have yielded very little because they have not looked deep enough to utilize the keys, such as with Kabbalah and Gematria, which were given long ago to do so. Most people have seen the websites and videos where analysis of corporate logos and media symbolism attempts to teach you something, but usually the narrator gets sidetracked, which is largely what it is designed to do. The whole subject is a distraction. But at the same time, there's something to it, but that's kind of the point. Or is negatively anchored against the symbolism used to be able to accurately understand its application. So again, they want to anchor you negatively against symbols so that you give it that powerful charge rather than understand it and therefore sort of like disempower it or counter it or just see it. And I think that's it's hard to put into words, but the fact that people will spend so much time and energy and give so much hatred or whatever to these sort of things just reinforces it, is all I'm trying to say. Even the Google Chrome logo has been shown to contain a veiled 666, and the Google Play logo has been said to be reminiscent of the Lucifer seal, and the Gmail logo is almost exactly like a Masonic apron. Some people would, of course, say that this is merely looking too deeply into things, but is not all of this very consistent? And why would a largely materialistic or atheist company insist on putting such symbols as their logos if they have no meaning? It doesn't really matter, it is just something telling, especially considering every major government co-opted company has similar symbolism secreted any chance that's available. Of course, to Google means to look, and it is not so much us using Google to look at the internet as Google and those behind it are using the internet to look at us and what may be in our minds. Again, it's like shock testing talked about in that Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. And while Lucifer has many inspirational points in his mythological character, once again, this symbolism is being inverted so as to be perceived as aligned with control, surveillance, ignorance, etc. Also, just recently, Google has proposed to attempt to control websites based on factual content, as if the people who would make such determinations are the crowned deciders of what constitutes a fact. In reality, this will be nothing more than truth control, which has nothing to do with the wise, liberating qualities originally represented by Lucifer, and corresponds more to the restrictive, blinding qualities of Satan or Samael the Blind. Note also regarding the recent net neutrality proposals that FCC Internet Takeover follows the same formula. Relating to this, I found that Google.com plus the World Wide Web is also 666. How? Again, it's just coincidence, right? Everyone knows that Google is one of the most known and used sites on the World Wide Web. Also, Google search windows, as in the windows that are open when searching, or perhaps the Windows brand itself, is also 666. What is really occurring is that Google, a front company for the same black or shadow government, unelected elite branches of military and industry, i.e. the military-industrial complex, which controls the CIA, NSA, etc. as its tools, is being used as a collector of information on every person on the planet it's allowed to or able to, everyone who secretes information, and every bit of data that is associated with them. This is the literal beast computer known as Echelon, the Echelon database, which has a headquarters in Central Australia, but again is really everywhere. The name of this game is not just Total Control, but Ultimate Total Control, or Total Enemy Control. And as George W. Bush and many others have said, you're either with us or against us. And isn't that funny? Because, again, it's like the beast system, which, I don't know, it's kind of a self-negating, self-fulfilling. 666 is the global surveillance machine. It is the looking glass itself. Again, the symbolism of the mirror and Alice in Wonderland, mind control in its positive and negative sense, which can be seen when all of the foregoing is put into perspective in such a form as a database, which can only be truly grokked when one is begun by oneself. This is why such abuse is rampant by people with such knowledge without the necessary genuine initiation and understanding for a balanced and just application. This is why I'm making this information public, so as to provide those that need this evidence to show them that they are not alone in this and that there is much we can do to get this under control, rather than be controlled by it. In and of itself, this information is useless. Only with experiential wisdom will this make sense. And if it does not make sense to you, then either you have no personal experience or a biased background, which has been programmed to be defensive to that which points out the truth which you have been taught to ignore and repress. Though this publication is a work written by myself, it is through a large combined effort of many thousands of people who have developed these systems, devices, and the ability to apprehend this knowledge, and all the people it's been experimentally developed with and through in various ways, and so there's no possible way any one person or group could have compiled this in such a consistent and precise way. This is a collective manifestation, and therefore it is a collective responsibility. If you won't take the responsibility, then someone else more equipped to will. Using tomorrow's technology today. In God we trust, all others we monitor. Notice the double shock symbols which the Nazis used, as well as the all-seeing eye. Appendix 1. The NSA and synthetic telepathy. We have no secrets anymore. So I'll just read this on this website. I don't know who exactly wrote it, but it says, Mind control, NSA, we have no secrets anymore. Recent revelations of illegal NSA surveillance activities are no surprise to a growing number of people whose lives have been disrupted and destroyed by the high-tech COINTELPRO-styled efforts of America's intelligence communities. American citizens are targeted with military weaponry because they exercised the right to free speech, in disagreement with the Bush administration's policies. At the time of this writing, I guess probably 2001 or something, I'm guessing. Or they have threatened the profit and propaganda potential of multinational corporations. Some are selected for targeting simply for testing of new systems and technology by Department of Defense contractors who are given free rein to develop these weapons, contractors being companies that, who knows. And obviously they'll just be doing it beyond, under people's noses without even their awareness. Regardless of the disastrous effects on its victims of non-consensual experimentation. There are many people who hope that NSA whistleblower Russell Tice will speak truth to power regarding a subject that is a specialty of his, space operations systems, command and control warfare, advanced technology, and all-source collection analysis. During an 18-year career, he worked on some of the most secretive programs in the government. Tice would not discuss with a reporter the details of his allegations, saying doing so would compromise classified information and put him at risk of going to jail. He said he will not confirm or deny if his allegations involve the illegal use of space systems and satellites. I think the people I talk to next week are going to be shocked when I tell them what I have to tell them. It's pretty hard to believe, Tice said. The technology he is aware of is the same sort of technology brought to light in the original draft of the Space Preservation Act of 2001. So this must be a little later. As introduced by, which I guess it did say edited or altered or whatever, updated 2015. As introduced by Representative Dennis Kucinich. In it, he specifically calls for a ban on the use and development of space-based psychotronics, as in these excerpts. The terms weapon and weapons system mean a device capable of any of the following: directing a source of energy, including molecular or atomic energy, subatomic particle beams, electromagnetic radiation, plasma, or extremely low frequencies, ELF, or ultra-low frequency, ULF, energy radiation against an object, or inflicting death or injury or damaging or destroying a person or the biological life, bodily health, mental health, or physical and economic well-being of a person by electromagnetic, psychotronic, sonic, laser, or other energies directed at individual persons or targeted populations for the purpose of information war, mood management, or mind control of such persons or populations. And I know it's a questionable topic, subject, whatever, but it's what's being worked on. Like it's gonna be around, and if it's not already here, it's gonna be here in like 20 to 50 years, and I'm pretty sure it's already here. But what is truly important about the Space Preservation Act of 2001 is that it represented a formal acknowledgement of the existence of such weapons, devices, and mind control technologies the United States government currently employs. This, despite numerous calls for bans over the years by the United Nations, not to mention the British government. Excerpt Carol Smith, Ph.D., on the need for new criteria of diagnosis of psychosis in the light of mind-invasive technology. Some patents, now owned by Raytheon, describe how to make nuclear-sized explosions without radiation, and describe power beam systems, electromagnetic pulses, and over-the-horizon detection systems. A more disturbing use is the system developed for manipulating and disturbing the human mental process using pulsed radio frequency radiation, RFR, and their use as a device for causing negative effects on human health and thinking. The victim, the innocent civilian target, is locked onto and unable to evade the menace by moving around. The beam is administered from space. The HARP facility as military technology could be used to broadcast global mind control as a system for manipulating and disturbing the human mental process using pulsed radio frequency. Because again, the human biological field and psychology and central nervous system are all electrical and can be and mechanical essentially too, composed of pretty much chemicals and data and processes. What does all this mean? It means, to begin with, that you will need to come to terms now or in a few short years with the fact that the US government has the technological capabilities to read your mind and interact with it. And I think, let's see, if I remember correctly, read the mind is 333. Another triple number, which again, it's reagents. Reagents are like chemicals used to test chemicals, basically. They're reactants. And that's what I kind of use these numbers as, is like, they're like gauges in a way. And certain things cluster in them. And 333 has a lot to do with this sort of, it's devices. Forgot the ELF energy, extremely low frequency energy. It's a lot of things, but it's Archimedes, and Archimedes shows how like this sort of natural science can be utilized for inventions. But anyway, If you are skeptical, then good, you should be. My challenge to you is to do the research, and you'll discover that what I'm telling you is true. The ability to transmit thought directly to your mind, bypassing the ear, which is what is truly a remote-controlled direct brain-to-computer link, is now a reality, as is the reality of thought crimes. Imagine the implications. It's basically implantation of thought, and it's all about resonances and data, and it's not that hard, really, especially with when you already have access to people's minds via basically entertainment and the radio and devices, again. Anyway, although the technology in its highest form and application is highly classified, there is a great deal of evidence in the public domain from reliable sources to document this technology. Further anecdotal reports of abuse of these technologies, and again, the abuse, the ABUS with a shin E. So it's like a veiled version, but the abuse, which isn't good. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like there is a dark side to 333, and it's like this, it's just the fact that it's all this hidden knowledge. Gatekeeper, Quran's on. Anyway, further anecdotal reports of the abuse of these technologies are becoming more and more common from around the world, particularly those nations who are considered to be allies in the war on terror. Victims' communities are cropping up all over the internet. Let's connect the dots. NASA plans to read terrorists' minds at airports, is the 2002 Washington Times headline. We're getting closer to reading minds than you might suppose, says Robert Park, a physics professor at the University of Maryland and spokesman for the American Physical Society. It does make me uncomfortable. That's the limit of privacy invasion. You can't go further than that. In 2002, U.S. News and World Report published the article Reading Your Mind and Injecting Smart Thoughts. According to John Norcine, the Lockheed Martin neuroengineer and preeminent authority on psychotronics, brain mapping, and mind control applications, you can begin to manipulate what someone is thinking even before they know it, creating what Norcine has dubbed synthetic reality. But Norcine says he is agnostic on the moral ramifications, that he's not a mad scientist, just a dedicated one. The ethics don't concern me, he says, but they should concern someone else. And again, you notice how often these people are so willing to displace responsibility. I'm sure he's probably an atheist, but if he's a Christian, then either way, they both like to displace accountability and responsibility. What is psychotronics? Psychotronics is literally any electronic device that has the capability of altering the functionality of the mind or the body. And when you understand how the mind really operates, when you look around, it's all clear, it's clarity, right? It's vibrational resonance that brings the awareness to you, be it light or whatever the sensation is, to give you consciousness. And so I just have to check. Beams, no. Well, beaming. Yeah, beaming is 111. I know that. But basically, there is this sort of resonantial reality or science to all this. Well, resonance is 444. So I don't know. I'm still learning all this as I go. And seeing how the fuck, what the hell? How is there a cymatic reality to language that can be utilized in, again, music, language itself, patterns? Psychotronics is literally any electronic device that has the capability of altering the functionality of the mind or the body. In a way, the effects of psychotronics are similar to music that soothes the savage beast. We all know that different kinds of music, because of their beat and rhythm and the frequencies of the instruments, can have a definite effect on the mood and the emotions of people. And I just referenced that notation and performance book in the last video, and I've been thinking a lot about it. I listen to music and I I think about, I listen to music for like a psychological analysis in a lot of ways. Probably more so. I'm way too analytical in what I do, but to me that is relaxing, and to other people it's not. It's annoying, but psychotronic devices work much the same way, except that psychotronics is typically used covertly. Its effects are delivered either by 1. Directing electromagnetic waves in a person's brain or body in order to cause it to malfunction, or by 2. Transmitting subliminal messages directly to the brain in order to influence thoughts, beliefs, and decisions using what the military calls voice-to-skull communications, sometimes also referred to when describing synthetic telepathy, or the radio frequency hearing effect or microwave auditory effect. It's all pretty much the same thing. It's whatever device is being used, devices, the modulation of those pulses can just transmit basically data. And again, over time, and again with pattern recognition, subconsciously, the mind will pick up on those things. And so again, it's kind of invisible. It's hard to, so again, the whole thing is kind of hard to detect, but yet the effects can be present without the actual source being detected. Lieutenant Colonel Timothy L. Thomas, retired, in his article entitled "The Mind Has No Firewall," described this new class of non-lethal weapons as an entirely new arsenal of weapons based on devices designed to introduce subliminal messages or to alter the body's psychological and data processing capabilities, might be used to incapacitate individuals. These weapons aim to control or alter the psyche or to attack the various sensory and data processing systems of the human organism. In both cases, the goal is to confuse or destroy the signals that normally keep the body in equilibrium, the balance. The U.S. military defines voice-to-skull as non-lethal weapon which includes 1. A neuroelectromagnetic device which uses microwave transmission of sound into the skull of persons or animals by way of pulse-modulated microwave radiation, and 2. A silent sound device which can transmit sound into the skull of person or animals. Note, the sound modulation may be voice or audio subliminal messages. Excerpt from The Mind Has No Firewall. The term psychoterrorism was coined by Russian writer N. Anisimov of the Moscow Anti-Psychotronic Center. According to Anisimov, psychotronic weapons are those that act to take away a part of the information which is stored in a man's brain. It is sent to a computer, which reworks it to the level needed for those who need to control the man, and the modified information is then reinserted into the brain. These weapons are used against the mind to induce hallucinations, sickness, mutations in human cells, zombification, or even death. Included in the arsenal are VHF or very high-frequency generators, X-rays, ultrasound, and radio waves. Russian Army Major I. Chernisev, writing in the military journal Orientier in February 1997, asserted that psi weapons are under development all over the globe. The term psi typically describes electronic devices used to interface or interfere with human and animal minds, psychologically and, physiologically. The term psi, with an I, however, is derived from a CIA-funded program called Stargate in the 1970s. In this case, psi refers to the study and application of remote viewing, previously known as ESP or psychic ability. This project had 2 profound goals: to utilize psychic ability for intelligence gathering and surveillance operations, and 2, to employ the most powerful magnetometer ever made in order to measure the electrical brainwaves of proven psychic people as they used their minds in order to map the brain's operational frequencies in order to determine how to interject signals and thereby control the mind of an individual, literally turning them into a human remote-controlled toy. The power of psychotronics. The greatest public celebration of the power of psychotronics came in the Persian Gulf War when PSYOPs literally convinced the Iraqi army to surrender. the March 23, 1991 news brief, High-Tech Psychological Warfare Arrives in the Middle East, describes a U.S. psychological operations tactic directed against Iraqi troops in Kuwait during Operation Desert Storm. The maneuver consisted of a system in which subliminal mind-altering technology was carried on standard radio frequency broadcasts, such as AM and FM radio. The March 26, 1991 news brief states that among the standard military planning groups in the center of U.S. war planning operations at Riyadh was an unbelievable and highly classified PSYOPs program utilizing silent sound techniques. The opportunity to use this method occurred when Saddam Hussein's military command and control system was destroyed. The Iraqi troops were then forced to use commercial FM radio stations to carry encoded commands, which were broadcast on the 100 MHz frequency. The U.S. PSYOPs team set its own portable FM transmitter utilizing the same frequency in the deserted city of Al-Khafji, or Khafji, whatever. This U.S. transmitter overpowered the local Iraqi station. Along with patriotic and religious music, PSYOPs transmitted vague, confusing, and contradictory military orders and information. Subliminally, a much more powerful technology was at work, a sophisticated electronic system to speak directly to the mind of the listener, to alter and entrain his brainwaves, to manipulate his brain's electroencephalographic or EEG patterns, and artificially implant negative emotional states, feelings of fear, anxiety, despair, and hopelessness. This subliminal system doesn't just tell a person to feel an emotion, it makes them feel it. It implants that emotion in their minds. They were surrendering in droves, almost too fast for us to keep up with. 2 Iraqi majors, both brigade commanders, who gave up their entire units, and one of them gave up to an RPV, or remotely piloted vehicle. Here's this guy with his hands up, turning in a circle to give himself up to a model airplane with a camera in it. Irrational? Not if there was also a voice beamed into his head from that little flying toy saying, "Give up, give up." According to statements made by captured and deserting Iraqi soldiers, however, the most devastating and demoralizing programming was the first known military use of the new high-tech type of subliminal messages referred to as ultra-high frequency, silent sounds, or silent subliminals. See Newsweek, July 30th, 1990, page 61. Although completely silent to the human ear, the negative voice messages placed on the tapes alongside the audible programming by PSYOPs psychologists were clearly perceived by the subconscious minds of the Iraqi soldiers, and the silent messages completely demoralized them and instilled a perpetual feeling of fear and hopelessness in their minds. See, apparently this technology may have gotten in the wrong hands already, so to speak, of these retired or who knows who, people in colleges even, because MK Ultra was distributed, all the subclasses and all that. It was distributed among different people, companies and colleges, and it probably never went away. It probably just got a little better. The same technology described above, highly improved and more powerful, is in use in Iraq today. Desperate to improve images of civilian carnage, U.S. commanders are using portable electromagnetic frequency weapons in Fallujah and other hotspots in the Sunni Triangle to pacify restive neighborhoods with invisible EM radiation. Active denial antenna arrays mounted on Humvees are also being deployed to panic and disperse hostile crowds by flash burning exposed flesh with microwaves. And it's funny, Mad Crowd, I found Mad Crowd is 333. So if you even look at it, it's almost like a blast of energy. But unintended side effects from the hidden rooftop transmitters were reportedly triggering violent attacks by exposed insurgents, while leading to AWOL rates of up to 15% among U.S. forces disoriented by these same weapons, as well as the electromagnetic emanations from high-powered radars, radios, and jammers. John Wood of University College London, UK, an expert in how the brain perceives pain, says the research involved in the project should face censure. It could be used for torture, he says. The researchers must be aware of this. Amanda Williams, a clinical psychologist at University College London, fears that victims risk long-term harm. Persistent pain can result from a range of supposedly non-destructive stimuli which nevertheless change the functioning of the nervous system, she says. Current applications of this technology can be seen in patients such as this one from June 2001. Subliminal behavior modification through TV described in U.S. patent. In the patent, it describes its abilities this way. The program that causes a monitor to display a pulsing image may be run on a remote computer that is connected to the user computer by a link. The latter may partly belong to a network, which may be the internet. So basically a GMS or GSM, GMS intercept computer. If you look at, just Google image search it. For a TV monitor, the image pulsing may be inherent in the video stream as it flows from the video source, or else the stream may be modulated such as to overlay the pulsing. In the first case, a live TV broadcast can be arranged to have the feature embedded simply by slightly pulsing the illumination of the screen that is being broadcast. This method can, of course, also be used in making movies and recording videotapes and DVDs. This is unfortunate since it opens a way for mischievous application of the invention, whereby people are exposed unknowingly to manipulation of their nervous system for someone else's purposes. What victims of psychotronic surveillance and abuse experience. Until recently, there were few, if any, credible public accounts of what victims of psychotronic abuse and organized gang stalking for purposes of harassment experience. Again, that's part of where trauma comes in to instill some fear and paranoia. And then from there, you kind of descend into this sort of pattern. However, recently, Pulitzer Prize-winning author Gloria Naylor, Oprah Book Club author of The Woman of Brewster's Place, released her account of her own harassment and surveillance in the book 1996. Although Naylor labels the book fiction because of certain assumptions which must be made due to the classified nature of the technology involved, it is an accurate depiction of the torture and suffering imposed upon targeted individuals. Not all targeted individuals experience the same things. And again, this whole subject, I know, is descended into madness, to the point of absurd. I mean, it is absurd, but at the same time, you have to consider the possibility of this shit and what's really going on. And again, this sort of false sincerity, this false care, this false community, false humanity, really, that's going on. Just notice how hateful people who claim to be, especially towards victims or people who are, again, I know that a lot of these people play the victim card, and it's not always that's, I don't know. I know it's a fucked up situation. It's all back and forth, but once it happens, once it happens to you, then maybe you'll wish someone had a heart. So, 1, acts of street theater, usually consisting of acts carried out to induce paranoia and the feeling that you're being watched. This can be done by doing things which unto themselves seem like random occurrences or accidents, but when seen objectively on the whole, a pattern presents itself. It could come in the form of being followed by other vehicles whenever you leave the house, mail tampering, email tampering, apparent illegal entry of the home, people making remarks to you in public that are relevant to remarks you've made in private. All of these things seem like harmless random events until you realize there is actually a pattern to the events. When the victim complains to authorities or even loved ones, they are viewed as paranoid, mentally ill, and delusional, as the dialectic of their harassment intended. It's the same pattern as experienced by those subject to government harassment and surveillance under federal COINTELPRO programs or counterintelligence programs designed to infiltrate and disrupt dissenters, or again to veil these operations. I mean, to cover them up in a way by throwing shade or like further causing confusion. 2. Noise. Imagine living at the end of a dead-end street where no traffic exists, and suddenly at all hours of the day and night there's traffic turning around, racing their engines, honking their horns, flashing their headlights, playing stereos loudly. It keeps you awake all night, makes you worry, rattles your nerves, and imagine complaining to the police about the noise and traffic patterns on a public street. Again, the targeted individual is labeled as paranoid, yet the noise harassment continues. Imagine the response to additional reports that... See, I would just ignore it, and I wouldn't call anyone. I'd just be like, fuck. I mean, I hear airplanes and shit going all the time. But I know that's the problem is people... I think that whoever wrote this might be a little paranoid themselves, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. And because I think that this whole subject, this is basically a summary of the whole subject of targeted individuals, which is funny. Like if, because like I said, the whole idea, it's like the scapegoat in a way. It's the whole thing makes me think of a lot of different things all in one. 3. Alienation and isolation. As already stated, reporting these strange events and patterns causes people to question your sanity. The more you try to point out the patterns, the more you are discredited. Police put you on their crazy list. Politicians won't even bother to answer your requests for assistance. Who the fuck would contact a politician and expect them to have any time? Little by little, friends, families, and authorities who used to hold you in high regard dismiss you as mentally ill. So yeah, this person must have experienced this. And probably, for a reason. But at the same time, they have a point, because I do understand that is the sort of like, that's like the worst case scenario, but society, it shows how even if this person was mentally ill, how little regard they are taken with, and yet at the same time, then society expects, like, what do you expect when they do go crazy and, like, just do shit, like whatever it is, and then people are surprised, and it's like, well, no, that's where humanity comes in. That's where it's like if people in the medical industry really cared about health, there would be a little more humanity. But it's not about health. It's like the paychecks, and it's about the money, and they're overworked themselves if you look into it, and if you have any family in that field. But it's like, what the fuck? This is, again, the implosion of humanity. Because of this, the harassment is stepped up, and the perpetrators understand that they can do whatever they want to do to you because no one will believe you. And if you continue to try to speak out about what is going on, the more likely it is that you will end up being hospitalized. It's like, oh yeah, because that'll help. Completely discredited for observation as a delusional paranoid schizophrenic. According to the NSA, Russell Tice is paranoid, although psychiatrists not associated with the NSA report that Tice is in perfect mental health. Huh. It's like funny, because if you use society as a standard, like as it is now, or in general, look at history in general. It's like the mad crowd again. Society, like the mad crowd, is really... Is that really the standard you want to judge sanity from? Because if so, then if you look at what people are saying on the internet openly nowadays, like they want to still exterminate people for whatever, whether they're gay, whether they're Jewish, whether they're an assumed Satanist. It's like we're not that far away from the burning times again. The Middle East still is, essentially. Africa still is. Mexico still is. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say about this whole thing. It's like it's a psychological fucking situation, and it goes deep. And it's personal, and it's collective, and it's the relationship between, and the fact that it's just a big clusterfuck. Really, 666 and humanity and its self-hatred, and 111 being love, but also, again, this technology used for the opposite. Sleep deprivation. It is currently estimated that 40% of the U.S. population is sleep deprived. Sleep deprivation is a typical first step in mind control operations. And again, operations is 555, and then what is it? Yeah, the mind control, or control the mind. In order to soften up the target, sleep deprivation is accomplished by means of noise, as expressed above, or by electronic means. The use of tranquilizers or other hypnotic drugs to sleep or reduce anxiety make people more susceptible to the effects of electronic silent sound. So while takers of Ambien and other drugs sleep, the subliminal effects of their harassment are more profound. See, I don't know if I believe that, but it sounds like it could be true. I don't know about while they sleep, but maybe it might make their mind a little more malleable even when they're awake. But when accomplished electronically, people report these symptoms, which are generated utilizing microwave and other voice-to-scroll technologies. Hearing unusual buzzing, popping, or clicking noises. And see, I hear clicking in my ears, and I always have, and I think that's just like the fluids. Like, you have slow-moving fluids in your ducts, and it moves back and forth, and some of that, all that gives you like balance, and that's why when you spin around and it gets all fucked up, you get sick. So I'm not going to say I agree with the fact if you hear clicking sounds, then oh shit, they're tapping into your brain, but at the same time, the whole modulated pulses is essentially what that would consist of, probably as well. B, a sudden but persistent degeneration of sight. C, headaches, a tingly, static-like feeling on the head to the point of making it feel numb, like an arm or hand or foot falling asleep, only it's your skull. And C, some of this could just be lack of vitamins, like you didn't eat, lack of health, too. So again, responsibility. You can have biological and psychic leaks of your own that a lot of this could be attributed to. Sudden or persistent nausea or feeling of unbalance. It sometimes seems like chronic fatigue. Again, lack of nutrition. E, hearing voices or having thoughts about things you have never thought about before, most oftentimes perverse things that you'd never see. Again, you need to have accountability and mind control of your own, control your own mind. Some are the result of subliminal thought injection. I myself find this somewhat laughable, but it's still potential. It's still possible. Designed to cause you to recall memories that are read by synthetic telepathy. Some are the result of direct conversations with victims by remote operators using voice-to-skull. And I've talked to some people who do claim to have voice-to-skull, and that's what they say. They say that it's like there's some machine somehow that interacts with them, but at times it seems like there's like a microphone and someone talks into it and they berate you. And I don't know if I believe that though either, because I've never had it happen, but I would not put it past the realm. It's not past the realm of possibility. When you look into like the Navy projects and all that. F, sudden mood swings accompanied by some or all of the symptoms above. G, unexplained arrhythmia and palpitations of the heart. When tested, the heart is completely normal with no signs of dysfunction or disease. Other symptoms of electronic attack can be found here. So I guess it was written by Dr. Reinhard Munzert of Germany, which who knows if he's even really a doctor, but this is the typical sort of like rundown on the subject, and that's why I quoted it. Because this is increasingly actually becoming mainstream now. How the NSA harasses thousands of law-abiding Americans daily by the usage of remote neural monitoring. John St. Clair Acquay versus NSA. See, again, it's all speculation, but there's quite a bit of documentation to consider it all from. How the NSA illegally and unconstitutionally harasses law-abiding Americans every day. How, you ask? Quite simply, actually. It's done by EMF or ELF radio waves in a technology known as remote neural monitoring. Haven't you ever wondered about that ringing in your left ear? Well, here are the reasons. See, that's the danger, and that's also where red flags shoot up, making me wonder if like some of these things are written and some of these things are done to just like stink up the whole field and make it laughable, because they don't even question or like bring in some like balance or like level-headedness about, you know, some of this shit is not going to be that. It's not. He's saying, oh, it is that ringing in your ear. No, tinnitus and other things like that can be very natural. It can have everything to do with your vitamins and minerals. But I'm just saying. And just why should the NSA do this, you ask? To silence anyone who dare speak out against them or any other agency, or the government, or simply to think for themselves and outside the box, if you will. Think not, then read on. And again, the NSA has so much bigger fish to fry, like literally and figuratively, but you never know. You never know. Evidence for the lawsuit filed at the U.S. Courthouse in Washington, D.C., Civil Action 92-0449. My knowledge of the NSA's structure, national security activities, proprietary technology, and covert operations to monitor individual citizens. Table of contents. Comment, communications intelligence, blanket coverage of all electronic communications in the U.S. and the world to ensure national security. The NSA at Fort Meade, Maryland has had the most advanced computers in the world since the early 1960s. NSA technology is developed and implemented in secret from private corporations, academia, and the general public. SIGINT, or Signals Intelligence. The Signals Intelligence mission of the NSA has evolved into a program of decoding EMF waves, or electromagnetic frequency waves, in the environment for wirelessly tapping into computers and tracking persons with the electrical currents in their bodies. Signals Intelligence is based on the fact that everything in the environment with an electric current in it has a magnetic flux around it, which gives off EMF, or electromagnetic frequency waves. The NSA and DoD has developed proprietary advanced digital equipment which can remotely analyze all objects, whether man-made or organic, that have electrical activity. Domestic intelligence, DOM-INT. The NSA has records on all U.S. citizens. The NSA gathers information on U.S. citizens who might be of interest to any of the over 50,000 NSA agents, HUMINT. These agents are authorized by executive order to spy on anyone. The NSA has a permanent national security anti-terrorist surveillance network in place. This surveillance network is completely disguised and hidden from the public. And again, with that whole black physics thing, well, there are programs and applications that are, for all intents and purposes, black, like black projects, but they're black programs, and you don't have access to them. You have to have like passwords, and it gives you access basically to people's Facebooks and emails and whatnot. And it's like, again, with GSM or GM, I always forget, GSM, GMS Intercept. So I guess it's GSM. But again, it's just, all it is picking up signals and data, and, it's basic science, or it's basic data science, data technology, again, 666. Which again, electric. Tracking individuals in the U.S. is easily and cost-effectively implemented with the NSA's electronic surveillance network. This network, DOM-INT, covers the entire U.S., involves tens of thousands of NSA personnel, and tracks millions of persons simultaneously. Cost-effective implementation of operations is assured by NSA computer technology designed to minimize operations costs. And again, so NSA being 111, operations 555, there you go. NSA personnel serve in quasi-public positions in their communities and run cover businesses and legitimate businesses that can inform the intelligence community of persons they would want to track. NSA personnel in the community usually have cover identities such as social workers, lawyers, and business owners. Individual citizens occasionally targeted for surveillance by independently operating NSA personnel. NSA personnel, or what you could call handlers, I guess, can control the lives of hundreds of thousands of individuals in the U.S. by using the NSA's domestic intelligence network and cover businesses. The operations independently run by them can sometimes go beyond the bounds of law. So again, this is where that dicey and like black and white and dog chasing its tail again comes into play, because they like to they want people on leashes, like financial leashes, so that you like they can funnel and take money from you, and that's what taxing essentially is, and debt, and our whole economy is all, the whole market is all based on. That's why it's a sort of parasitic economy. Long-term control and sabotage of tens of thousands of unwitting citizens by NSA operatives is likely to happen. NSA domestic intelligence has the ability to covertly assassinate U.S. citizens or run covert psychological control operations to cause subjects to be diagnosed with ill mental health. It's like, yeah, they can induce it, so then they can declare that. NSA's Domestic Electronic Surveillance Network. As of the early 1960s, the most advanced computers in the world were at the NSA Fort Meade. Research breakthroughs with these computers were kept for the NSA. At the present time, the NSA has nanotechnology computers that are 15 years ahead of present computer technology. Nano? Maybe they mean quantum. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an NSA InfoSec security expert, but the NSA obtains blanket coverage of information in the U.S. by using advanced computers that use artificial intelligence to screen all communications, irregardless. I mean, even I know that's not a word. Regardless of medium, for keywords that should be brought to the attention of NSA agents and cryptologists. These computers monitor all communications at the transmitting and receiving ends. This blanket coverage of the U.S. is a result of the NSA's signals intelligence mission. Which is kind of interesting. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Why wouldn't they? I mean, with all that money, might as well. They better. The NSA's electronic surveillance network is based on a cellular arrangement of devices that can monitor the entire EMF spectrum. Again, with the satellite fields, the towers, and the blankets they literally create that we live in. This equipment was developed, implemented, and kept secret in the same manner as other electronic warfare programs. With this technology, NSA personnel can non-obtrusively tap into any communication device in existence. This includes computers, telephones, radio and video-based devices, printers, car electronics, and even the minute electrical fields in humans. So again, it'll be hard to find, and I don't want to waste the time, but they've talked about how even if your computer or phone isn't connected to the internet, they can still activate it and tap into it. Signals intelligence remote computer tampering. The NSA keeps track of all PCs and other computers sold in the U.S. This is an integral part of domestic intelligence network. The NSA's EMF equipment can tune in RF emissions from personal computer circuit boards while filtering out emissions from monitors and power supplies. The RF emission from PC circuit boards contains digital information in the PC. Coded RF waves from the NSA's equipment can resonate PC circuits and change data in the PCs. Thus, the NSA can gain wireless, modern-style entry into any computer in the country for surveillance or anti-terrorist electronic warfare. You know, that's all good, and that's all fine and good, I agree, but at the same time, how often will it be like someone who's mad at their girlfriend and, just spying on them or something? I mean, again, the main thing people fail to consider is the human element in all of this. That's the error right there, is the technology and the ability is wonderful, but the fact that people think that there can't be a negative to this is the beginning stage of the human error right there. The errors that we need to really become aware of before kind of, putting all of our data and our lives on the line here, with this sort of technology. I mean, again, if we're trying to be scientific and also be medically industrious, wouldn't you want to kind of I don't know, it just seems to me like it would save a little more lives, but maybe that's not the goal. I don't know. At this point, I really can't tell. Radio and television signals can be substituted at the receiving end with special EMF equipment. Replacing signals in radios and televisions is another outgrowth of the NSA's signals intelligence mission, detecting EMF fields in humans for surveillance. A subject's bioelectrical field can be remotely detected, so subjects can be monitored anywhere they are. And see, this is like a paranoid person's nightmare. So I can understand why, again, this whole subject has been... The subject itself has been abused by the people who claim to be abused, and it's a big cycle of abuse. That's why I say it's like a dog chasing its tail. Because you don't know where it ends, where it starts. With special EMF equipment, NSA cryptologists can remotely read evoked potentials from EEGs. They can be decoded into a person's brain states and thoughts. The subject is then perfectly monitored from a distance. NSA personnel can dial up any individual in the country on the Signals Intelligence EMF scanning network, and the NSA's computers will then pinpoint and track that person 24 hours a day. The NSA can pick out and track anyone in the U.S. So that's a little redundant. It makes me wonder, like, who the hell... I don't know. It makes me wonder about the people who wrote these. NSA Signals Intelligence uses EMF brain stimulation for remote neural monitoring, or RNM, and electronic brain link, or EBL. EMF brain stimulation has been in development since the MKUltra project or program of the early 1950s, which included neurological research into radiation, non-ionizing electromagnetic frequency, and bioelectric research and development. The resulting secret technology is categorized at the National Security Archives as radiation intelligence, defined as information from unintentionally emanated electromagnetic waves in the environment, not including radioactivity or nuclear detonation. Signals Intelligence implemented and kept this technology secret in the same manner as other electronic warfare programs of the U.S. government. The NSA monitors available information about this technology and withholds scientific research from the public. There are also international intelligence agency agreements to keep this technology secret. The NSA has proprietary electronic equipment that analyzes electrical activity in humans from a distance. NSA computer-generated brain mapping can continuously monitor all the electrical activity in the brain continuously. The NSA records aid decoding, individual brain maps of hundreds of thousands of persons for national security purposes. EMF brain stimulation is also secretly used by the military for brain-to-computer linking, in military fighter aircraft, for example. For electronic surveillance purposes, electrical activity in the speech center of the brain can be translated into the subject's verbal thoughts. Remote neural monitoring can send encoded signals to the brain's auditory cortex, thus allowing audio communication direct to the brain, bypassing the ears. NSA operatives can use this to covertly debilitate subjects by stimulating auditory hallucinations characteristic of paranoid schizophrenia. Without any contact with the subject, remote neural monitoring can map out electrical activity from the visual cortex of the subject's brain and show images from the subject's brain on a video monitor. And, I don't know if I believe that. Like, at least what's reported publicly, they supposedly can barely make out images of, like, brain reading. But you never know. NSA operatives can see what the surveillance subject's eyes are seeing. Visual memory can also be seen. See, if that was possible, like, that would be fucking crazy, but again, I'm skeptical. RNM can send images direct to the visual cortex. But again, think of ways in which that could be possible. When you think about, like, I think about the book, The Dark Doorway of the Beast, which talks about, again, this associative grouping, which memory really is. And again, I think of 333 and the sort of database and how data can kind of be extrapolated, but from memory, I don't know, like, you'd have to get like quantum or holographic EEGs. RNM can send images direct to the visual cortex, bypassing the eyes and optic nerves. NSA operatives can use this to surreptitiously put images in a surveillance subject's brain while they're in REM sleep for brain programming purposes. See, I don't know, like, it sounds like an appeal to a schizophrenic. There has been There has been a signals intelligence network in the U.S. since the 1940s. The NSA, Fort Med, has in place a vast two-way wireless R&M system which is used to track subjects and non-invasively monitor audiovisual information in their brain. This is all done with no physical contact with the subject. R&M is the ultimate method of surveillance and domestic intelligence. Speech and 3D sound and subliminal audio can be sent to the auditory cortex of the subject's brain, bypassing the ears, and images can be sent into the visual cortex. R&M can alter a subject's perceptions, mood, and motor control. Speech cortex auditory cortex link has become the ultimate communication system for the intelligence community. R&M allows for a complete audiovisual brain-to-brain link or brain-to-computer link. National Security Agency Signals Intelligence Electronic Brain Link Technology. NSA SIGINT can remotely detect, identify, and monitor a person's bioelectric fields. The NSA Signals Intelligence has the proprietary ability to remotely and non-invasively monitor information in the human brain by digitally decoding the evoked potentials in the 30 to 50 Hz 0.5 milliwatt electromagnetic emissions from the brain. Neuronal activity in the brain creates a shifting electrical pattern that has a shifting magnetic flux. This magnetic flux puts out a constant 30 to 50 Hz 0.5 milliwatt electromagnetic wave. Contained in the electromagnetic emission from the brain are spikes and patterns called evoked potentials. Every thought, reaction, motor command, auditory event, and visual image in the brain has a corresponding evoked potential, or a set of evoked potentials. The EMF emission from the brain can be decoded into the current thoughts, images, and sounds in the subject's brain. NSA SIGINT uses EMF-transmitted brain stimulation as a communications system to transmit information, as well as nervous system messages to intelligence agents and also to transmit to the brains of covert operations subjects on a non-perceptible level. EMF brain stimulation works by sending a complexly coded and pulsed electromagnetic signal to trigger evoked potentials or events in the brain, thereby forming sound and visual images in the brain's neural circuits. EMF brain stimulation can also change a person's brain states and affect motor control. Two-way electronic brain link is done by remotely monitoring neural audiovisual information while transmitting sound to the auditory cortex bypassing the ears and transmitting faint images to the visual cortex bypassing the optic nerves and eyes. The images appear as floating 2D screens in the brain. Two-way electronic brain link has become the ultimate communications system for CIA and NSA personnel. Remote neural monitoring, or R&M, remotely monitoring bioelectric information in the human brain, has become the ultimate surveillance system. It is used by a limited number of agents in the U.S. intelligence community. R&M requires decoding the resonance frequency of each specific brain area. That frequency is then modulated in order to impose information in that specific brain area. The frequency to which the various brain areas respond varies from 3 Hz to 50 Hz. Only NSA Signals Intelligence modulates signals in this frequency band. An example of EMF brain stimulation. Here are the brain areas, bioelectrical resonance frequencies, and information induced through modulation. This modulated information can be put into the brain at varying intensities from subliminal to perceptible. Each person's brain has a unique set of bioelectrical resonance entrainment frequencies. Sending audio information to a person's brain at the frequency of another person's auditory cortex would result in that audio information not being perceived. This modulated information can be put into the brain at varying intensities from subliminal to perceptible. Each person's brain has a unique set of bioelectric resonance and entrainment frequencies. Sending audio information to a person's brain at the frequency of another person's auditory cortex would result in that audio information not being perceived. The plaintiff learned of remote neural monitoring by being in two-way R&M contact with the Kinicom group at the NSA Fort Meade. They used R&M 3D sound direct to the brain to harass the plaintiff from October 1990 to May 1991. As of May 91, they have had two-way R&M communications with the plaintiff and have used R&M to attempt to incapacitate the plaintiff and hinder the plaintiff from going to authorities about their activities against the plaintiff in the last 12 years. The Kinnecom group has about 100 persons working 24 hours a day at Fort Med. They have also brain-tapped persons the plaintiff is in contact with to keep the plaintiff isolated. This is the first time ever that a private citizen has been harassed with R&M and has been able to bring a lawsuit against NSA personnel using this intelligence operations method. NSA techniques and resources. Remote monitoring, tracking of individuals in any location, inside any building, continuously anywhere in the country. A system for inexpensive implementation of these operations allows for thousands of persons in every community to be spied on constantly by the NSA. Remote R&M devices. A. NSA's R&M equipment remotely reads the evoked potentials, or EEGs, of the human brain for tracking individuals and can send messages through the nervous system to affect their performance. B. Information missing from original. C. R&M can electronically identify individuals and track them anywhere in the U.S. This equipment is on a network and is used for domestic intelligence operations, government security, and military-based security, and in case of bioelectric warfare. Spotters and walk-bys in metropolitan areas. A. Tens of thousands of persons in each area working as spotters and neighborhood/business place spies, sometimes unwittingly, following and checking on subjects who have been identified for covert control by NSA personnel. B. Agents working out of offices can be in constant communication with spotters who are keeping track of the NSA's thousands of subjects in public. C. NSA agents in remote offices can instantly identify using R&M any individual spotted in public who is in contact with surveillance subject. Chemicals and drugs into residential buildings with hidden NSA installed and maintained plastic plumbing lines. See, I don't know. Some of this seems like fucking crazy. The NSA has kits for running lines into residential tap water and air ducts of subjects for delivery of drugs, such as sleeping gas or brainwashing aiding drugs. This is an outgrowth of CIA pharmacology. Brief overview of proprietary U.S. intelligence anti-terrorist equipment mentioned. Fixed network of special EMF equipment can read EEGs in human brains and identify and track individuals by using digital computers. ESB, or electrical stimulation to the brain via EMF signal from the NSA signals intelligence, is used to control subjects. EMF equipment that gathers information from PC circuit boards by deciphering RF emissions, thereby gaining wireless modem-style entry into any personal computer in the country. All equipment hidden, all technology secret, all scientific research unreported, as in electronic warfare research. Not known to the public at all, yet complete and thorough implementation of this method of domestic intelligence has been in place since the early 1980s. So, resources. These publications have only been discovered since December 1991, after plaintiff had already notified authorities, Department of Justice, etc., of public corruption by named NSA employees. When no action was taken against the NSA employees, I researched the intelligence community electronic surveillance technology involved and discovered the following publications: The Body Electric, Electromagnetism, and the Foundation of Life, Cross Currents by Robert Becker, Stimulating Auditory Hallucinations, Remote Computer Tampering Using the RF Emissions from the Logic Board, Monitoring Neuroelectric, I guess, Information in the Brain, EM Wave ESB. Currents of Death by Paul Brodeur, Driving Brain Electrical Activity with External EM, Magnetospheres, Delgado. The Zapping of America, which I have that book. Department of Defense, electrical stimulation of the brain research, stimulating auditory hallucinations of mice, men, and molecules, bioelectricity, probing the brain with EM waves, the 3-pound universe, in the palaces of memory, the puzzle palace, the U.S. intelligence community, glossary terms, radiation intelligence, information from unintentionally emanated electromagnetic energy, excluding radioactive sources. The search for the Manchurian candidate, electrical or radio stimulation to the brain, CIA research and development in bioelectrics, Secret Agenda by Jim Hugin, National Security Cult Groups. Makes me think of the Cult of Intelligence, or the CIA and the Cult of Intelligence. Crimes of the intelligence community, surreptitious entries, intelligence agents running operations against government workers, War in the Age of Intelligent Machines by Manuel de Landa, NSA Computer Supremacy, Complete Control of Information, Alternate Computers by Time Life Books, Molecule Computers, The Mind by Richard Restak, EEG Systems Inc., Decoding Brain Electromagnetic Emanations, Tracking Thoughts on a Computer, MedTech by Lawrence Gallen, Triggering Events in the Brain, Direct to Auditory Cortex Signals, Cyborg by D.S. Hallisey Jr., Brain-to-Computer Link Research Contracts Given Out by the U.S. Government, Psychiatry in the CIA, Victims of Mind Control by Harvey Weinstein, Dr. Cameron, Psychic Driving, Ultra-Conceptual Communications, Journey into Madness, I've got that book, The True Story of Secret CIA Mind Control and Medical Abuse by Gordon Thomas, Intelligence Research and Development, Delgado, it's like just his name, Psychic Driving with Radio Telemetry, Mind Manipulators by Alan Shefflin and Edward M. Opton, MK Ultra Brain Research for Information Gathering, and The Brain Changers by Maya Pines, Listening to Brain Electromagnetic Emissions. Further resources. These publications have only been discovered since December 1991, after plaintiff had already notified authorities. When no action was taken against the blah blah blah, he found more publications. Modern Bioelectricity, including Audio in the Brain with EM Waves, DoD Cover-Up, EM Wave ESB, Remote EEGs. Magnetic Stimulation in Clinical Neurophysiology by Sudhanshu Chakravarti. Magnetophosphenes, Images Direct to the Visual Cortex. The Mind of Man by Nigel Calder, U.S. Intelligence Brain Research. Neuroelectric Society Conference, 1971. Audio Direct to the Brain with EM Waves, 2-wave or Remote EEG. Brain Control by Elliot S. Wallenstein, ESB Control of Individuals, Towards Century 21 by C.S. Walia. Brain Stimulation for Direct-to-Brain Communication. Mind Wars by Ron McRae, Associate of Jack Anderson. Page 62, 106, 136, Research into Brain-to-Brain Electronic Communications, Remote Neural EM Detection, Mind Tools by Rudy Rucker. Brain Tapping Communication with Varying Biomagnetic Fields, U.S. News and World Report, EM Brain Stimulation, Intelligence Community High Tech, Ear Magazine article on extremely low frequency radio emissions in the natural environment, radio emissions from the human body, City Paper article on FCC and NSA, complete radio spectrum, listening posts, 1992, Frontiers in Science, 1958, Beyond Biofeedback, The Body Quantum, Cloning, a Biologist's Report by Robert Gilmore McKinnell, Ethical Review of Cloning Humans. So yeah, this is just July 20th, 2019 by Arthur C. Clarke. A law office run by a computer to baseball pitchers. So basically, yeah, it's like the converging, whatever it's called, converging technologies for improving human performance. Makes me think of that. Mega Brain, the Cult of Information, the Body Shop, Evoked Potentials. Day 1 of the meeting. Dr. D, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all fulfilled now, and since I've been interrogated repeatedly by many of our distinguished guests, I hereby make the official announcement that Chicago-style pizza and beer will be served on Friday night on only. We don't want any casualties before our important solstice events. Booze and multilingual insults. Quiet, please, quiet. I need to make an important announcement. At lunch, one of our American researchers informed us that AMA and FDA are secretly preparing a campaign to target any unorthodox method of diagnosis, such as alternative medicine, kinesiology, muscle testing, and radionics, even by licensed chiropractors, etc. All devices using light, sound, or EM frequencies in any way that alter brainwaves will be declared illegal. This includes all subliminal music, hypnosis, meditation tapes, and self-help modalities. You should know that ahead of time, because they have sophisticated electronic technology to detect where, how, and who is using these devices, and possibly raid them or confiscate them. Be aware and know about it now. Ms. Dr. C. Will they also be targeting private individuals using brainwave altering props, techniques, etc.? Dr. D. You want to answer that question, Dr. F? National Security Agency brainwave targeting technology. Dr. F. Okay, I will. You see, it is not really the AMA and FDA alliance behind this last outrageous plan, but this comes straight from the National Reconnaissance Organization, NRO, the National Security Agency, NSA, and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA headquarters, and it is linked to satellite electronic surveillance protocols. Anyone in a state of profound self-induced trance or altered state of consciousness will not respond to their own subliminal programming and mind control protocols. That constitutes loss of control, and that they cannot tolerate. So, since per New Age fads, most people rely on external devices to attain altered states of consciousness, then the logical thing to do is eliminate these devices from the market completely. On the other hand, individuals using drugs to attain altered states of consciousness are literally sitting ducks for immediate control, because their brains have already been chemically prepared with special additives introduced on all drugs, by the very process of refining these drugs for public consumption worldwide. This was the very basis of the earlier MKUltra project using drugs. Later, this became refined to MK Delta, delta here meaning sleep brainwave cycle, and finally the electronic protocols of today, including woodpecker, buzzsaw, videodrome, and holy signals. This last one is also secretly coded Holy C project. It involves the use of holograms to create visions of angels, light beings, etc. The research of ONR, Office of Naval researcher Dr. Eldon Bird, describes the process behind this project. Dr. D. Thank you for a very informative answer, Dr. F. And now, here is Mrs. Dr. L. to continue her talk. Applause. Mrs. Dr. L. Thank you, Dr. E and Dr. F, for such vital information. That also affects Chinese practice because the diagnostic method using the 3 pulses has always been regarded by the AMA, or I guess American Medical Association, as highly suspect of quackery. Also, I may add that my research has proven absolutely with Mega Archons and Dr. N have been emphatically telling, is that profound states of altered consciousness that are self-induced by the techniques taught to us in the order, and also transcendental meditation, Zen meditation, Taoist golden flower meditation, and flower of life Merkaba meditation to make an individual immune to external subliminal programming. Unfortunately, only great masters and advanced yogis are able to resist the electronic mind control intrusions using scalar wave technology. Only our protection against that powerful intrusion is equally strong scalar, solitonic, and tachyonic force fields, and that we can easily do with our own available technology. Other folks worldwide are less fortunate, unfortunately. Magnetic components of brain activity. Let me continue. I already discussed the importance of the magnetic component of brain activity in studying and monitoring brain processes and functions accurately and precisely. Further research by our Russian colleagues has also shown that with proper parallel computing algorithms, one can plot three-dimensionally the magnetic field configuration in spatiotemporal time-varying fields of the midbrain's thalamus, hypothalamus, hippocampus, amygdala, pituitary, and pineal functions in real time. This is unprecedented because it shows that, as we all here have learned in our Hermetic Gnostic Order's teachings, that so-called Cave of Brahma, Dr. N's favorite hangout, laughter, is indeed the magnetic and acoustic resonance chamber, its shape being a topological complex analog of an ellipsoid, prolate spheroid, and a torus. In American lingo, I think that is called a donut inside an egg. Laughter. May I have the Cinefilm strip, please? Thank you. Short film showing computer graphics is shown. This shows a real-time plot of the nested magnetic fields around my own head. This piece of research was a little favor from a British colleague that likes to work nights. They call it the Dracula shift. The white lines of the overall contour, the green, the hypothalamus plus thalamus field, the red, the hippocampus plus amygdala cycloid-shaped field, semicircular, and the dumbbell-shaped blue is the epiphysis, or pineal, and hypophysis, pituitary combined fields. I wrote this algorithm myself with the help of Professor Penrose, another unofficial favor, to map the magnetic fields using both the SQUID sensor helmets and a special helmet designed by Dr. Z, having delta T and delta Y transforms, having specially designed magnetic coils and sensors. And I've never heard of delta Y, but I know that SQUID, it's an acronym for some device, a superconducting quantum interference device, a sensitive magnetometer used to measure extremely subtle magnetic fields based on superconducting loops containing Josephson junctions. This way we could pick up pico and nanogauss fields, billionth of a Gauss, so nanomagnetic fields. The combined information is displayed here in three-dimensional colored graphics. Notice the external white-lined shape is like an egg. Inside, almost the center, is the toroidal shape of the hippocampus amygdala combined fields, the red contours. The central tube-like sausage with trumpet-like open ends looks like what, anyone? An Einstein-Rosen bridge. Right. The blue-green combined field of the thalamus, hypothalamus, pituitary, and pineal glands forms a sausage. Like a mini hyperspace tunnel about 7 centimeters long. The screen image is magnified, but the actual side is about 7 centimeters, reflecting the normal brain size. Let me pause. Can we replay that part? Thanks. Notice how the overall geometry is an ellipsoid prolate spheroidal cavity containing a subspace of a toroid traversed by a hyperbolic nonlinear Einstein-Rosen bridge. Again, in American lingo, an egg-shaped cavity containing a donut crossed by a sausage. What do these nested fields look like to you, dear friends? Crosstalk and comments. A topological analog of a relativistic, locally curved space-time locus around a solar system. Of course, what else? A space-time torus with an Einstein-Rosen bridge connecting its median points. There, ladies and gentlemen, there is the scientific proof that the motto of our order, the dictum of the ancient sages, as above, so below, as within, so without, is scientifically and neurophysiologically correct and precisely so. These shapes, which you all recognize as hyperspatial four-dimensional plots, are indeed magnetic acoustical resonance chambers. Notice that these amazing geometries are the synergistic effect of the magnetic fields of these 6 organs surrounded by the ventricles, under the roof of the choroid plexus and corpus callosum. Notice what happens if I subtract the field of even a single organ, let's say the pineal gland. See how it changes the entire structure? And if I add the contribution of the mammillary body, it only widens the tube, right? And if we add the field from the reticular formation, the master circuit network, relay and switchboard of the brain, where all waves are originated, what do we get? Next frame, please. We get a tunnel merging with the main ellipsoidal field. In the screen, it is the orange-colored grid. To summarize, what is our midbrain or inner cavity? It is a relativistic spatiotemporal cavity with local enfolded hyperspatial bridges that undergoes harmonic resonances to magnetic and acoustical stimuli. The implications are almost astronomical, if I may use the term, because a model and mechanism based on this novel scientific information implies that our human brain is in reality none other than a biological space-time energy transducer. As such, it creates not only space but also time. Our ancient Chinese ancestors maintained that the Tao was in our heads. In other words, all the universe was in our head. My own inference from this study is that space and time are essentially biologically modulated, perhaps even formulated, for my equations show that possibility. Should this intuitive scientific insight be correct, then it would demolish physics, biology, philosophy, and theology in a single clean blow. Or, see, people like to say that, but a lot of this stuff, it's like further unifies them. It just shows where some people were wrong along this, along the way in clinging to a certain limited application or whatever. Incidentally, I showed this film strip and discussed my theory and equations with Professor Penrose, who seemed interested at first, but very politely declined any further comment or association with me thereafter. I think he realized the impact of this novel theory. He is still convinced that quantum mechanics is the answer to explain brain functions and consciousness. I disagree. I think it is general relativity and unified field a la Einstein, pure and simple. Quantum phenomena is not the cause, but merely the effect, and creation is not statistical. It is wholeheartedly deterministic, not left to chance, but to precisely formulated potentials, not fields. The potentials are the cause, the fields are the effects. In simple terms, pure magnetism and sound are the potentials. Electricity is the field. Magnetism and sound do not travel as such, for they are inherently enfolded in space and are everywhere. It is the disturbance that travels. On the other hand, electrical charge, hence electricity, does travel because it needs a physical medium. It is obvious that we still don't understand either magnetism or the true nature of sound. Sonochemistry and advances in neurophysics. To close, I would like to just mention experiments being done combining the novel science of sonochemistry and neurophysics. Amazing altered states of consciousness have been attained by some privately funded researchers using sound and light, a combination of physics and yoga. From stereochemistry, the precise molecular structure of certain alkaloids have been obtained, and their vibrational isomorphic fundamental vibrational frequencies determined. Example: ammonia NH3 molecules vibrate at 40,000 CPS. LSD vibrates at about 11,000 CPS. A tone was obtained from this vibrating molecule, and a large poster of its molecular structure was made. By focusing on the chemical formula on the poster and playing the sound harmonic tone of the LSD molecule, a fabulous psychedelic trance was experienced by 8 volunteers, men and women. No side effects, unpleasant emotions, or after effects were experienced. The subjects remained in the theta brainwave through the entire 3-hour experience. Many OOBE, or out-of-body experience, time travel, and clairsenses experiences were reported and monitored. The experiment was repeated at other times with close controls, and similar experiences were reported. The information from these experiments was truly, truly amazing, fabulous, fantastic, to put it mildly. The psychokinetic and telekinetic feats were, I think, unparalleled in the history of parapsychological research. A new biochemistry and pharmacology can emerge from this study. I have passed this information to our Russian colleagues for future study, for it is their specialty, paraphysics and biological radio. Ironically, the CIA and KGB are familiar with two alkaloid substances known as telepathine and astraline. The former is in the chemistry handbook, the latter is new. Interesting names. Thank you, my friends. Standing applause. Dr. D. Thank you, Mrs. Dr. L, for a superbly informative presentation. It is almost mind-boggling for us non-medical type to understand the intricacies of the brain. Obviously, your research is light years ahead of the orthodoxy. Any questions before we move on to the next speaker? Yes, Dr. A. Neurological magnetic fields and altered states. Dr. A, please explain how the cerebral magnetic fields of the midbrain change as a function of ASCs, or altered states of consciousness. Mrs. Dr. L. So, very good. What my associates and I did is go into various trance states induced by techniques that we all know here. A. Deep Zen Taoist meditation, absolute stillness. B. Tai Chi moving meditation. And C. Tantra Toga or Yoga Cobra breathing, pulsed powerful breath, and Yoga Asana or lotus posture. I was the subject tested. In A, all metabolic processes come homeostasis are slowed down pronouncedly. The brain emitted EEG peaks in the alpha through theta range, 11, 9, 7, and 5 CPs at the lowest. Great masters can descend all the way into delta, 0.1 to 4 CPs, and the amplitude varies between 60 and 275 microvolts, root mean square averages. The magnetic fields were actually at a maximum, especially when eyes were closed, ranging from about 9.5 to 48.5 picogauss, about 10 to 8 gauss. The diagrams you saw in the cinefilm were made with measurements of this part, A. In B, the metabolic processes are increased, but homeostasis is optimized. Brainwaves are almost totally alpha, but some beta spikes were observed. Again, a great Tai Chi master would be totally in alpha, maybe even some theta. The magnetic fields were somewhat elongated in the y-axis, meaning the length of the space-time tube. This meant that space-time functions are altered when doing Tai Chi correctly. It is said in Chinese lore that Tai Chi masters can arrest, even reverse their aging process, and cause local distortions of space-time, hence their ability to literally propel opponents flying through the air, 12 feet into the air, like the legendary master in the remote Chengdu province. Somehow, magnetism and Qi are related, and are controlled by the brain via intent and breath. In C, the brainwaves are almost totally composed of very unusual spikes that could be alpha or beta. The magnetic fields were pulsating or oscillating, which means some nonlinear DC pulses created expansion and contraction of the magnetic field. Curiously, it appeared as if it became alive and began to breathe, and the pulse was about 6 to 8 cycles per second. My interpretation is that here space-time is being pulsed and time is being accelerated, but externally, not internally. In other words, the outside time flow seems to be going faster. Any other questions? Yes, Miss Dr. J. What is the best way to optimize one's own brain functions, especially in adults like us? Also, I understand you're a grandmother and won't reveal your age. To me, you look like you're about 22 years old. What's your secret? Mrs. Dr. L. Thank you for the compliment. My answer to that is to be like a child, laugh a lot. And to this group, we're all clowns, especially those loud Russians. Back there, great laughter and cheers. And eat Chinese food, especially vegetables, eggs, and a lot of seaweed. Also, I practice Tai Chi and Qi Kung every day. In China, we walk many kilometers every day. Now, as for brain functions, as Dr. N said, do not watch TV or movies, don't use computers or telephones, and practice your yoga and visualization and imagination exercises daily. Study of sacred geometry is the best stimulation for the brain, for the sacred forms, angles, and diagrams have their space-time analogs in the mind, soul, and spirit. You saw how the brain forms sacred geometry magnetic field patterns in our film. That is very significant. Some Hermetic Gnostics of early Christianity thought that angels derived from angles. You see? Finally, never, never, never smoke cigarettes or take drugs. that damages the thymus and pituitary and causes premature aging. Also, don't drink coffee. It interferes via purines and brain neurotransmitters. Drink tea. Effects of TV and VDTs on human genetic structure. Dr. R. Will you explain how movies, TV screens, computer VDTs, or video displays, I don't know, virtual delirium tremens? I suppose all VDTs and scientific equipment affect the brain, and I understand the chromosomes, DNA, and genes as well? Mrs. Dr. L. That is a tremendous question. The effect on DNA, chromosomes, and genes has been discussed in the open scientific literature, but it is quite controversial. I believe Dr. D has most of the papers and references in our technical files, so you can secure copies of those. I will summarize this way. It seems that EMF and the VDT does interact and interfere with brain functions by entrainment of the 60 Hz AC of commercial electricity. In other words, the synergy between the reticular formation and the thalamus is responsible for the alpha spikes that indicate that during a normal day, the brain takes a dip into alpha 30 times per minute while you are awake. Nobody knows why this is so, but I think it has to do with replenishment of vital force, chi, and a balance between the rational and intuitive functions. Entrainment prevents that, for it keeps you all the time at 60 or 50 Hz. Movies and videos contain not only decadent material, but also subliminals and encoded secret information. There is another more noxious scenario that I am not at liberty to discuss. I have to clear that with Dr. N. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes my presentation for today. See you at dinner time. Applause. Day 2. Dr. A. Good morrow, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you are all rested after last night's workshops and fulfilled by today's Chinese-style breakfast, per Mrs. Dr. L's suggestion for brain food. I have an announcement. There will be no evening workshops Thursday night. Those going to the Art Institute in downtown Chicago will come with me in the gray van. Those going to the organ recital at Rockefeller Chapel, University of Chicago, will go with Dr. D in the blue van. For those staying, we have a quintet playing Telemann, Vivaldi, Bach, and Mozart's Clarinet Quintet in A. Whatever. We all need great music for the soul. Those wanting to make phone calls do... We all need great music for the soul. Those wanting to make phone calls must do in our Chicago quarters. There are no phones in the main house or any other building. We only use the DC intercoms. Also, we have no commercial 110-volt 60 Hz electricity in any of our buildings. Let me remind you once again to use the electric shavers we have provided, or razors. Ladies, your attendant, Mrs. H, and staff will attend any of your needs. The library is open at all time. Oh god, this document is weird. I just thought it was kind of interesting, but for the sake of completeness, I will try to read it all. Dr. D, thank you. Dr. A, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Since we are running early, laughter, we will run the cinefilm, shown yesterday by popular request. It seems that many of us here had dreams about these diagrams shown by Mr. Dr. L yesterday. Lights, please. The 6-minute cinefilm is shown. Thank you, Dr. B. Thank you, Dr. B. We have had a change in speakers. Mr. Dr. C will speak next. Mrs. Dr. C will speak next. You all know her. She needs no introduction. However, let me remind you that she is a master of clairvoyance, clairsentience, and bioradio or remote viewing. Permit me to welcome Mrs. Dr. C. Applause. Ms. Dr. C. Thank you, Dr. D. Guten Morgen, dear colleagues. I wish to begin by asking how many had dreams about brainwave diagrams last night. Hands up, yeah. Let me see, I count 27. What on yes? What on yes? 29. About half the group. Gut. I wish to inform you that you were all part of an experiment yesterday. Laughter. Dr. Z, you call this Amerikanisch Hospitalisch. An CCP only experiment is to see how much vodka you drink. That also gives great dreams, wild laughter, and raucous comments. Ms. Dr. C, I'm glad we have such a live group of scientists here. Laughter is our greatest cathartic, as you all know. I just hope that was not a nervous laugh, more laughter. The reason that this is so important is that unbeknownst to you, we run a double-blind experiment yesterday to do in vivo research. This is perfect time and group for that. I'm one of the 3 researchers involved in this brainwave research. The other researcher is back in England and is not part of this group. Only Mrs. Dr. L and I knew about this group. We will discuss that later. Now, I wish to have the lights and projector ready. Thank you, Dr. B. New theories of biological cell morphology. I wish to start with a discussion of the revolutionary research of Herr Professor Dr. Thomas Land, a biophysicist and biomaterials scientist. He has advanced a new theory based on solid evidence that conflicts greatly with current views on cell morphology, especially neuronal brain cells. Current theory is based on 2-dimensional models of thin microtome sections of cells viewed under optical or transmission microscopy, which states that the cell's membrane is a spherical double layer of fatty lipids having their lyophobic ends pointing inward and lyophilic ends pointing outwards, with protein structures at either surface or squeezing through the membrane. Show the first slide. Next slide. You see here, this shows the protoplasm in center and looks like round circles, yeah? Dr. Land is not arguing cell function, but more the structural topology of its true geometry. After reviewing thousands of published photos in histology literature for the past 35 years, he is convinced the current view is incorrect. Cell morphology has a 6-fold symmetry. What he did is not use transmission electron microscopy, or TEM, but scanning electron microscopy, SEM, with very special dry freeze techniques to preserve actual cell morphology without preparation artifacts. He then performed a mathematical topological analysis, or MTA, to correlate hypothesis with observations, and found that cells, far from being spherical 3D little balls, were in reality very complex 3D aggregates following a precise topological law known as periodic minimal surface, or PMS. Not to be confused with female PMS, Roaring laughter. I will skip the details, but Dr. Land has postulated that the actual cell morphology and cell continuum is not a random spherical configuration, but a precise crystalline aggregate of cubic-shaped cells whose membranes show a 6-fold symmetry. Traces of the Egyptian flower of life symmetry, maybe, yeah? Furthermore, the cytoskeleton or protein skeleton of the cell grows in a spiral pattern, very similar to DNA and RNA geometry. I wish to have the next 5 slides. Dr. B, you see how the cell grows from a 2-dimensional circle to a cubic aggregate if you apply the rules of topology. You see also the repeating pattern like a crystal. The cubic shape is probably dictated by functional cellular requirements and determines the actual cell behavior. Finally, his last phenomenal discovery was that, as a materials scientist, like the American Dr. William Tiller, he was very familiar with metallic and metalloid microstructure. When he saw the high-angle SEMs at low resolution and high angle, he noticed the pattern resembled what material scientists call a photonic crystal, a lattice structure of atoms or molecules that is sensitive to electromagnetic radiation, or light. So he realized, of course, that explains the work of Herr Dr. Popp from Switzerland and his photon cell experiments. In other words, the cells are morphologically arranged like a PMS structure that maximizes its surface per unit volume for absorption of energy. It follows, therefore, that cells, especially neuronal cerebral cells, are crystalline electromagnetic transducers. In other words, they respond to light. That explains why not only exodermal or skin cells, but deep endodermal cells, including those in the pineal gland, are sensitive to light. The current view maintains that light photons do not affect metabolism. Dr. Land's research contradicts that and categorically shows how cells are structurally and morphologically equipped to act as light transducers. That is the conclusion of our own research. Standing ovation and applause. The phenomenon of synesthesia. Miss Dr. C. Dankershen. Thank you, respected colleagues. You know, we may just be a biological black hole. More laughter. Now, let me go into the second topic of my talk. I wish for the lights, please. Thank you. Dr. B. This topic of brain research verges almost on paraphysics. The favorite topic of our CCP colleagues. Cheers. A Polish researcher, Dr. Richard Sidowick, has been researching an unusual phenomenon known as synesthesia, a condition where one sense overlaps with another, such as tasting colors, smelling colors, tasting words, feeling sensations and emotions in vivid colors, such as sexual orgasms. Loud laughter. Background question: how can we do that? More laughter. The phenomenology of synesthesia cannot be explained by the present neurological model of the brain that maintains that the cortical regions are responsible for most physical senses. The rational cortex is responsible for sensory perception. This view can't explain synesthesia. Instead, Dr. Sidowick argues that it is the limbic system, or emotional brain, with its neural networks beneath the endocortex that has channels of communication with other parts of the brain via the endocrine and hormonal systems. It follows from his research that the dominance and preeminence of the cortex over the limbic system is not perfunctory, and the limbic system is not subordinate to it. It appears that it is actually the central control, the CPU, to use computer language, of the overall brain function. This would intimate that functionally, the cortical functions and limbic functions are nested or multiplexed, and that information and data acquired by the brain can be or is processed by parallel computation. Yeah? The important implication is that this phenomenon of synesthesia suggests that the learning process could be directly linked to emotions rather than to sensory stimuli alone. The common feature of so-called synesthetics is that they have phenomenal memories, or synesthetics, amazing visualization abilities, like seeing vivid shapes and colors, and also remarkable psychic abilities, such as precognitions, déjà vu, clairvoyance, telepathy, and remote viewing and sensing. But unfortunately, these abilities are regarded as abnormal or strange, so they play these down and hide them. I forgot. These people don't do very well in math, and they often get lost on the streets. Poor orientation. See, and I suck at higher math. But yet, as a kid, I've always been very, very mentally, visual, or visionary, you could say. Because I just had a lot going on, in my imagination, and I still do. And have to be very careful while driving, because I'll forget I'm driving. If I especially listen to music, or even if I don't, just get caught up in my own thoughts. The experimental conclusions conducted on the subjects under controlled laboratory conditions forced Dr. Sidowick to make a courageous statement. Synesthesia takes place in the left side of the limbic system, deep in the temporal lobe. This confused everyone in the neurological community. But we know that what he is talking about is the so-called hyperfunctions of the limbic system, as yet unrecognized, unaccepted, and non-existent to orthodox medical and psychological sciences. Traditional neurology proposes a hardwired circuitry of neuronal networks mediating neurological functions. The new view requires and proposes new electrical channels of communication. This has been dubbed volume transmission, in contradistinction to the traditional wiring transmission mediated by normal axons, synapses, dendrites, and spikes. Some Eastern researchers, by contrast, regard that synesthesia is a normal condition we are born with, but culturally is blotted out of our neural functions. Only a few individuals manage to maintain this function as adults, who have retained this phenomenon as a conscious awareness, even if it appears strange. With the research we conducted with Mrs. Dr. L discussed yesterday, and with this overview of today's information, I think it is obvious that the present neurological brain models are in the dire need of fundamental revision. Comparatively, we know more about the ocean than we did about the brain. We understand water, but what about thought? Anyway, ironically, the purpose of training in transcendental meditation is in the Siddhis program, the magical training in hermetic orders like our own, and various types of yogas, is to arouse these synesthetic functions, for they verge very closely, because again, it's like visionary. It's about the whole idea of seeing visions. It's like it's a one way of obtaining data, and the data can be accessed through varied routes or channels or whatever. For they verge very closely with the phenomenology of psychic powers. These parapsychic functions, hitherto unexplained by physics, medicine, psychology, or even parapsychology, fall, of course, in the realm of brain hyperfunction, or should we say pre-cultural normal functions, yeah? With the research we conducted via Mrs. Dr. L discussed yesterday, and with this overview of today's information, I think it is obvious that the present... So yeah, I already said that. Dr. Z, Comrade Frau Dr. C, laughter. What mechanism in brain do you suppose will explicate the phenomenon of seeing with the eyes closed or blindfolded, like yogins, also KGB and CIA special members trained to see in total black at night? Well, it's really just all your senses combined can still account for the lack of one. Or, I mean, not fully, but to a certain degree. Mrs. Dr. C, is that a trick question? Laughter. You are the expert in that field, Comrade Ruski. No, more laughter. No. Innsbruck, ich muss dich lassen. She begins to sing and everyone laughs. Dr. Z, no, I am serious. I wish to compare theory because one of my friends here has a different explanation. Miss Dr. C, different from what? Laughter and general pandemonium. Dr. D, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to interrupt. I think we need a 15-minute tea break. Ms. Dr. C, now we are all fresh. I wish to continue my lecture. I answer question later. Dr. Z, did Dr. B pass the questionnaires? Gut. We fill them later. Now, I wish to explain the experiment. I wish for Dr. B to have the cinefilm strip ready for show. Thank you. Psychoacoustical and luminal brain entrainment. About 5 years ago, the topic of the effect of electromagnetic fields on humans became very notorious due to the books and articles of Mr. Paul Brodeur, who wrote the most controversial articles to this day in the very popular New Yorker magazine. Since then, he wrote other books and made video films. Simultaneously, but with less notice, researchers in CCP and Germany were investigating effects of lights, color, and pulsing light and color flashes on the brain of animals and humans, as well as on the mind or psyche. I will not go into detail because new technologies emerged from said endeavors, including the brainwave-altering machines in France, Germany, and their American counterpart, like today you see advertised, Zygon, Voyager, etc. New technologies emerged based on light and sound, based on the research of Drs. Thomas Budzinski and Igor Lozanov. I believe Dr. Z and friends know them personally. Anyway, the main theoretical construct behind the so-called psychoacoustical stimulation and luminal brain entrainment, the technologies behind those devices, was the new and revolutionary theory of the holographic quantum mechanical brain, or the Bohm-Pribram model for short. We have copies of those research papers if anyone wants them. See Dr. D, yeah? The area explored by Dr. Budzinski was the theta or twilight state. To quote him directly, the areas ranging between 4 to 7 CPS and the hypnagogic state, or spontaneous imagery that supposedly emanates from Jung's personal and collective unconscious, where the mind is suitably stimulated. Jung used active imagination and mandalas to reach the unconscious. Modern technology uses electromagnetic and acoustical stimulation. The fields of subliminal psychology and psychology of the unconscious, postulated by Carl Gustav Jung, are the keys to understanding this synergy of brain and psyche. To summarize, the brain phenomenology behind these novel technologies of light and sound, brain entrainment occurred by, or because of, the auricular and ocular pieces of the machine, and the effect was the alternation of the levels of the neurotransmitters serotonin, norepinephrine, and beta endorphins by alpha and theta induced states. They published data which were critically analyzed and found to be incorrect and misleading. But then, these are marketing endeavors, not scientific. However, we did experiment using the very machines on the market and found most interesting information. We were our own volunteers, or guinea pigs, something all scientists should do instead of using animals. Applause. After we recorded and obtained all the info we needed and plotted cerebral magnetic fields using the protocol developed by Mrs. Dr. L, we noticed that all 3 of us, plus 4 other volunteers, had the same dream for 2 or 3 nights in a row. So we decided to investigate further. We had the available data, so we gave the 3 devices to Air Dr. G, the mad scientist with his electronic sniffers, laughter, and he analyzed each device down to the silicon microchips. We will not discuss the electronic details. That stuff is beyond our scope of expertise. But what we did find is that there are multiple electronic functions being formulated by the machines that apparently were not in the original set of programs or functions advertised. Very curious indeed. Further research by Dr. G revealed that these devices were powerful receivers for some form of signals that were not straight electromagnetic waves, but perhaps higher order electromagnetics, such as scalar waves. They seemed to be more pronounced when these machines were close to an operating TV set or computer VDT screen. Keep that info in mind for later. 2 or 3 days later, I had a dream about the DNA and RNA molecules dancing to beautiful music. But when a strange sound was heard, the music stopped, and the DNA and RNA molecules started to go crazy and fight amongst themselves. I awoke frightened, but I recorded the dream in detail. Later in the day, I read a paper describing a new technology of DNA and RNA alteration based on radio frequencies called in vivo microsurgery, created by MRX Inc. I did not pay much attention to that, but it was synchronistic about my previous dream, yeah? But that night, when my husband and I were reading and listening to the music of Mozart, his flute and harp concerto, I fell asleep on the armchair and had the dream about the DNA and RNA molecules dancing again, but this time so beautifully it was almost like a real-life ballet I was watching. Then I woke up and realized the dream. Sound affects the resonance frequency of the DNA and RNA molecules. Certain specific frequencies, timbres, pitch, and characteristic musical themes create either harmonic resonance or disharmonic resonance. Naturally, Mozart, Bach, Vivaldi, Telemann, and the old masters' music is very beautiful and harmonious, where modern music is highly questionable. Light, color, and geometric harmonics of brainwaves. In collaboration with Mrs. Dr. L, we found light and color frequencies that were geometrical harmonics of the theta brainwaves emitted during lucid dreaming. We used Fourier and Wiener transforms to create optical patterns and enfolded them in the color graphics showing the cerebral magnetic fields you saw in the cinefilm strip. We also determined some resonant vibrations of the sound corresponding to melatonin, the neurotransmitter secreted by the pineal and responsible for sleep and dream cycles. We found it and chose a harmonic in the near ultrasonic spectrum and recorded it onto the soundtrack of the cinefilm strip. We projected it, and 50% of this group had the dream about the audiovisual stimulus that entrained your brain in about 6 minutes. Wonderful, yeah? Of course, the implications are truly amazing, and this can be used for wonderful, non-intrusive, non-invasive healing applications. For it affects the DNA and RNA immediately and expediently per our own research. The simplest and most immediate application would be for a person to construct a symbol or mandala following Jung's or yoga instructions Select a musical piece that one truly loves, preferably harp or flute, like the ancient Egyptians or Greeks. Contemplate it while listening to the music, and then go to sleep. Repeating this for a week or so will immediately affect the DNA, RNA, and immune system, and healing will occur almost miraculously. Dr. M. Have you tried this technique on sick people already? Ms. Dr. C. Yeah, Vol. We have indeed tried it on many people. Mrs. Dr. L, in her own medical practice, quite confidentially of course, has tried it with 100% success, both in China and in the West. Of course, she used Chinese music in China and Mozart in the West. We are using 2 pieces by Mozart as our control music: the harp and flute double concerto and the clarinet quintet in AK 581, which will be played here Thursday night. We are doing further research in this topic, but very confidentially, because of you all know who, yeah? Yeah. This may prove to be a blessing to mankind because the simple process addresses the DNA, RNA, and immune system directly, and according to Mrs. Dr. L, also the thymus and pineal glands. Interestingly, it is the locus of the upper Tantians and triple warmer in Chinese ancient medicine, the cauldrons and transducers of qi or life force. Fortunately, both Mr. Dr. L and I have orthodox medical degrees and wear the white coats of medical approval. Laughter. What we do is make sure our research patients entrain themselves drawing symbols of their dreams in full color, admiring them before they go to sleep, and listening to the music tapes of Mozart or Master Ludwig von Fu Manchu, roaring laughter. There are some patients in the research hospital to whom we can talk frankly about this technique. Most people respond quite enthusiastically about it, and of course, when they are healed, they tell others about their secret. We are collecting fantastic information and feedback. We are also experimenting with monotonic harmonics or single frequencies that may be disguised as background noise. Very clever, yeah? Any questions? Dr. R. Are you exploring the application of magnetic fields directly to the brain for inducing cerebral hyperfunctions, like induced psychic powers, astral phenomena, and time travel, besides healing? Mrs. Dr. C. And that makes me think of Michael Persinger's God Helmet, and he recently passed away. But Mrs. Dr. C. Absolutely. No government agencies have been doing that for years, but we do have totally different goals. Of course, we are all bound by the strict rules of the Order of Absolute Non-Interference. We can't even help our own families unless they want to be helped. Remember, our oath of secrecy is absolute. Aletheia Gnosis. One pet project we have is to help our young children to be deprogrammed from the influences of schools, TV, and radio media, video games, etc. We do this by inducing creativity in them to create their own symbols and mandalas by playing the music while they are going to sleep. We have 4 children, 3 of primary school age. I'm sure most of you have children as well, so this may be of great benefit to our own siblings. However, the magnetic field research requires very special helmets, so yeah, like the God helmet, which Dr. G is building for us. We only have 1 now, and we need at least 2 more. Our results cannot be discussed at this point. Last question. Dr. E. What do you think of virtual reality helmets? What do you think of virtual reality as an emerging technology? Mrs. Dr. C. Yeah, excellent question. Yes, we have researched it. That imaginary space is still very, very far from looking real. It also affects the brain and psyche very adversely. Stay away from it. Thank you. I see it as lunchtime. Good. Okay, so this is all the footnotes, and so I'm not going to read all these. History of MKUltra, CIA program on mind control. Started during World War II with research on hypnosis for interrogation, secure courier duties, and reducing fatigue. Also research into effects of primitive drugs like barbiturates and cannabis as far as drug-assisted interrogation goes. George Estabrooks, and I have his book on hypnotism but not spiritism, was the leading proponent of hypnosis as the be-all and end-all of manipulating people's minds. His book, Hypnotism, published in the early 40s, has been decried as too fantastic and improbable in terms of describing the capabilities of hypnosis with certain very suggestible subjects, but his arguments and examples remain valid to this day. Estabrooks admitted in 1971 to creating hypnotic couriers and programmed multiple personalities for military intelligence purposes. In this year, 1979, Science Digest article, must read. Start of Cold War and Korean War in particular gave a big boost to mind control research with the emergence of brainwashing as a common term. Supposedly a development of the dastardly Chi-Coms, the term was actually coined by a magazine writer later found to be on the CIA payroll as an agent of influence. Postulating a brainwashing gap, the CIA got the go-ahead for research into countering communist mind control efforts and developing their own aid in the espionage wars. Hypnosis Comes of Age by George H. Estabrooks, Ph.D., Science Digest, April 1971. Abstract. This psychologist reminisces about his long career as a hypnotist, how he programmed American spies with hypnosis, how he helped businessmen and students with his skills. Hypnosis, drugs, and psychosurgery, separately and combined, were the tools of this quest for the ultimate truth serum on the one hand, and the capability to create an agent who could not have his or her mission tortured out of them, or even be aware that they were carrying secret information given to them in an altered state of consciousness. More and more sophisticated drugs were experimented with, such as LSD, ketamine, and psilocybin. Lobotomy and the implantation of electrodes were considered as methods for creating a compliant agent. Electroconvulsive shock combined with LSD, sedation for days at a time, and constant replaying of the patient's own voice through helmet-mounted headphones was a notorious Canadian researcher's recipe for mind control. One of the most remarkable cases of mind control involves a famous model, the control of Candy Jones. 40s and 50s named Candy Jones. In the book, The Control of Candy Jones, the author reviewed hours of tapes made by Candy Jones and her husband, which revealed a systematic program to create and manipulate alter personalities as the foundation for programmed couriers resistant to torture, where the primary personality would not even be aware of the secret information being carried. The information could be summoned forth via a post-hypnotic command or response to a pre-programmed cue. Research continued into the early 1970s by CIA's own admission during the Church hearings. John Marks, author of the best study of CIA mind control experiments, makes the subtle differentiation that the CIA congressional witnesses might truthfully say that all research done by the TSS Directorate had ended, since the programs were moved into other areas once operational techniques had been developed. Operational techniques. Many of the names mentioned in reference to mind control research turn up in the few references to supposed dead-end research in ESP. There have been persistent rumors of Navy research involving attempts at telepathy from submarines underwater, the Nautilus being the most famous of these. Detection of enemy submarines and communicating with our own has continued to be an important area of conventional research for the Navy, so it is no surprise that researching the use of ESP for these purposes would be of interest. Communicating with a submerged submarine is the only kind of communications where the very act of receiving puts the receiver in danger, since submarines must normally stick an antenna out of the water for high-speed radio traffic, or rely on trailing a long wire antenna underwater relatively near the surface to receive very low-speed traffic using ELF radio waves. Newer techniques involve the use of blue-green wavelength lasers, but evidently penetration to any depth is still a problem. If you look at telepathy as a problem in the transfer of information in a very noisy environment, then certain existing solutions suggest themselves. There have already been experiments in the transmission of 5 distinct symbols via telepathy, namely Zener or Zener card symbols. I suggest that there is already a way of transmitting information using 2 symbols only, namely Morse code. Current ELF or VLF radio transmission methods for communicating with fleet ballistic missile submarines to issue them their launch orders involve very low data transfer rates, on the order of 3 to 30 bits per minute, if I am not mistaken. Messages are very short, consisting of pre-formulated action or targeting codes. I suggest that telepathic Zener Morse is an operational technique for information transfer under severe signal-to-noise conditions. In fact, the use of 5 Zener symbols would increase data transfer rates, but at the expense of a higher error rate due to the problems in discriminating between 5 and just 2 symbols. Electronic mind control remotely altering our lives. The great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me. Introduction. Our world changed almost instantaneously in the technical capability for mind control with the discovery that electromagnetic beams of energy could be used for 3 negative purposes: influence, disable, or kill from a distance. One of the first scientists to delve into the effects of electromagnetics on human organisms was the famous scientist by the name of Nikola Tesla, with E.L. Chaffee and R.U. Light quickly following his work in 1934 with the adventation of the monograph. See A Method for the Remote Control of Electrical Stimulation of the Nervous System. Coincidentally, the same year, Soviet Union scientist Leonid L. Vasilyev wrote Critical Evaluation of the Hypogenic Method, about the discoveries of Dr. I.F. Tomaszewski and his advanced research into remote influencing of the brain through radio waves. Andrea Puharich was yet another early scientist and researcher into the effects of electromagnetics who delved into the effects of radio waves on animals, working at Northwestern University in the late 1940s. Puharich was the man who founded a laboratory he titled the Round Table Foundation of Electrobiology, and what he modestly termed a barn in the woods outside of Camden, Maine. Among Puharich's associates at the Round Table were Warren S. McCulloch, one of the founders of cybernetics theory, who worked at Bellevue Hospital in New York City. McCulloch was an early advocate of electronic brain implants, and chaired conferences sponsored by the Josiah Macy Jr. Foundation, a channel for CIA mind control funding. Another associate of Puharich's was John Hayes Hammond, said to have been Nikola Tesla's only student, who was interested in the use of electromagnetics to control the human mind. After the demise of Andrea Puharich's Round Table Foundation of Electrobiology, he spent a lot of time with the famous social engineer Aldous Huxley in Tecate, Mexico, once again studying the effects of electronics on the human organization. CIA tooth implants. Among many of Puharich's many accomplishments was the design and pseudo-implementation of what is described as a radio tooth implant, the technical specs of which were sold to the CIA. At a conference on electromagnetism in September of 1987, Puharich, the following invention, we were able to develop a hearing device that fit under the cap of a tooth, and we could hear very clearly from a small little relay and receiver and transmitter, and unfortunately it was promptly classified by an agency of our government. But we did solve the problem in terms of hardware. The radio tooth implementation may still be in use today. According to the Chemical and Engineer News for February 5, 1996, in a story titled Hong Kong Professor Sues U.S. for Mind Control, the South China Morning Post reported on January 25th that an assistant professor at the University of Science and Technology in Hong Kong has filed a $100 million suit against the U.S. government for implanting mind control devices in his teeth. Huang Si-ming charges that the devices were implanted during root canal work in 1991 while he was studying at the University of Iowa, according to Morning Post reported Patricia Young. Another student at Iowa University, who, like Huang, was born in China, had gone on a shooting spree, and the feds, Huang saying, put the devices in his teeth to find out if he was involved. The Hong Kong professor says he suffered an Alzheimer's disease-like memory loss that hampered his teaching. It stopped, he said, only when he sought legal aid to mount his lawsuit. Besides the U.S., the suit names the University of Science and Technology on the grounds that it was involved in continuing the mind control work. It also seeks punitive damages of $1 million from the defendants for low ethical standards. Huang claims that one of the devices in his teeth can read his talks and talk to his mind when he's asleep. A second device, he believes, transmits pictures of what he sees to a receiver for recording. The mind controller, he says, can drive him to bad behavior. He gives 2 examples, one of which cannot be mentioned in a family magazine. Huang is not alone in his complaints about having mind control devices implanted in his teeth. David B. recounts his story. X-rays revealed a metal object on the left side of my skull under the jaw in the soft tissue of my neck. In May 1996, I finally had it removed. I asked many doctors about the possibility of it falling there during an extraction. They said, possible but remote. Most of them thought it punctured my neck from the outside. I sent X-rays to Dr. Sims, and he arranged removal. The strange thing that came out of this was the discovery of the small object in my shoulder. Dr. Lear called after receiving my X-rays and asked if I had ever broke my shoulder, if I had ever been in an explosion. I replied no. He said the reason was that the X-ray clearly showed a screw in my left shoulder. He said it looked like an operation for a broken shoulder. I have never broken a bone to my knowledge and called my mother to ask. She said I had had no operations as a child. This part is a complete mystery. During the first 6 months of torture, extreme at that time, I went to a dentist and reported pain under my new dental bridge, installed a few months before the assault. He removed it and I was still in contact. So I wrote off my teeth and concentrated on my throat, rondly. In my X-rays and CAT scan, one tooth is very bright, and in one frame of the CAT scan it shows rays of white emanating from it. People I asked said it was probably an interference effect with the metal. A victim of CIA mind control, political asylum by CP, Houston, Texas, to whom it may concern. With this letter I am requesting political asylum from your government as an American citizen and victim of mind control carried out, presumably by the CIA. I am taking such drastic measures because I am in fear of my life and safety and because I have exhausted every legal and other means available to me. I have received no assistance from the President of the United States, the FBI, the CIA, the Attorney General, my congressmen, to mention just a few. Well, of course. The fact that this technology exists and is being used against private citizens and innocent people like myself, no one in any position of responsibility in government will officially acknowledge. I hope this is an acceptable condition for political asylum. If need be, I am willing to relinquish my citizenship and declared stateless as a means to this end. This is a well thought out decision on my part, and I am aware of all the ramifications that could occur. Well, then, what the fuck? Naturally, it is not a decision that I have taken easily, but under the circumstances, it is likely that it is the only one that will prolong my life or give me any quality of life. I would like to provide a chronology giving the events leading up to this decision. As a university student, I spent a year abroad in France and Germany and in Paris. I met a German university graduate whom I later married. We eventually returned to Germany to live after we finished our studies in the U.S. I did my BA and he did a postgraduate degree in international business. A few years later, we divorced in Munich, Germany. I then became a graduate student and teacher and resided for almost 10 years in what was then West Berlin, Germany. There was nothing usual in my life until the year 1983. At that time, I taught a parapsychology course in the community college system of West Berlin. A friend attended this class and brought a guest, the guest whom I will call CL, and I became friends later. Through these people I got to know some other new acquaintances, and whether these people are incidental to or pivotal figures in what later transpired is something I can only speculate about. I mean, the whole thing, usually all of this is speculation, and people kind of want it to go a certain way, so they'll interpret everything as that, rather than really be objective about things, but just as a side. However, a certain pattern would begin or appear to emerge from this. One of the people I got to know casually was Peggy Woolsey, who had worked as a secretary to Richard Helms, former head of the CIA in Iran. He was there during the coup. Peggy would often tell me about her life in Iran. Once when I was in her apartment having a drink, I discovered at least an inch of sediment on the bottom of my drink. I commented on this and was told it was the Berlin water. Another time I went to East Berlin in her car with diplomatic plates and felt a strange mood of paranoia as if I was hallucinating. I remember Peggy asking me where the Russian embassy was. I remember thinking, how should I know? In fact, I was at the time so naive I had not realized there was a Russian embassy in West Berlin. I had crossed the border previously primarily to go to the opera or theater or to buy books, German literature classics in cheap editions. I had the impression that something strange was transpiring. It was during this time that I was on 3 occasions at 3 different locations talked to during my sleep by people I was acquainted with. On these occasions I had awakened abruptly during my sleep and became aware of what was transpiring. I went to the U.S. consulate and named names. After this I was harassed by a man in a white car who would drive by my apartment and when in close proximity would zap me with an electrical field of some sort. He was very brazen. I would find my body pulsating during my sleep, especially at the base of my spine, but my whole body would vibrate as well, and I would see flashing lights on my wall. I had to go to the U.S. consulate several times, and they expressed disbelief in what I was saying, rudely stating, "Would you be interested in you? Who would be interested in you? You have no important political or military contacts." Ultimately, they advised me to return to the U.S. and change my name. In despair, I contacted a secret service in Berlin and was treated with consideration and respect at least. Ultimately, I decided to return to the U.S. where I thought I would be able to live a normal life. I think back to those innocent days when I was merely being harassed by parties unknown, in no way suspecting what would be in store for me when I returned to a living hell and unbelievable torture, abuse, and experimentation. In retrospect, the only conclusion that makes reasonable sense is that I have exposed a CIA operation. I was then classified as a write-off or expendable as a human being. By some unfortunate decision, I was designated for a constant monitoring, inhuman method of electronic incarceration, utilizing intracerebral microwave induction of voices. This is one of several sadistic approaches they have used to destroy my life. For 13 years now, I have never known one moment of privacy or peace. My entire life has been stolen from me. My apartment serves them as the cage of a guinea pig. What they attempted to do with very crude, unsophisticated human input, not to say criminal and immoral, coupled with an electronic technology totally unknown to the public, was to set up some artificial controls, or handlers, utilizing voice and emotive responses of some individuals recognizable to me, and get them to control my behavior by the use of positive and negative reinforcement. These were not voices talking to me live, but were a whole catalog of reactions that were activated in my brain by some means. For example, if I did something they did not like, they would use the voice characteristics of C, crying or whining or expressing despair. Thus, the same expression would be played over and over again like canned laughter on a TV quiz program. I might hear the same emotive phrase played over 5 times in one day, however absurd that may seem. When they realized that I was not being hoodwinked or deceived into thinking that this was a real person, and naturally they selected the voices of former lovers, they did not attempt to project this artifice, but instead would harass me with the voices. Often I was interrupted at what I was doing at the rate of once a minute through the day. At other times it was once every 4 minutes. At other times, every time I made a decision, drew a conclusion from something, or followed instructions, it was reinforced. The implication being that these swine were in charge of my behavior and thinking. This reaches the point of fanatic absurdity on their part. And it still continues even as I type this. They are constantly trying to reinforce or keep in place their repulsive program. Here are some examples. Through a business contact, I got to know S, and every time I met with her, it was euphorically reinforced. This was something I could not fathom. I would think, why is not my friendships with V, EJ, or others reinforced like this? It did not make sense to me, as S was a rather unsophisticated but warm-hearted Iranian hairdresser. Later I discovered that under the Shah, S had been married to a judge, connected in high places, had hidden people in her home, and had had to flee when her husband was arrested. I think that one of the things that they had planned to use was to start relationships with certain targeted individuals. They kept up a rabid campaign to get me to re-establish a contact with a foreign national who reputedly had intelligence contacts. I refused, but they never stopped harassing me. They tried to establish a whole associational network of things supposedly characteristic of this person to constantly keep him in my mind, which was revolting in the extreme. So I frequently formed the impression that I was constantly dealing with people who were my intellectual inferiors, ignorant provincials who were in a mad rush to use their high-tech equipment on any designated victim. The irony of all this pain and suffering was that the same things could have been achieved by very conventional and mundane methods. But this high-tech equipment was being used by individuals very unlike myself, where I had a feeling I was being corrupted by the association, that I was being polluted by the contact, and as a result, I feel I have lost or had murdered my spirituality, my refinement, my dignity, and privacy as a woman, my idealism, my joy in living, my sexuality, my feelings of freedom, my comfort zone, i.e. all that had once been the essential ingredients of my life. Their sadism knows no bounds. They will talk with you and make it a point of letting you know that they are watching you while you are on the toilet, for example. Needless to say, I attempted suicide, but was stopped in the woods by another motorist. I would be more happy to reveal their whole mind control program, but there is not enough time now. What happened to precipitate this decision to seek asylum is that I discovered that there were other victims on whom the same or similar technology was being used and began networking with them and sharing information with plans of going public and getting organized. I was also able to upgrade and expand my technical knowledge and met victims of the CIA's Project Monarch and MKUltra. I then started to get heart palpitations of a severe nature, and my thyroid would be microwaved so that it would pulsate. I would awaken with a field directed to my stomach and intestines. The genital stimulation during sleep was by now old hat, so that my midriff would be sore. When I would cover my thyroid with my hands to shield it, I would later have arthritic similar pains in my hands. I woke up 2 days ago with pain in my left armpit and both groin lymph nodes. I am afraid I am being taken out. See, and some of this, I think, can be attributed to bad health and cyclical, downward spiral. One of the deprogrammers and most knowledgeable persons of the CIA's codes, techniques, and tactics has been suddenly diagnosed with terminal cancer that apparently appeared out of nowhere. I fear for my safety. I have gone to extremes to protect myself, trying to set up improvised Faraday cages, sleeping on the bathroom floor, wrapping myself in copper, aluminum, and the pinging is terrible. Again, just I think of typical YouTube TIs. The program that gets activated during my RM sleep especially, and last night, for the first time, they actually used some equipment that lifted my body out of the galvanized aluminum shields I had erected. What? I was actually knocked backwards. I then tried to write this letter at home, but my electric typewriter malfunctioned. When I would hit the N key, I would get Q, for example. Your speedy attention to this urgent matter would certainly be appreciated. Sincerely, CP, Austin, Texas. I thought it was Houston. See, I don't know. Some of this shit, it's all questionable. It's all very, very weird. But at the same time, at the very least, it's all good ideas. Like, I mean, even though, again, like they're talking about how it can be used for, or they're alleging it already is being used for malevolent, malicious, mind control and whatnot. But whether it's developed or not, or being developed, it's all a potential for, like, I mean, not only military and weapon, bullshit, but also whatever technological applications for, communication, for, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with all these applications. I think some things are better off done the old-fashioned way. So, microwaves and mind control in low-income communities. Contel couldn't con Churchill. Contel Cellular's attempt at building cellular phone towers in the highly populated black district of Churchill came to a screeching halt when residents met with Contel representatives to voice their concern. The meeting was held on July 31st at 6 p.m. at the Salvation Army Boys and Girls Club. Organized by Reggie Malone and Sterling Page, the meeting was to provide a platform on the pros and cons of the tower and the health risks involved. Contel was supposed to provide evidence that microwave radiation produced by cellular phone towers are harmless. That did not happen. I was invited by Mr. Malone to be on the panel and present my research on the effects of microwave radiation, and cited several studies from very credible sources that microwave radiation is very harmful. In attendance for Contel was the company president, Phil Forbes. And real quick, the whole debate as to whether, 5G and all these other EM, radiation has negative effects. And, one of the main claims I hear is oh, well, you just don't know enough about it to claim that. Well, they don't know enough about it to claim it doesn't either. So it's all just a bit back and forth. And so much money is involved that even if it was bad and harmful, they don't give a fuck. And that, I mean, most people, the majority of people, unfortunately, would rather have faster internet than, they think that the pros outweigh the cons. Oh, we'll only live for so long, and cancer's already bad. I mean, I can just see it now, but because that's obviously what has happened. I've already seen people debate this whole issue, and it's just ironic that, again, the people who claim to care about your health and your mental health, suddenly, especially in debates, all that goes out the window when their power or money or profit is, at risk. But anyway, in attendance for Contel was the company president, Phil Forbes, and Richard Bybee, a so-called communications engineer expert, who came to the meeting empty-handed with no information, only rhetoric. A map of Richmond was the only thing presented as residents began to tear into their backsides for coming unprepared. And really, I mean, again, the Channel 12, all they need is to convince people to give in to their own will to be content, or, the whole ignorance is bliss idea. That sells. The Channel 12 report broadcast at 11 p.m. spared Contel the embarrassment of how it really was a landslide defeat given to them by the residents. Channel 12's attempt to lend support and credibility to Contel was weak and full of holes. The organizers, Reggie Malone and Sterling Page, were never even interviewed. In fact, Richard Bybee was the only panelist that was interviewed. He was promoted as an expert that denied any harmful effects from low-level microwave radiation, although he provided no evidence to the Churchill residents. I presented several studies myself with the documentation in my hand that microwave radiation is harmful, but Channel 12 didn't seem very interested. City manager Robert Bobb, who was also in attendance, said in the Channel 12 interview that the tower would still be built in the community but at a different site after siding with the residents in the meeting. "You stabbed us in the back again, Mr. Bobb." Shirley Harvey, the lone maverick of city council, also standing against the odds for what she believes in, approached Mr. Bobb when I was with her after the meeting about the video cameras on the street corners in black neighborhoods. But he did admit to some closed discussions of electronic surveillance. They have obviously been doing more than discussing it. Check the corner of Brooklyn Park and Meadowbridge. At this point, we will quote several more sources, articles, and studies on low-level microwave radiation, since that's the reason they give us that cellular phone towers are safe. In 1971, the President's Advisory Council issued a report that stated electromagnetic radiations emanating from radar, television, communication systems, microwave ovens permeate the environment, and warned that the consequences of undervaluing or misjudging the biological effects of long-term, low-level exposure could become a critical problem for the public health, especially if genetic effects are involved. The Environmental Protection Agency released a summary of scientific reviews in December of 1990, which concluded that scientific evidence suggests a causal link between ELF, or extremely low-frequency electromagnetic fields, produced by microwave radiations, and leukemia, lymphoma, and brain cancer, and a possible but not proven cause of cancer in humans. We have found that this is very provable. In 1976, Professor Przemysław Szyzerski In 1976, Professor Przemysław Szyzerski, along with Dr. William M. Leach, chief of the Experimental Studies branch of the Bureau of Radiological Health's Division of Biological Effects, told a seminar that convened in Washington on December 15, 1976 by the Electromagnetic Radiation Management Advisory Council that it was easily demonstrable and easily quantified microwave effects on the lymphocytes and lymphocytic systems of mice, rabbits, and guinea pigs, which had been exposed to low doses of radiation. Dr. Leach went on to say that up to 20% of the normal lymphocyte cells, or white blood cells, in the irradiated animals underwent blastic transformation, which means that the cells grew in size, then divided in two. Dr. Leach then told the audience, "We have a word for that. The word is cancer." The study was conducted for the first 6 months of 1976. A study was compiled about behavior alteration caused by ELF electromagnetic radiation by William Bice, director of the Pacific Northwest Center for the Study of Non-Ionizing Radiation in Portland, Oregon. The report is called Radio Frequency-Induced Interference Responses in the Human Nervous System. It was conducted on 10 human volunteers between July 1975 and June 1976. It states that biological interference responses in the human nervous system can be elicited or caused not only by pulse-modulated but by continuous wave radio frequency at power densities substantially below those levels that exist in a typical urban environment. In the last section of the Bice report, he suggested that since approximately 5% of the urban population of the U.S. was believed to be living in an environmental power density, his findings indicate a meaningful risk factor for the general population appears to exist. The study published by the U.S. Army Mobility Equipment Research and Development Center in 1972 called Analysis of Microwaves for Barrier Warfare states that it is possible to field a truck-portable microwave barrier system that will completely immobilize, essentially mind control, personnel in the open field with present-day technology and equipment. In light of the studies and interest in behavior control using microwave radiation and its effects on the nervous system from the Army, scientists, and medical specialists, could the silence about the real effects of microwave radiation be part of a plan to alter, then eventually control, the behavior of an unsuspecting urban population? keeping in mind that before someone can control you, you must give up control of yourself or be made to lose control of your own behavior. Are people more out of control these days? Are individuals being produced who are extremely susceptible to these subliminal microwave signals and go out and commit atrocities? They don't even know why they did it. Some claim to hear voices that told them to do things. It is not only possible, it is likely. But again, it is also important to not displace the blame and just blame people or things or groups or entities or whatever agencies for doing something stupid. There is great interest in mind control. Ask Psychotechnologies of Richmond, Virginia, which owns the American right to the Soviet mind control technology that the FBI was going to use on David Koresh during the Waco standoff. Dr. Igor Smirnov, who developed it, claimed it could be used through the phone. Defense Electronics, July 93. Psychotechnologies is not listed in the directory. It is time for people to ignore the rhetoric and examine the facts for ourselves. Muwada Shukur, Minister of Information, edited note. Although the various reports appear at first glance to represent a confused and conflicting mass of data, a logical, orderly, and meaningful pattern can be evolved in evaluating their data. The basic factors which must constantly be borne in mind are 1. That microwave radiation is electromagnetic in nature. 2. That the nervous system functions as an electronic network normally shielded or protected from spurious fields. And 3. That when extraordinary electromagnetic fields are created around neural elements, this can produce functional or organic neurological anomalies. Soviet research showed that pulsed fields, such as those which appear around power lines, were more effective than continuous radiation in affecting nervous system pathways. For non-thermal irradiations, they believe that the electromagnetic field induced by their microwave environment affects the cell membrane. And this results in an increase of excitability or an increase in the level of excitation of nerve cells. With repeated or continued exposure, the increased excitability leads to a state of exhaustion of the cells of the cerebral cortex. This results in the Sessionov inhibition effect, which is manifested by the elimination of positive conditioned reflexes or behavior. This is the same result found in studies of the effects of power line fields on human cell samples. One hesitates to quote such a source as the National Enquirer, but the response this article elicited from the Department of Defense warrants it. On June 22, 1976, the tabloid reported that since 1973, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA or DARPA, had been sponsoring a program to develop a machine that could read minds from a distance by deciphering the brain's magnetic waves. Extremely low frequency or ELF transmitters. One field of interest that has sparked some interest of mine is that of extremely low frequency or ELF transmitters, and the numerous possibilities involved in possessing one. Let's take a look at the possible ethical implications involved in ELF research, for example. If I were carrying an ELF transmitter operating at alpha frequencies, would the people around me be affected as well? Would these people unconsciously gravitate towards me because they'd become more relaxed as they moved closer? What if a salesman were carrying an ELF transmitter? Would people be influenced to buy something because they were more relaxed around the salesman? Could entire populations be influenced to be comfortable with ideas they would normally reject? There are some serious ethical considerations to keep in mind when working with ELF transmitters, and these are only the non-malicious uses for them. ELF transmitters can be used as remote weapons against people and animals. The Soviets have been playing with the effects of extremely low frequencies for over 50 years by studying the psychophysiological and metabolic changes and the alterations of brain function resulting from exposure to mixed frequencies of ELF radiation. One physiological effect which has been demonstrated is heart seizure on animals, dogs, and cats. Another possibility is the alteration of the blood-brain barrier. This could allow neurotoxins in the blood to cross. As a result, an individual could develop severe neuropathological systems and either die or become seriously impaired neurologically. What specific frequencies do what? Frequency and reaction. After 30 to 60 second lock-on. 6 to 7, reunion ears, increased blood pulse, fatigue, tightening in the chest. 6.6, causing depression in most people. 7.83, makes a person feel good, Schumann resonance, Earth's pulse rate. 8, beneficial to a person's learning. 8.6 to 9.8, causes tingling sensations, sleep-inducing in people. 10.80 Hz, causes riotous behavior in people. 17 and 70 mixed, psychoactive, harmful biological effects. Note, 6 to 10 Hz are the same frequencies produced by the human brain in theta and alpha states. Generally, specific brainwave frequency ranges can be associated with mood or thought patterns in humans. Frequencies below 8 Hz are considered theta waves, which are said to be associated with creative and insightful thought. When an artist, scientist, or hacker has the aha experience, there is a good chance he is in theta mode. Alpha frequencies are from 8 to 12 Hz and are commonly associated with relaxed meditative states. Most people are in an alpha state during the short time immediately before they fall asleep, and when the conscious nervous system switches over to the subconscious. Beta frequencies are about 12 Hz and coincide with our most awake analytical thinking. For example, if you're solving a math problem, your brain is working at beta frequencies. Most of our waking hours as adults are spent in the beta state. Medical implications of extremely low frequencies. Overexposure to ELF radiation causes loss of short and long-term memory, causes skin problems, and weakens the immune system. Question, is there a link between ELF radiation and AIDS? ELF transmitter, function generator, equipment listing. No, anyone with the proper electronics knowledge could use this information to build themselves an ELF transmitter weapon-like device. The equipment required for this experiment was easily attainable with the notable exception of a stable frequency counter with 0.01 Hz resolution. Accurate frequency measurements were essential for this research, so I designed and built a digital frequency counter capable of measuring frequency to the hundredth of a hertz, plus or minus 0.005 Hz. A 100 kHz crystal Colpitts oscillator calibrated with WWV was used as a time base and divided by 10 to the 7th power to attain the desired resolution. Other equipment used is a Biosone 2 brainwave monitor and Myosone 404 EMG monitor, Biologic Devices Incorporated, a Model 3011 digital display function generator, a IBM PC-compatible computer with a clock speed of 7.16 MHz, a SAC12A to D signal acquisition board, a Codis 2 video board and software release 3, a Fluke 77 digital multimeter, a StatePack Gold statistical analysis software. The transducer was a 24-inch diameter hand-wound coil consisting of 1,000 feet of number 25 magnetic wire. The coil had a DC resistance of 32.4 ohms. It was mounted on a 26-inch square piece of Bakelite board for stability. 2 dowels were mounted with plastic ties onto the board so they extended 24 inches from opposite sides of the board, and the entire apparatus was secured by 2 microphone stands. Conclusion and contact information. The great ocean of truth lay undiscovered before me, a perfect quote for this particular paper, wouldn't you agree? To think it wasn't until this past summer at DEF CON 8 that I learned so much about electronic mind control and its presence in my life. Our conception of reality is nothing but a dance of electronic images fired into our forebrains, a gossamer construction of our masters, designed so that we will not under any circumstances perceive the actual. Our lives controlled by electronic connections, the media manipulator, the cyberneticist, and of course the government. We're nothing but the puppets, and they are the puppet masters. Which even then, with the motivations, the causes, why people do things, the agencies, orders, groups, blah, 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 even they are puppeted. So it all goes back to motivate, like your magnetic energy center and what fuels it. Has this paper had any effect? Has it changed the way you perceive your world? Are you going to ignore it and pretend what I've written is based on lies? Or will you take the first step by admitting electronic mind control is real and is happening? We must end the incursions against our freedom, our dignity, and our humanity. Letter about CIA's thought detection machines. I am forwarding this letter on behalf of my father. The conditions described in this letter applies to both the United States and Taiwan. Read on if you care about liberty and freedom. My name is Alan Yu, a former lieutenant colonel in the Taiwan National Defense Department. I have since immigrated to the United States 10 years ago and have been naturalized as a U.S. citizen. I am writing this letter to inform you of a grave threat to the civil rights of American citizens and the very ideas that this nation was founded on: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This threat is a device known as the thought detecting machine. What is a thoughts detecting machine or thought detecting machine? There are two sources of information that led to my knowledge of this machine. The first source is an excerpt from South China Morning Newspa of Hong Kong in 1970s. It stated that an American university had invented a thoughts detecting machine which can read another person's thought. The initial goal of this invention was to solve severe car accident cases. It was supposed to be used by authorities to read the minds of the injured parties to piece together the entire accident. The CIA learned about this and purchased the patent on this invention, South China Morning Post. The second source is a classified military document of Taiwan. In the spring of 1984, I was a lieutenant colonel of the National Defense Department of Taiwan. I read a classified document from my service department. The document indicated that the military police of Taiwan had purchased the thoughts detection machine. In Taiwan, we translated its name to Psychological Language Machine from the United States. The document was a request to the U.S. for parts to repair the malfunctioning machines. Before I left Taiwan, this machine had become the most effective equipment for the security departments of Taiwan, such as Headquarters of Police Department, Military Police and National Security, and Investigation Department. Here are some of the basic operational principles of this machine and the problems that existed in Taiwan that arise from the usage of this machine. 1. This machine uses electromagnetic radiation waves to investigate the subject, so he who is being investigated will be totally unaware. Electromagnetic radiation is invisible and can penetrate walls, bricks, most metals, and almost anything in its way. Next, it sends these collected brainwaves to the CPU and translates these brainwaves into words or pictures to describe human thoughts. These pictures and words are displayed on a monitor for analysis by the investigators. Because the subject that's being investigated cannot see the electromagnetic radiation, he is totally oblivious to the fact his thoughts are being read. This machine will be used day and night without stop. Therefore, the dreams, the ideas, the inner secrets, or the other private things of the subject will be revealed by this machine to these investigators. So the detectors just have to use the machine near where you live or work. Then they will share the whole of your privacy with you. The process of reading the thoughts worked like this. First, two machines are set up from two different angles. Then, both machines emit a high-intensity radiation which crosses the subject's brains. Then, both machines are also used to receive and interpret the information collected from both sides. When the subject's brainwaves being detected are sent to the CPU, they are translated into thoughts with words or pictures, finally appearing on the monitor which the operator can read and understand. Machine schematic. Machine schematic. Subject, brain process unit, radiation, Receive translates brainwaves into thoughts. Emitter, with words, pictures, or language, also translates commands into electromagnetic waves, which imitates electrical impulses of the brain. Command, monitor. The best way of detecting thoughts are to make the subject fall asleep and dream. So the investigator almost always do their jobs at night when you are asleep. But you must remember that they can collect your thoughts at any time, even when you are working. If the investigators want to find out any special information, there is another way which will lead the subject to continue in his thinking process. For example, they will use this machine to send a picture to the subject in his dream or thinking process. The picture may be a person's photo or a scene related to what the investigators want to know. This will lead the subject to think about this special information. To lead the subject into thinking about the information they need, the process will work like this. First, the investigators will fax the picture into the CPU and translate it into electromagnetic waves, its frequency imitating the electrical impulses of the brain, and send to the subject's brain. After the subject receives this picture in his dreams or thinking, he will react to it in his dreams or thinking. How the subject reacts in the dream or thinking process is just what the detectors need to know. This way, the subject's personalities or other histories will be totally known and manipulated for use by the investigator. 2. Whenever this machine is being operated on high frequency, it can be used to kill you. The beam of high-frequency radiation emitted from the machine can be aimed at your head or your body. If the target is your head, your central nervous system will be damaged. If the target is your body, your organs will be damaged. For example, if the target is your heart, it will cause heart problems. You'll die with heart attack suddenly or slowly depending on your body situation. If the target is your kidneys, it'll reduce your sex ability. Even if the machine is not being operated on extreme high frequency, prolonged exposure to the radiation will still make a person ill and slowly causes death. This machine can be installed into your automobile or your home because it can be remote controlled. This way, the investigator can monitor what you are thinking or when you are driving. They can also use high-frequency radiation to interfere with your thinking process and make you feel sleepy while you are driving to cause a car accident on the highway. They do this to get rid of the subject who they cannot control or they don't like. 3. It's the most frequently used method. Whenever the operators decide to get rid of their subjects, they can use this thoughts-detecting machine to play with the subject's mind. First, they will use the machines to find out the subject's secrets or intentions. Then, wherever the subject goes, the operators will meet him there and hint that they know his secrets. It is their purpose to make the subject feel that he has absolutely no privacy. They will give the subject the impression that everyone knows everything about him. Eventually, this will lead to paranoia and insanity, and it is not necessarily true. Action. They will use the machine to talk to the subject. The investigators do this to drive the subject crazy or set him up to appear as insane. Now let me explain how it works. The human brain is not only responsible for thoughts, but it's also a receiver for electrical impulses from various parts of the body. The brain translates these impulses into actual sounds or sensations. For example, the human ear only collects sound waves. It then translates these sound waves into electrical impulses and sends them to the brain. The brain translates these impulses into actual sounds. If you can directly send the electrical signal which describes the voice straight to the subject's brain, then the subject will hear the sound without actually hearing it through the ears. The ears are completely bypassed in this hearing process. There is evidence, the researchers reported, they have enabled deaf people to talk on the phone again by putting electrodes into the ears of deaf people, and they've made a blind woman see patterns of light by putting electrodes in the back of her brain. In a special report from the Mystery of Sense of Discover magazine, June 93, the thoughts-detecting machine uses the same principle to imitate the frequency of electrical impulses and actual sounds generated by the ears. Then, this electromagnetic wave is aimed directly at the subject's brain. This will cause the subject to hear what the operators want him to hear without actually hearing it. The above principle is the most important information by which the investigator always abused the thoughts-detecting machine to drive people mad. The investigators will use this for their second action when they find that the subjects are strong enough and the first action didn't succeed. They will operate the electromagnetic waves as the electrical impulses of the operator's voice, which are translated from operator's voice in the CPU and transmitted to the target subject's brain. The subject will hear what they say as normal dialogue in a whisper, but in actuality there is no voice that can be heard by the ears, and the subject can't see anyone else around except himself. This way can make the subject feel as if he is suffering from paranoia. If it didn't work, furthermore, they will use the machine to argue with the subject to make the subject angry. They are eager to make the subject angry and get him so incensed that he cannot stop arguing with the operators who are hiding. They like to conduct this exercise when there are other people around the subject. Then the other people will agree that the subject is crazy because they didn't see anyone around there to argue with the subject. It's the way in which investigators set the subject up and make it appear as if the subject is insane to others, or even make others think such things as the subject was just arguing with a ghost. Then at last, this will cause other people to treat the subject as insane. It's the most frequently used method to get rid of the subject. There is another way to drive people mad. I'll explain it to you as follows. When they decide to operate high radiation to get rid of a person, they'll keep hurting them by operating the electromagnetic waves. The subject doesn't know that he is slowly being killed by this machine. But even if he does already know what the investigators are doing, they still keep doing it to drive him mad. It will make the subject angry, but he can't fight back because they're hiding in a machine. The subject will find out what he faces is the invisible enemy. It'll be the most terrible time for him, knowing he can't find out where the radiation waves are operated from. If the subject can't determine that it's another way to drive people mad, it will be just like what had happened as before, which was written on the newspaper. Some guys shoot a gun on the street to take out his anger on the strangers, or at children in a school, or at people in a restaurant. And this guy will be charged with murder or insanity, or is killed by the police, or kills himself. Actually, the guy isn't really crazy. He knows somebody has set him up, which this supposedly happened to that Eric Alexis, or whatever his name was, the Navy Yard shooter. But again, you can't go blaming people, but I can understand, this would be a potential application, but again, it's questionable. So he never knows what he faces is the invisible enemy. He is hurt by someone and full of anger in his mind, but has no way to take out his anger on anyone he sees as responsible. It's just because there is no obvious enemy in front of him to fight with. By working on him day by day, the subject who be set up to take out his anger on everyone who he meets, he will appear to be insane to others at the end. The whole story is very simple to them who know the thoughts detecting machine because the subject was set up by the operators. 4. Who is being investigated has been treated only as a property of those doing the investigation. The machine uses invisible electromagnetic waves to invade people's privacy and read people's thoughts without a trace of any evidence. The subject is unaware that his thoughts are being read, so the operators can use this machine on anyone as many times as he please and hurt anyone without any permit. So I guess the only way they could hurt them would be when they actually reapply or affect or manipulate the signals rather than just receive them, or at least theoretically. I'm trying to make sense of this. The most horrible thing is that the operators always use this machine depending on his mood. When the operators are in a good mood, the subject may face a treatment. But when the operators are in a bad mood because he does not completely understand the subject with this machine, the operator will take out his anger on the subject and punish the subject with this machine until the subject is dead. The subject is not under any protection of law because there are no traces of evidence with the weapon of radiation waves. The subject is treated only as their property. The investigators do believe that we, who are detected, belong to them, their kids, or property. They can do anything to us, even take away our life, because they do everything by this invisible electromagnetic waves, and that shows no trace of evidence. There is no law to regulate this group also. The operating waves of the thought-detecting machine has built a real new slave system and treated us only as their kids and property. In other words, their slaves. Their kids. 5. Moving towards communism. Since the operators use this machine to share your thoughts, your dreams, your ideas, your privacy, your body, and your life, they can even hurt your body and take away your life by just operating the machine at high frequency. You are definitely not the true owner of yourself. No longer do you belong only to yourself. The thoughts detecting machine operators share all of your memories and everything that is in your mind, which the communists cannot even do. But the operators of this machine have achieved this. So I guess it's missing text, but based on how this machine has been used in Taiwan, I should say they are trying to investigate everyone in their country. They do not have enough agents, however, to do this. Therefore, they focus their attention on investigating the key person in politics, business, science, organized crime, etc. These people are mayors, congressmen, highly ranked scientists, businessmen, the crime bosses, or anyone whom they are interested in. The actions of these operators are beyond all logical thinking and the law. They not only investigate criminals, but also normal people whom are important or they are interested in. The operators will keep their records on the subject forever. They will continue their investigation of the same person as they like to make sure the subject is under their handle and control. They think it's the best way to protect the country. So if it's the same situation in the United States, who is being investigated by them? I believe most of us are investigated by them at least once, if not all of us. If we don't make a new law to regulate this group and machine right now, the situation will only get worse. The unauthorized power of the investigators will extend to its maximum, and it will be even more difficult to change in the future. 7. Drive him mad and even to kill him. Let me explain to you. At the very beginning, they must install the machine near the subject's address who is to be detected, from one point, the address of the subject, to the whole residence area of the subject, and then open the whole thoughts-detecting machine of their agents. Each agent holds the machine in his own address to live around, and which makes me think again of the GMS or GSM computers. So their agents investigate the subject in a normal situation or at a regular time. Once they want to drive the subject mad, no matter where he goes, they can meet him anywhere and know what he will be doing. This is the way to drive people mad. If they try to get rid of the subject, they will shoot the magnetic radiation waves to the subject from the whole thoughts-detecting machine of their agents in the area where the subject lives with them. Then to hurt the body, the organs, even the central nervous system of the subject. And the electromagnetic radiation waves will shoot the target, the subject's body, surrounding the subject's address. It's an illegal murder by using the invisible high radiation waves. They're guilty but can't be held responsible by law. If the above situation is correct, then this machine should already have been installed in every public building, such as supermarkets, theaters, schools, shopping centers, train stations, airports. So, obviously, when there are smart houses, they're gonna eventually in the future, like if we go towards the way of automation, basically, your house is gonna scan you for your identity biometrically, first of all. And then also for health, they'll claim it's for health reasons, but again, the applications are pretty numerous. And that's the problem, is this article is written from that sort of like point of paranoia, like a basis or foundation in paranoia. And I guess when you think of all these, the Black Iron Prison and all this stuff, a lot of it is based on perception, but at the same time, you have to be aware of these potentials and the fact people are fucked up and the fact that things have already been abused. Wait till they do get this technology, and it is everywhere. It's just retarded. Because it's retarded that the people who claim to be, again, for your health and your mental health do not give a shit about the potential negatives. So, again, it's just, think of that. I mean, it's pretty apparent to me. They can't investigate anyone in any place. We'll not only have no privacy, our lives will also be in danger, because the detector can use the electromagnetic radiation waves to hurt anyone in any time with no trace of any evidence. And again, what if this is all automated with AI? Then you do something wrong and you're punished with like a zap. I mean, again, it's just speculation, but it's possible. If the detector truly wanted to do so and get rid of someone, there's no safe place for us. And it's not only against the law, but also the worst way to treat us who live in the land of the free. Yeah, especially if you're working and slaving away to pay for it, which we are. The above information has been known by me for the past 10 years because it was done to my father. What I want to emphasize and point out is that they have 3 steps to get rid of a subject who may be out of the investigator's control, or the investigators just don't like him. The first step is to drive the person mad. If they didn't succeed, then the second step is to install the machine in the car in order to cause a car accident on a highway, and the third step is to kill off the person slowly in his bed with high-frequency radiation waves. What I am most concerned about is the way that this psychological language machine, thoughts detecting machine, could and would have been used to abuse people as stated above. It not only can read the thoughts of people and invade his privacy without permission, it can also be operated as a high-level electromagnetic waves weapon to hurt, punish, or even kill the subjects who are out of their control or they don't like. So now it's just getting repetitive. And I assume this is probably like translated from something, or the guy just doesn't know very well, like English very well, but they dare to do all illegal things and can't be held responsible by law. It's just because they do everything using the high electromagnetic waves and there's no trace of any evidence. They are guilty but have escaped from the law. Oh my god, when does it end? Since the machine has already been used effectively in Taiwan, it should be used more effectively and efficiently in the United States, where it was originally invented. In the past 10 years, they may have already included this machine in the city design and have been using the machine from the basic public safety of country to the states, the blah, blah, blah. And I had always assumed they would probably, incorporate this with the communications towers, the satellites, and be able to use like anything with speakers and visual, a screen to be able to, pulse these signals if this is even, again, possible or happening, which doesn't really seem, the more you research it, the more it seems like, holy shit, this probably could be possible. But I mean, I haven't personally experienced anything really manipulate my thoughts or anything like that. So I don't know. It's all just interesting literature to me, but which means from the police department to the FBI, then to the CIA, all have been using this thoughts detecting machine, and the CIA keeps the patent rights of this machine. If the above situation is correct, then this machine should already have been installed, so blah, 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 yeah. I truly hope that our responsible reporter will have knowledge of such a machine and the harm this machine can bring. If the FBI and police officers of our country have been using this machine to investigate our citizens just like Taiwan, I hope you will look into this event and take action so that laws can be made to regulate this machine. Then our citizens' rights, which include our human right, will soon be given back to us. Alan Yu. And it makes me think of, again, stingrays. And if I remember correctly, stingrays is 403, and brain is 263. So brain stingrays is 666. And there's a number of different like applications or like, just alignments. And I'm not saying like all these things that equal 666, oh, it's proof for anything. It just happens to be, when you consider this knowledge and apply it to this knowledge and, But anyway, here's U.S. patents for tracking and monitoring targeting technology used against individuals and groups. Radio frequency identification and tagging for implantable medical devices and medical device systems. Permission-based RFID tag. A lot of this could be applied to, again, like consumer environments. You put your item or whatever in the cart, and then it watches and sees based on what you are going to buy, what you might want to buy, or what you might forget. And obviously they do that digitally with like Amazon and your search results and whatnot. And so eventually it'll just be a little more incorporated. But of course they have actual guns and stuff for electronic weapons. And of course Raytheon, Harris Corporation, Air Force, the Navy. And this has all been like a gradual, that's the thing, you have to look at the past and the slow, gradual development and convergence of these technologies and see what it's headed towards to really see, like, you know, I know, yeah, a lot of this is paranoid and sensationalized, but again, at the same time, it's all it's all a potential. It's all possible given human propensities. And the sort of, I think the most damning, or like the most important thing to be considered in all of this is just, again, the motivations, the reactions, the way in which people act or, you know, respond to this sort of thing, and the people. Because again, I think it was like post 23, I had like a really long thing I was talking about, and it was because I came across this like group of people pretty much who bashed everyone, which, you know, rightly so to some degree. Like, I kind of get where they're coming from. A lot of the people, again, it goes back to the sanction of the victim and the fact that the so-called victim is playing into their own victimology, or, you know, and they don't do the proper things to really fix anything. And I don't know, it's just, this whole fucking thing is so convoluted, so back and forth. But it's important just to, you know, pay attention. I don't know, it's just important to look at all sides of something before jumping to one side or another. So, with the convergence of wired, wireless, and optical technologies, the future force commander will use electronic warfare and cyber operations capabilities in combination. The increased usage of wired and optical technologies will require that these forces have unimpeded access to the electromagnetic spectrum, and at the same time be able to deny the adversary use of the same. This pamphlet explores current and required future EW capabilities necessary to maintain the requisite access to the electromagnetic spectrum. And the abbreviation for electronic warfare is 11, which is also AI. And again, odd, the whole the external, the outer world, or again the shells, i.e. the waves of the spectrum.